Hi, this is Faith, and you are watching The Faith Factor. Holla. You call me. I'm a mom, you know. What's up, everybody? What's up? You are watching Faith, and I am the Faith Factor, and I'm about to break down some shit for y'all today. I watched the Dear Future Wifey podcast. This video I know is not gonna be monetized because I'm over here playing Usher. So please feel free to donate. We already got Eugene still in the house with a $2 super chat. I appreciate y'all. Let me go ahead and show my appreciation. Yeah, baby gang. You know what? She did good. She did real good in this video. I am so proud of Kiki and Usher. You know, this is what you call turning a negative situation into a positive. I do not see anything wrong with this video, y'all. I cannot hate this video. And I'm walking around the house and I finding myself, you know, just kind of humming this song like, somebody tell me your boyfriend's looking for me. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. You know, I like that kind of bubblegum pop music. I like that type of music. So, you know, hey, shout out to Kiki and Usher. You know, you know. I just had to play that video at the beginning of the stream, y'all. I just had to be petty. All right. So I got a good stream for you guys today. I got a good stream for you guys. Oh yeah, baby gang, her dancing was on point. Now you know Usher hooked her up with his choreographers. You know, I saw a lot of his moves in that. You know, so I was like, yeah, I'm feeling this. I'm liking this video. You know, I like it. I like it. Turn a negative into a positive. You know, make money. Make money. Don't let everybody have all this free publicity about your business. You know, if you can make some money off of that, hey. Oh yeah, and Kiki was not wearing anything provocative in the video. So for all of y'all talking about her in the trash, she was covered up. So, you know, hey. I loved it. I loved it. I loved it, y'all. All right, so got a great lineup for you guys today. I'm gonna be kind of going over breaking down the Dear Future Wifey podcast interview with the notorious cheater, our favorite notorious cheater, Mr. Derrick Jaxn. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And the thing about it is Derrick's he's not just a notorious cheater, but you know, he's kind of cute, you know. He's you know, what do I have a picture of Derrick? I think I have one of him that I've been saved in my computer a long time ago. Let's see here. Is it handsome? Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Oh, damn it. I can't share that picture. But oh, you know, Derrick Jaxn got some handsome pictures, y'all. Like it's not a JPEG, they say. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Yeah, and that's actually the picture that I actually have in my thumbnail that I use. That picture of Derrick sitting on the couch with his fresh haircut. Oh my God, so handsome, guys. But he's a great looking guy. I mean, what can I say? You know, I'm a heterosexual woman. Okay, I am attracted to handsome men. Derrick Jaxn is a handsome man. Demetrius, I'm not hyping them up or anything, but I'm just stating the facts. Like, okay, we don't say nothing when y'all be running around here hyping up all these Instagram thoughts. You know, let us women have our salivation moment. Okay, let me just do a little man stroking. Okay, Derrick Jaxn, he's damn good looking. Okay, he's well put together. Okay, muscles. Okay, he got tentacles, you know. Anyway, So, I can understand why Danae was a little cray cray. We can all kind of understand what, how the peen had her a little, crazy. We can understand it a little bit. Anyway, he is charming. Yes, Eugene. He says Derrick's that the looks and charm that make his pandering to women easier. Exactly. Exactly the same way that women that look like Six the Goddess, Danica Marie, and plenty of others on here, they didn't even got to, cam up. They can just have an avatar picture that looks alluring to you guys, and it makes the pandering easier. So attractive people get away with more, don't they? So, don't hate us women, because we got ass just like y'all. Women are, I really hate when women sit up here and try to pretend, by the way, that they're not just as visual as men. We are just as visual as men, but we're just better at hiding it. But we really are. We will put certain things ahead, though, of our visualization. We don't ride out on the visualization. We know how to control, that part of our lower beings, if that makes sense. Whereas men, you guys have a little bit more trouble in that area, and you can't control yourselves, and that's how you become simpletons. So, hey, don't hate me because I'm not blind. He's a handsome guy. So I did have some things that I wanted to present before I get to the main thing, though, because I'm gonna briefly go over part one. Part one was kind of, I don't know, it was boring. I don't think that they really got into a lot of meat of the relationship in part one. So I'm not really gonna, do too much talking about part one. But that part two, baby. They dropped so many gems in part two. I'm gonna do the whole part two and give you my take on it. I really am, because now I don't know how to feel. I don't know whether to feel sorry for Derrick. Do I believe him? It's just kind of difficult because it's hard hearing the other person's side of the story. What they say, there's his story, her story, and the truth. So it's just kind of like, wow, now I can, from his lens, the way that he, put it out there, he just made it seem as if he was somewhat of a victim too. I don't know if any of you watched it, but that's what I was getting out of it. It was kind of like he wanted us to feel as if he was also a victim of his victimization of his wife, if that makes any sense. So yeah, so I just want to, it's a lot to unpack with that part too. So I'm really going to get into that. But baby, Derrick Jaxn, who he be having me. No, that ain't the one I'm looking for. This is the one I'm looking for. This how he be having. Derrick Jaxn be having women like this. He had you just squirming in your chair like, oh yeah, That's what Derrick Jaxn be doing to these women out here. Okay, not me, but I'm just saying, you other bitches, that he be doing that to y'all, not me though. Well, anyway, there is a short that I want to share with you guys, and it's unrelated, but I just want to get to this before I get to the main thing, and then I'm going to delve into these interviews. But where we at here? Where we at? There we go. I'm going to share my screen right here to my community wall. There was a woman on here. Oh yeah. I was just listening to her earlier, and I love this woman. I love her.
Hey guys, I'm back with.
She has what she does. Her name is Jules Lowell. And she does these YouTube shorts where she goes on and on about things that women need to, put on their bucket list. So this particular bucket list is a part 2, and I like part 2 better than I like part 1, kind of like with the Dear Future Wifey podcast with Derrick Jaxn. But I digress. But this is things men say to humble women. And I thought that this would be fitting before I get into my dialogue about, the Dear Future Wifey podcast. So let me go ahead and roll that beautiful baby footage for you guys.
With part 2 of things men say to humble women. Now, before I dive into the video, I've literally had maybe a handful of people leave hateful comments and say, "Lady, move your damn head. Nobody wants to hear you ramble on for several minutes." To you dumbasses, I want to say you do realize that there is a fast forward feature, number 1. You also realize that nobody is forcing you to sit your stupid ass here and watch the video. You do realize that I am perfectly fine with the fact that I might not be your cup of tea. You can always just keep scrolling. Also, despite your 5 complaints, I can literally count the amount of you assholes on one hand. If you haven't noticed, I'm still doing what the fuck I want to do because this is my page. So, on with the video. Number 1, they ask, "Who hurt you?" And to that, without pause or question, I want to respond, you all did. There are so many of you idiot men who are wreaking havoc in the lives of women that we have to collectively get together and discuss shit that we've gone through, signs, red flags to look for in order to protect ourselves and protect other women from you. So as far as who hurt me, you all did, and you're showing up in my comment section to try and further hurt me, which is basically proving my point, you idiot. Number 2 is another favorite of mine. They'll pop up in my comment section and say, "You know what, I've noticed a couple of your videos and I'm just concerned that you're so angry and aggressive all the time. You're so negative." With statistics stating that 1 in 3 women has been, will be, or is an abuse of domestic violence, I am fucking angry, upset, and aggressive. And if you think my content is negative, it's because you yourself are being exposed because you're one of the monsters that I am talking about. I have never met an amazingly good quality man who has an issue with my content. So the fact that you are here, you are again proving my point. You're not concerned for me. You're concerned for the fact that more and more women are getting hip to the bullshit. You're concerned that you're going to die alone in your cold, miserable home or apartment, eating a can of expired SpaghettiOs. Number 3, my favorite, you must be single. And you're reminding me why I plan on staying that way for as long as I can. A smart man would want to do the work to better himself so that he can be a better man to the women in his lives, just an overall better person. But you're showing up to just further remind us, yeah, our decision to be single and or celibate is a good one. You played yourself. Number 4, when they show up and say, "Don't take advice from a single or divorced woman." Yes, I am a single, divorced woman because I was married to a man who acted as if he was single. It's been statistically proven that single women, especially women who are child-free, live longer and are happier. Why do you think that is? So it would make sense that we take the things that we've learned and help educate other women to avoid making the mistakes that we've made, to help other women be confident and happy like we are. Good men are not worried by the fact that more and more women are preferring to not be married or have children because they know that they're a good quality man. And if they continue to work on themselves and be good people, eventually they're going to find the right person. But men who are dumber than cavemen will panic and try to scare women into thinking that being single is a bad thing. Number 5, when they say, "You're delusional." This is just a part of the long-standing tradition that men have to try to prove that women are irrational, hysterical, emotional. Ladies, those of you who have ever been in a relationship with a man, how many of you have ever dealt with a man who was just fucking grumpy and tired all the goddamn time? How many of you have dealt with a man who had a tantrum and you had to be the one to hold it together in the situation so that you guys could make it through whatever was going down? How many of you have ever dealt with a man who ruined a family photo, a family outing, a vacation because they were grumpy? Oh. These men want to be leaders but can't lead us no damn where. These men are rational, but they're like bursting at the seams.
Yeah, you know what? I have to stop her right there. She's telling the truth about some of these emotionally retarded men. Like literally, you could be having a good day, just waking up with just a song in your heart and peace and serenity in your spirit, and for some reason this unhappy motherfucker right here will just be grumpy for no reason, just grumpy, like what is with some of you guys? Like she's right, like you'll be wanting to take a photograph and he's in the photo not smiling, looking like he's like going out of his way to let everybody know he's unhappy. Take your unhappy ass the fuck on then. Why the hell are you here? Well, anyway, I digress. Let me just go ahead and let her finish.
Emotionally erupting like volcanoes. We're the one running households and taking care of the kids and keeping the family together. We're the reason why family keeps coming around for holidays, not for you assholes. Y'all want to vent to us and ask us advice and use our emotional labor, but we're not rational? No, stop gaslighting us from discussing the fact that most of you guys are roaches. I'm not irrational, Chad. I'm perfectly sane. We're exposing you assholes. Number 6, if Kevin Samuels was still alive, he'd rip you to shreds. I hate to break it to you, but your daddy is not here anymore, okay? And how he died is pretty much revealing the fate of most of you here harassing me in my comment sections. And even if Kevin Samuels was alive and he found one of my videos and ripped me to shreds, he wasn't paying none of my damn bills. He ain't taking care of none of my damn kids. He ain't doing not a damn thing for me. Quite frankly, he wouldn't say nothing differently from what you idiots comment on my posts all the time. So it wouldn't be original. It would not be nothing new that I haven't already heard. So I would just yawn and go on about my life. What the hell are we talking about here? Number 7, when they tell us, you should pick better men. Y'all should choose better. Men do this funny thing where they pretend to be Prince Charming until they have you so far off into the relationship that you are somehow now hooked. Maybe you guys have moved in together. Maybe you guys have a child. Maybe you're now financially dependent on them, which I heavily advise against any of those 3 things. But they will literally play this game, put on this Oscar-winning performance for months, years, until they got you to the perfect point, and then the beast within them comes out. Most of us thought we chose better. We cannot help the fact that you guys are monsters in disguise. Is there anything that I missed in part 1 or part 2? Let me know in the comment section. Hey guys, I'm
All right. I thought this was funny. Now, me personally, I take stuff like this as being comedy relief, but there's a lot of truth also in what she said as well. So I just want to, make that very clear. And then oh man, this woman right here spoke bars. Now this is a woman, whose channel
this upcoming.
Oh, this is Bourbon Bougie. Bourbon Bougie, this is my chick. Oh my gosh, she be having some of the best reaction videos. So I want you to hear this white woman describing infidelity that her husband put her through. See, we're watching, we're kind of gearing up for this Derrick Jaxn's thing right here. So we're gonna talk about men giving their wives STDs and not giving a fuck. So this is Bourbon Bougie. I love her channel. Shout out to her. And here we go.
Video has very sensitive subject matters. So be aware if you are, if you need to turn away, please scroll by it. She gives a disclaimer about what she is talking about. This is something that we need to talk about, whether you're married, single, whatever. You need to hear this conversation. This woman I have put on my page before, but this conversation, yes, tune in, jump in the comments, keep the discussion going. If you have anything to add, go ahead and put it in the comments. If you have a story you want me to tell, you can email me at firefitnesscoach@gmail.com. All right. Here's her TikTok information.
Never have I ever had more anxiety around doing a video than this one. It is a topic that I have refused to speak about for 2 years, that I delete every single comment that comes my way, but I think it's really important. So here we go. This has all of the trigger warnings you can possibly imagine having a video having. Whenever I do videos about my cheating husband, people always ask about diseases related to adultery. I'm going to tell you a story that's going to be the worst story that you've ever heard, and I hope it helps someone. 7 or 8 years ago at Christmas time, we were away for Christmas, and I got a little yeast infection. We were out of town, so I called my doctor and asked if he could just send a prescription for diflucan. I tended to have a lot of these infections. So he sent over the diflucan. I took the full course, and then it didn't go away. So I called him back. He sent in some prescription creams and ointments and different things, and it wasn't getting any better. After Christmas, my energy really started to lag, and I started to show some other symptoms of just not feeling well. So I went in. He did a swab. It wasn't yeast. It wasn't any other bacterial infection. And as you guys all know the punchline, I found out that my Mormon returned missionary husband of 22 years had been cheating on me with SEX workers. And yes, as soon as he confessed, my next question was, did you use protection? My husband, by the way, if you're new to me, did not just have an affair or two with like a nice suburban Mormon mom. He was driving down a state street in Salt Lake City and picking up substance addicted SEX workers on a recurring basis. And his answer to the protection question was no. He didn't like protection. He did defend his actions by saying, almost every time I would come home and take a shower and I would use antibacterial soap, and he told me that he used doTERRA On Guard and Melaleuca to suds up his junk to protect me. By the way, that didn't work.
Okay, so his idea of protection from sleeping with filthy, disease-ridden prostitutes is that he comes home afterwards and he washes up with antibacterial soap. Like, really? Like, I can't imagine sitting there and listening to that without wanting to jump up and like shove his tongue down his throat. Like, seriously? This is how you're protecting me? But anyway, let's listen to the rest of this.
Jake knew more than anybody how hard I had fought to survive this day that I died for a few minutes, came out of my body, had a near-death experience. He knew how hard I had fought to regain my health so that I could be here to raise our family. When I asked him, how could you do that to me after everything that I've been through to regain my health and how sick I've been and how fragile I am? My husband, the father of my children, said to me, "You're dying anyway. If I had sped that along, I probably would have been doing you a favor."
Wow.
Sink in for a second. So the next day I did make an appointment to go see my doctor. I said, it's an emergency. I'll never forget sitting in that little hospital gown thing on the edge of the little bed in his exam office, crying my eyes out, telling him what I had discovered as he swabbed me for all kinds of things and pulled all kinds of labs and discovered that, yes.
Time out. So he's basically, she asked him how he could do that to her, how he could cheat on her, knowing that she almost died from cancer. And he says, well, you were dying anyway, so if I could have sped that along. Your guy does not like you. Can we just say that your husband hates you? He hates your fucking guts. Okay? He goes out and sleeps with filthy prostitutes, knowing that you have cancer and that any type of germ or disease can contribute catastrophically to that. He hates you. I think he actually wants you to die. You need to go and check to see if that motherfucker didn't have an extra insurance policy out on your ass. Wow.
I did indeed have diseases that are spread by intimate contact. And so I would spend the next several months having injections of antibiotics in my butt cheek and taking pills and prescriptions and all kinds of stuff that I don't even know what it all was until I finally got a clean bill of health. Jake also confessed to me that one of his girls was known to be Hep C positive, and that another one told him that he had HIV. Again, he didn't see fit to protect me from any of these women. And I have doctors and nurses come on my TikToks all the time and tell me that the most vulnerable part of the population is actually people who are in intimate relationships with partners that assume it's monogamous, but the partner is not monogamous, because they aren't protecting themselves. They don't even know to protect themselves. I didn't know that I needed to protect myself from my Mormon priesthood-leading husband. I had known him since I was a 19-year-old girl.
He's a Mormon. He's a Mormon priest. Let that sink in. So he slept with somebody that had hepatitis C, slept with another person that told him they had HIV. HIV, you know, and here's the thing with that whole HIV thing, it's very difficult for a woman to pass it along to a man. Not that she can't, but 9 times out of 10, if he's sleeping with somebody with HIV, it's very difficult for him to get it. Whereas with women, 99.9% of the time, if we sleep with a man that has HIV, we're gonna get it because of the way that we are biologically. And I just thought I would throw that in there. But let's continue to hear this.
I had been with him and been faithful to him my entire adult life. This is the number one reason why I plead with people on TikTok not to commit adultery, because you are compromising the health of somebody who loves you. Be honest about it so that if you're not going to protect them, your partner can protect themselves from you. It's also the number one reason why, if I ever know about adultery, whether it's a friend, a neighbor, a family member, somebody that I don't even know that well, I always tell the partner, because it is one of the most high-risk behaviors that you can involve another person in without them even knowing it. This is another aspect of domestic violence that I find really sad. If Jake had physically harmed me, I could call the police and say, my husband just did this to me. But there's no hotline to call when my husband's been engaged in this behavior with girls who have diseases, compromised my health, brought diseases home to me. I think he should be in jail for that. Okay, I don't know if I will post this or delete it. 50-50 chance.
All right. So, long story short, fellas, another form of protection is that you could actually not be having sex with multiple women while you're in a relationship, married or whatever. That's a form of protection, because you're bringing home diseases to your wife, and now she has to suffer for something that you did. Something that you did, not that she did. So if he were to contract HIV, he's bringing HIV back to the bedroom, to the marriage bed, to his wife, and possibly to his family. And he don't care. That's savage. I think, who was that? I think it was Mike Johnson was like Pookie and Ray, Brad and Chad. Hey, two sides of the same coin. Absolutely. Mela2 says, so much for being the coveted blonde white woman, huh? Exactly. Yeah, hey, everybody's getting it. Everybody's getting cheated on. If Beyonce can get cheated on, Jay-Z can cheat on Beyonce, anybody can get cheated on. Anybody. So these so-called coveted white women, but you know, there's gonna be some black dude come in and say, oh man, you know, she's the shit. She better than black women. Well, if she was so much better than black women, then why did her Chad cheat on her? Why did he cheat? Looks like she's getting the same treatment black women are getting. Eugene Seal, exactly. He says this is the main reason I don't sleep around. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, Mela says Article 34 of the UCMJ does punish adultery. Okay, I didn't know that. I thought it was only something that they did in the Army. Because I do know if you are an Army vet, then, definitely they will punish the adultery. But there was one last video that I wanted to share with you guys. And like I said, it's a real good one. It's a goodie. It's a goodie. It's a goodie. Then we'll get over to the good stuff with the dear future wifey. So let's go from her TikTok down to my timeline. And who was it? Okay, that's the white chick. Okay, this is the black chick. So how to tell if your man secretly
Listen to me,
hates.
if you have sex with men, if you are a heterosexual woman or bisexual woman, the most valuable thing you can know is when a man hates you, okay? Let me explain. If you express that something is important to you or that you like something and he belittles it or ignores it completely, he hates you. It's not a quirk. It's not that's just how he is. That's just not his personality. He hates you, okay? If your birthday comes around and he starts being mean or nonchalant, he hates you. He hates you. If he can't seem to remember your birthday or do special things for you on your birthday, he hates you. Same with Valentine's Day. He hates you. He hates you. You need to know that he hates you. Okay? He hates you. When people give you compliments, watch his face. Okay? If he grimaces or he doesn't like join in on the like celebration of you, he hates you. If you accomplish things and then he tries to belittle it when other people congratulate you, he hates you.
You know what? That hit me right there. The whole when other people compliment you, watch his face. Yeah, I've been with guys where people would be complimenting me, telling me that I'm smart or telling me how beautiful I am, and look at his face. If a nigga don't like to see you smile, don't like when other people give you compliments or to see you happy, that motherfucker hates your motherfucking guts. She absolutely right about that shit.
He's comfortable treating you like a person he met on the fucking street. And that's just what it is. He hates you. He hates you. Oh, bonus round. If he lets his mother disrespect you, he hates you. And not only does he hate you, he has a weird mom thing. Guaranteed. He hates you, and also them two need therapy, and you don't need to be involved.
I want you to hear me clear. Men make decisions based on what is beneficial to them. And a man will stay with you even though he hates you because your presence and labor in his life is beneficial to him, and it will be against his own interest to leave you. Your love, your care, your labor in the home, the way that you take care of the children, the way that having a wife benefits him at work, church, school, whatever the he has going on, especially a lot of these like high-powered jobs, doctors, lawyers, shit like that. They need a wife because they cannot sustain a life on their own. They are getting free emotional and actual labor from you. And that is why they say. So they would rather stay and have their interests served and hate you than actually be like, you know what? I actually kind of hate this fucking bitch's guts, and being around her is causing me to feel insecure and causing me to feel stressed out. And this really wasn't a good decision for me. So I'm going to leave because in good conscience, I shouldn't be here taking advantage of this person. No, they're going to take advantage of you until they can find another person to fill those needs. That's why oftentimes when women are diagnosed with terminal illnesses, they're left by themselves. The men move on and find their partner before the woman even passes away.
Facts. You know what? This happened in my family. I had an aunt that had what do you call that? An aneurysm, or she had some kind of, I think it was a stroke or something. And man, when I tell you that my aunt did all the work in their home, like my uncle is a minister, and he did two jobs. He drove buses, and on top of that, he ran his church. And everything that needed to be done for the church, my aunt did for the church while he worked. And everything that needed to be done for the home, she did for the home. If anybody got sick, she was right there taking care of him. When my uncle got sick, he almost died. My auntie single-handedly nursed his ass back to health with her love alone, okay? Because everybody thought he was going to die. And she did not give up on him. When she had her stroke, baby, he did not take care of her. She went into that hospital. I think she lasted a few days because he didn't go visit. As a matter of fact, a year later, he showed up with her replacement. So to guys, you know, we're not indispensable. Even as the good doting wife that does everything for them, this is how they feel about you for real. Men are not by nature caregivers. They cannot see themselves ever in a caregiver role, but they will put you in the caregiver role to take care of them in a heartbeat, but they will not do the same for you. She spoke bars, but let's continue.
These fucking cancer centers and shit are full of women with their men supporting them. A lot of the women are usually left alone. So you have to ask yourself, if I hated this person, I would leave. So why are they still with me? They're very self-serving people, which I don't necessarily think is a hugely bad thing. I think women can be more self-serving than they are, but men will stay with you and hate your fucking guts because it serves their self-interest. Even if it's down to, I know I can come home and have sex with her sometimes. Or I know I come home mad and she's going to coddle me and try to see what's wrong. Or I know I can come home and she will help me solve a problem. She'll help me with my business. She'll help me with my business plan. She'll help me study. She'll help me with my schoolwork. All the time he hates you. You gotta know what the fuck going on, queen.
Boom, boom, pow. So let me go ahead and stop sharing. I think that's it for that particular tab. Yep. BMT, what is so funny? You just over here LOL and all up in the chat and whatnot. Demetrius, how does she know this? Women, we speak from our experiences. Okay, this is probably her as a woman speaking from her experience and probably from watching the other women in her life, her girlfriends, her relatives, women that are her relatives. That's probably how she knows this, because everything that she spoke on, just like I gave my example, I know she's telling the truth because I've seen that for myself. Seen it for myself. So without further ado, I'm just going to skim through part 1 because part 1 wasn't as saucy as part 2. But I want to go ahead and start the conversation, give my perspective on the Dear Future Wifey interview with Derrick Jaxn. I am so happy, first of all, that Derrick Jaxn had the strength and the courage to go onto the platform and tell his side of the story. Hearing his side of the story does make a huge difference. It does. Like I said, there's always 3 sides to a story. Her story, his story, and the truth. So just hearing both of them, talk, it's apparent to me that there was a lot of pain and hurt on both sides. Both of them were experiencing the same situation but a different hurt in different ways. So I want to go ahead and start off with part 1. I'm going to do a lot of heavy skipping through. So I just want to warn you guys. You'd be like, oh, she didn't go through the whole thing and all this. And hey, like I said, part 1 was not as saucy as part 2. So part 2 is what I'm really, really trying to get to be honest with you. I'm not even going to front.
Homes for children in foster care. Should have let.
Here we go.
Again, that's kind of whenever she found out through the videos and stuff like that. Now, how she told me she found out, I'm not sure exactly if this is it, but she went and got a new phone. It was logged in my Google Cloud because we hadn't logged into each other's email, and that allowed her to see everything. And I'm kind of freaky. So I was recording a lot of stuff. Yeah, I was just recording a lot of stuff. I like to see it, whatever. I like that better than porn, to TMI. But
you say you like to see yourself.
I like to see myself. I'm inspired by me in that regard. So she saw all of that. And regardless of how she found it, man, I just was like, it's like, what the F am I thinking? she's pregnant, and she had to see that.
Love is a treasure chest, but once opened, our hearts become vulnerable.
I went back to Vegas. It was this guy. He appeared as a friend. Sure enough, it led to infidelity.
Alignment can't be ignored.
We talked about certain topics as far as having kids. She didn't want to have kids. And that was one of the red flags.
And I know you desire marriage. So I think it's best you move on with your life.
Lisa, what you do?
I told him, okay.
She didn't ask me why.
I knew several other women's bodies better than I knew my own. I watched the videos of them having sex, so I would try to imitate that.
No discussion is off limits. Dear Future Wifey podcast brings healing.
You inspire us to try God a little bit more.
Through this platform, I realized that it's possible. It's possible to love again.
The conversations have really helped me to change my perspective on relationships.
Season 7 is all about tough topics. I'm Laterra Sarwinfield, and welcome to the Dear Future Wifey podcast. Welcome to the Dear Future Wifey podcast. I'm your host, Laterra Sarwinfield. Listen. Are you still shacking up with us? If you're still shacking up with us, come on, can we get a commitment? Hit that subscription button and subscribe. Make sure you turn on your notification bell so you'll be notified about upcoming episodes. Listen, if you're listening to us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Anchor, wherever you consume your audio podcast, make sure that you rate this video and leave a comment. That's how people hear about us. Thank y'all so much for making the Dear Future Wifey podcast consistently top 10 in relationships on Apple Podcasts. I thank y'all so much. Today's episode, as we talk about tough topics in season 7, this is a person y'all been wanting to have on the podcast. This brother needs no introduction. We're going to jump right on into it. This will be a 2-part series. I'll run both of them consecutively one day after the next. So without further ado, welcome to the Dear Future Wifey podcast. My new homie, Derrick Jaxn.
What's going on, brother?
Derrick, listen, man, people been saying, when are you going to come on the podcast?
When I'm going to come on any podcast, up until recently.
So what made you decide to go do it?
I'm not really.
Okay, can I just pause the video right here real quick just to say Derrick Jaxn is fun. Okay, look at that man. Look at the muscles. Oh my God, look at the chesticles. I'm sorry, but whew. Anyway, let me just continue.
Big on coming and doing interviews and talking about myself, but this one is a little bit different because it involves, things that kind of hit closer to home. So I felt like I could contribute something to the conversation. If it's going to be had, I think it's best if it's had with both sides of a story, and one day whenever my children do see mommy and daddy talking about this, I want them to see where we both stand and hopefully how we both resolve things. So that was it, man.
You say mommy and daddy. So your ex-wife or current wife, I know y'all going through whatever y'all going through, Danae was on the podcast. A lot of times people, when I did the episode, I was laughing a lot on the episode. She has this funny wit. She has this I said this little Seinfeld humor.
Yeah.
Was that something that attracted you to her at the very beginning?
Yeah, she had a sense of humor since the beginning, man. You wouldn't think it because she's kind of an introvert.
Right.
So she doesn't feel comfortable talking to new people often, at least she didn't, or in big groups. But like once she gets comfortable or when she feels like she can trust you, she opens up and she's hilarious.
and so that's what happened in my pre-interview with her. I was talking to her. I was like, this girl is hilarious. This girl is funny. So we did on the episode, a lot of people was like, they're talking about serious stuff and they're laughing about it. Why are they? And she was like, Laterra, if you weren't laughing, I wouldn't have been able to do 2.5 hours of an interview with you. It would have been too heavy. I like the fact that you got my humor. And I said, I bet you that's something that Derrick found attractive in her at the very beginning.
Among other things, man.
Yeah.
For sure.
You say other things like what?
Man, first off, when I first saw her, all I knew was what she looked like. You know? So pretty face, nice shape, all that stuff. But I like that she was kind of like me in terms of like when you look at her, she's not the stereotypical thick, cute black girl. At least, this at 19 years old.
Right.
And when people looked at me, they felt like, oh, he's a jock. And, I think you said that in the interview, matter of fact, which is not bad. But, at the time I was fighting a lot and stuff like that. But
you were fighting a lot?
Yeah, man. I was just, knucklehead, man. It's 19 years old. But beyond the surface, though, I'm a lover. I'm kind of soft. I like R&B music. I read romance novels at this point. I write poetry.
You was doing that at 19?
19 years old, man. So, like, that version of me that's like, okay, it's not what you see is not necessarily what you get.
Okay, so now we know how he knows how to manipulate women because he, too, likes the same thing that women like.
It's the exact same thing with her. She's not stereotypical. She's like taekwondo and, Justin Timberlake and stuff you wouldn't necessarily think, man. But all of that is what drew me to her. It's like my authentic self just felt safe and at home with her.
How do you feel today? I want to check on you as a man. How do you feel as a man?
I feel really good, man. Better every day, but I feel like it's a lot of gratitude these days.
A lot of people wouldn't be able to identify with what you may go through on an emotional standpoint, especially have created a platform as large as you've created, and then feel the world turn on you. How did you internalize that?
Honestly, man, being everybody's favorite ain't really been my portion my whole career. I mean, at some point, now it's more legitimate because it's behind something I actually did. But in the very beginning, I knew pissing some people, I'm trying to talk crazy. Pissing some people off was going to be a price I was going to have to pay.
You knew that at the very beginning.
Very beginning. And then, you know, before all of this, there was some like false rumors. At one point, people thought Danae was.
Yeah, he didn't mind pissing you dudes off. He didn't mind, you know, the niggas, you know, being mad at him. But he wanted them bitches. But let's go.
White. Because I showed a picture briefly. I posted my baby girl, my first daughter, Marley, and her hand was wrapped around my finger. And it was so light skinned. They said, oh, he only dates white women. And I lost followers. I'm talking about I was going viral, all the YouTubers. So honestly, man, since then, I already knew like, okay, people online, they're going to have their thoughts or what have you. And you can't see yourself through that lens. So I really haven't internalized that so much.
A lot of times people, I saw my brother, Willie Moore Jr., he posted a snippet of you about the interview that you were doing with him. That's when this dropped, that would have dropped 3 days ago. And I read the comments. It was like, why are you giving this brother a platform? Why would you do this? And all this type of stuff. Yeah. And first, when I read it, I was like, now if I do this interview with them, are they gonna feel the same way? I was like, no, like you said, it's a more balanced approach. I had Danae on here. It's only fair to have you on here as well, but not even on that. But even in 2020, you checked your DMs. I reached out to you before all this stuff started imploding.
One of the few.
Yeah, and I reached out to you because I always want to have conversations with Black men because in the from your platform standpoint, the stuff that you were telling and helping Black women with was facts. It was no lies told. Yeah. What a lot of men took gripe about is that they like, oh, not only are you telling the secrets or whatever, but they kind of felt like you were pandering to Black women for your benefit. What would you say about that?
Well, we kind of have this bro code, and it's got us in the chokehold. You know, and the bro code is all about having a man's side no matter what. Yeah. No matter if we're wrong or what have you. And I think personally it's created a generation of coddled men that can't take correction from anybody, no matter how soft it is or balanced it is. So when I'm saying all of this, you know, of course, there's different layers to it. Some of them think, oh, it's because he wants vagina, because he wants money or what have you. But man, I was raised by a single mother around two sisters. Naturally, I lean towards the woman's point of view on things. Anything else would be disingenuous. And it's not that everything that I'm saying is necessarily right, but it's how I see things. And then if you take from that, just say, you know, your interview with Danae, you were speaking in a way that was protective as a brother, you know, empathetic. You was calling wrong. That wasn't you pandering.
Right.
You know, you like per the situation that you're speaking on, this is the truth.
Right.
But whenever you're telling the truth that makes people uncomfortable or a truth that's not popular, they're going to look for a way to attack you either way it go.
I can respect that. I asked you, I said, Derrick, if you were given the opportunity to name this episode, what would you name it? And what did you say?
Reap what you sow.
Why? Why'd you say that?
I think whenever I've talked about these different rules and what have you, some people take from it like, okay, he's promoting perfection. We're going to mess up sometime. And my whole MO has been like, okay, if you're going to mess up, you just got to understand that come with consequences. You reap what you sow. Even whenever I started mentioning God, I gave my life to Christ February 4th, 2020. And people were like, oh, you can't bring God into it. I'm like, the God I serve says you reap what you sow. And I'm no exception. You know, even as I'm saying it, I'm living it too.
Yeah.
You know, and that goes both good and bad. But, you know, I think if we're all aware of that, we can walk according to that instead of thinking we get it out because we had our intentions or what have you. For the time I spent in my patterns and the things that I'm not proud of, I gave myself an out. I gave myself excuses. Well, I felt like this and she did that. And I wasn't operating according to where you reap what you sow.
Yeah.
Not what's sown by your partner, not what's sown by the circumstances, and your daddy wasn't there. So if I'm going to talk about it and I'm going to really be real, we got to speak with that at the court of men.
Okay, so I like that piece, you know, that he's throwing out there about taking accountability. The accountability piece is important. So let's go ahead and speed this on up because this, like I said, this is a snore, you know, bore. Let's go up a little bit.
What do you remember that doing? Because a lot of people don't understand how pornography shapes the viewpoint of how men see or.
Okay. Here.
Find yourself, be accepted. So this whole time, I wasn't necessarily tripping on sex, but when it came, I wanted to perform. And I went in.
Alabama.
Shout out to Alabama right now. You know what I'm saying? We repping kind of hard. Montgomery Mollywop represent. But Enterprise, Alabama.
Yeah. And so at 16, you end up giving up your virginity. What was that like? What did that teach you?
That when the girls say, come see my hair at 1 a.m, they probably end up come see your hair. It was to my next door neighbor, and I don't want to go into detail.
Okay, so this is an important detail. He lost his virginity at 16. He was exposed to porn at 11 and 12.
Detail about it, but honestly, bro, I was just happy to be having sex. I ain't gonna lie to you. It just felt like a rite of passage, you know, because at 15, 16 years old, you still trying to define yourself, be accepted. So this whole time, I wasn't necessarily tripping on sex, but when it came, I wanted to perform. And I went in, you know, but the reality of how I developed my relationship with sex actually started probably with pornography. That was about 10, 11 years old.
Who introduced you to that?
I don't want to say his name, but my homeboy.
It was a homeboy.
Back in Elba, Alabama. He introduced me. Matter of fact, I think they were just introducing computers into the school. I'm old. Just introducing computers. So this is before they had firewall and all that stuff. And man, he told me to go on the website, and I went on the website. And from there, man, I won't say addicted, but I was definitely introduced to something way too early.
What do you remember that doing? Because a lot of people don't understand how pornography shapes the viewpoint of how men see or objectify women.
Yeah.
And I had a conversation with, even my sons, you know what I'm saying? They be online, they'll end up something pop up on these gaming stuff. And I was like, hey, this is why you shouldn't do this.
Yeah.
No one ever had that conversation with me as a young man. And I had a family member that had magazines, and I seen them a couple of times when I was like 12, but I just never did like get involved in it. So my question to you is, how did that shape, when you look back, hindsight being 2020, how did that shape your viewpoint on women?
Well, what my therapist taught me was that it actually just created a toxic relationship with sex, period. It became kind of an escape, something to immediately distract me, make me feel less rejected if I ever felt that. So, starting there, of course, it rewires your brain, it desensitizes you and stuff like that. It also miseducates you on what real intimacy is. So it took me well into my adulthood, actually until, I was married, to understand that it's not about performance-based, whenever you're having sex with a woman, it's connection-based. So I went, even...
Exactly. And I agree with Derrick there. Now, if he learned that lesson, he definitely did not pour that lesson into his marriage. For women, we are not these porn actresses. All of that stuff that they do in the porn films, I'm not going to get graphic or anything like that, but that stuff is not pleasurable for us. As a woman, we like to feel wanted, we like to feel desired, we like to feel as if you're making love to us, not like you're, banging. Now there's banging and there's making love. If you're in a committed relationship with a woman, there's no way that you should be banging all the time. Like, it's fun, if you're role playing or something like that. But for the most part, there should be massaging, there should be a lot of kissing, a lot of caressing, things like that we like, that's pleasurable for us. Not that bang, 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 wham, bam, slap the ass. And, that stuff is not, enjoyable. Well, I'm just going to speak for myself. Don't get anything out of it. There's no climax for us, when y'all do that. It might be fun for you, but it's no climax for us. But let's continue.
And having sex in the earliest years, it was about, the theatrics of what I could perform and so on and so forth, man. But, especially if there's serious feelings involved, you may leave a woman feeling like a piece of meat when she can tell you wasn't even there with her.
Right.
So not only that, in the times where I wasn't having sex, again, that was my easy out. Like, okay, I know I got porn, I got this, that, and the other. And I wasn't on there like 4 hours a day or nothing like that. But I developed some nasty habits of when I'm really, really stressed or hurt or grieving or whatever. I can do this and then go to sleep, or I can do this to get my mind. I can break the pattern by doing this. So that was pretty much it, man.
You're in college. You go to college. How did you meet Danae?
Math class. She walked in, then she had on a black colored button up with black slacks, pretty face, slanted eyes, nice curves. But honestly, it was all physical when I first looked at her. And then I saw her notebook and I saw that she was into music. And I was like, oh, I thought you were like a bottle girl or something like that. You know what I'm saying? No, I was like, I saw the saxophone and stuff like that. So I asked about it. And she had a really soft voice, somewhat of an innocence about her. And we got to talking. I got to know.
That innocence is what attracted you to her, because you're a predator. But let's continue.
She didn't immediately answer later on whenever I called. I think I called 3 times. Said she don't answer this time. She answered on the last ring. And from there, man, we talked through the night. We did all of the stuff that we think about in high school and college, like on the phone overnight. We were inseparable, man, for like that first 2 months. Just again, people looked at me a certain way, and I was misunderstood. But with her, even being goofy and bubbly, like my personality is naturally I'm usually the jokester.
Okay.
So between that and I had an interest that most guys would think is soft. Again, I love Terry McMillan and Air Jerome Dickey books. I love R&B. I work out the R&B to this day. You know what I'm saying? On the way home from football games, I was writing poetry. Coincidentally, Dear Future Wife post, man, back in the day. You can search on Twitter right now, put in hashtag Dear Future Wife and Derrick Jaxn. You'll see from 2010. I was on. So all of that soft stuff, she didn't judge me for, though. She loved it. She loved my poetry. She wrote poetry. And one time, this is when I knew it. Like, oh, this is the one right here. I told her when I was younger, we loved peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Didn't know that's how mama was making that money stretch, but I loved it. It was a delicacy to me.
You better talk about it.
She
So this is why Danae said that Derrick told her that Dear Future Wifey got their title from him, because years and years ago, he did have a post on, I think, I forget what social media it was, but he did have a post up and he had like a bunch of poetry under it. And the poetry was under a post, a series called Dear Future Wifey. So that's the reason why he said I guess Tavares stole his title. But let's continue.
Before practice one day, she was like, I need to see you. I was like, okay, for football practice. And she ran up to me with 2 sandwiches, one with white bread, one with wheat bread, and said, I didn't know which one you was gonna like, but I know you like PB&J.
Really?
I called my mama on the way to practice. I said, Mama, I found the one. Go and get your dress ready. It's going down. This is at 19 years old, man. So we could joke.
She had them at peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Man, look, a sense of humor. Of course, she was sexy and all that stuff. But
she started off tutoring you, right? She said something about
So Danae was telling the truth about that PB&J sandwich. So for all of you people that were sitting up here criticizing Danae because she made Derrick a PB&J, you see him sitting up here right now looking like he got lovey-dovey eyes because he's remembering that she ran up to him and gave him that PB&J, and that was the moment he knew that she was the one. So there's a lot of confirmations here, but let's continue.
Tutoring you?
That was a segue. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to figure out how to get close to her.
Oh, so you used that?
I used it. I ain't gonna lie to you. I used it. I need help. Now I did, but that wasn't the reason why I chose her as my tutor. They had other tutors, you know what I'm saying? One girl, she had like a pimple by nose and stuff like that. I was cool on that. I want this one right here.
I want this one.
And so, yeah, man, we continued to connect and talk and be inseparable. And, you know, it didn't take long at all. I think within like a week and a half, 2 weeks, we were inseparable, holding hands everywhere, went on dates.
Freshman and second year, and you were like, this is my woman. Were you exclusive with her during that time?
The first couple of months I was exclusive. I don't know if I ever had the proper boundaries, but for me it was like, you know, of course, don't cheat, don't go sleep with another girl. But I would say after that honeymoon phase, the first 2 months is when I can remember. I don't remember the exact thing, but I remember feeling really rejected by her. And I didn't know what was behind that because, okay, I don't have aggressive energy towards a woman except in intimacy. And so how I would express my affection oftentimes was aggressive. Like I want to pick her up. Yeah. I don't just kiss her. I pin her up against the wall, put my hand around. I'm not trying to get graphic. Yeah. There's context here. So I, you know, come up behind her and hug on her, you know, kind of aggressive. But that would make her really, really shut down. And I didn't know what was going on. I felt rejected. Like, why you don't want to kiss me? You know, my breast stink or something like that. So we would have, and not only would she shut down then, it would be tension. It would be almost hostile. So again, this wasn't until about a month and a half, 2 months in where it was like, now it's back-to-back things. Now I come up on the kiss her and she like kind of pushing away. She can't stay far enough away from me. She's kind of mean towards me. And it's kind of a flip side. And I didn't know part of what I was feeling didn't have nothing to do with the relationship. It was much deeper. But I remember like man, my breath getting short. I'm like, what is going on? Like I ain't never been so sensitive to rejection because we all get rejected. But this is the first time I felt that. And what felt safer was to go out and at least have friendships with other girls. Just the conversation felt like receptiveness, like acceptance again. Mm-hmm. But those loose boundaries turned into no boundaries. So, you know, if we continued to clash and she continued to pull away or what have you, and I'm not getting no answers or whatever, especially in my prideful state, I'm thinking, man, she got me effed up. So I'm over here doing the right thing and she over here acting like I ain't nothing. So now there's a party tonight or there's a girl on campus and then she got her own dorm room. And that's whenever I started messing around.
Which is interesting. Now I realize something. You were trying to be on the straight and narrow and that aggressive personality that you had, because she told me, well, she told us on the podcast that she had experienced a rape 2 weeks before y'all met.
Yeah. So she, and
you didn't know nothing about it.
I didn't know about that till 5 years later.
Exactly.
I don't know if she wants to speak on it, so I won't go in depth, but there was another instance of rape in that same 30-day span before she met me. So I didn't know to the level or at all that I was dealing with a rape survivor. Even if I knew that, I probably wouldn't have known how exactly to handle it.
That, yeah.
But certain forms, and
So Danae told us about the first rape, but she didn't tell us about the second rape that Derrick is bringing up. But it's just kind of interesting to me that Derrick, love language, he loves to show aggressiveness when he's being, I guess, intimate with his partner, he says. And so, you know, Danae having just come off of being raped twice before she met him is not feeling how he's coming at her. And once again, this is a man that's getting his sexual cues from porn, which like I like to tell a lot of you guys, y'all need to stop doing that because regular women, we like TLC. We don't like all that rough, you know, gruff shit, you know. Most chicks that like that, they got mental and psychological issues in their damn self. But yeah, she just got, you know, came off of 2 rapes. Now to his credit, he didn't know about it, but at the same time, that rough, gruff, I'm just gonna grab you and pick you up and slam you against the wall type thing. And most women don't like that shit. But let's continue.
Covered this later on in our marriage therapy, but because this was a pattern. Everything that happened that was really painful was really one long repetitive pattern.
Right.
Me feeling rejected for this, that, and the other. And she handles, you know, becoming okay again a certain way. But I didn't know certain forms of affection that were natural to me just felt scary to her, put her back in a certain space where, certain things that happen. So yeah.
And that's so interesting. It's like, I'm getting understanding. It's like you have this woman who has experienced this huge violation of her body, her soul, her spirit, this brokenness. She meets this guy who she says she just loved him, and she loved your dirty draws. You're wanting to show your affection. You grabbing her by her neck. You being aggressive physically, from a sexual standpoint. She's getting nervous. She's getting triggered on all levels. Don't even realize that she's being triggered like this. She's closing up rejection to you because you've experienced that growing up. Mom no longer is kissing you and tucking you in bed at night, rejection. So now you're like, well, now I'm going to go self-medicate. I have this history of looking at porn, and now the way I self-medicate is watching this. So now I'm going to do the outward extension of that.
Yeah.
Now I'm over here hanging out with girls. One thing leads to another. Now you're over here smashing. Now it's triggering her. How did she ever find out when you first cheated on her?
Well, we were both triggering each other and didn't know it. Right. I was triggering her with my affection. She was triggering me by pushing away. I didn't just continuously, because I had this weird thing, man, where I would do it and feel guilty.
Would you tell?
Man, I'm tripping. No, heck no.
Okay.
No. So I would do it and be like, oh man, all right, you messed up, you did your thing. Again, but we kids at this point. We're 19,
so when the girls be running back to her?
Nah, they didn't do that either. I don't even know if those particular girls knew we were together.
You walking around holding hands on campus?
Not all of them was on campus. Not all of them was on campus.
Yeah,
I'm trying to dig back because this is 15 years ago.
That was a long time ago.
But I remember, I don't know how she knew. I don't think the original one or two or whatever she knew about, but I know we had a falling out because her and her friend, she suspected or something. Her and her friend used to have this thing on Facebook called Honesty Box. And it was where basically you send anonymous messages or whatever. So her and her friend had set up to send me anonymous messages to try to see if I would bite on the bait of another girl trying to flirt with me or something like that. I would have this, and it's again pattern. I'm cheating, now I'm faithful. Now I'm cheating, now I'm faithful. So in this point, I was faithful.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, no more girls. I felt terrible. That ain't it. We done made up or something. Like somehow we get to talking and we back in love again. So this Honesty Box message is coming in. I'm like, no, I'm good. Now I got a girl. And then I'm hearing ding in the other room. We got an apartment here.
Yeah.
And I'm like, so I sent another message, ding, went into the room, her inboxes, and I'm like, oh. So we fell out. She suspected me of cheating at that point, but she wasn't right about that.
Yeah.
And then from there, man, it was kind of all downhill because we got into a really bad argument. And
okay, so let me answer a question. Eugene Steele says, Danae got raped twice and Derrick wanted rough sex. That roughness caused Danae to have flashbacks of her terrible experiences. And Eugene, I do agree that him being rough with her did not help, but even he admitted that, and Danae admitted that she didn't tell Derrick about the grape experience that she had before meeting him until like 5 years later. So he was doing all this stuff unaware, and both of their stories match up as far as that is concerned. So far, both of their stories are matching up in different things that I've heard so far. But let's continue.
And all this other stuff.
Well, she said that in the times where she would catch you back in college, she would never tell you anyway. She would go in the closet and cry, and then you'll come like, hey, everything cool, and she'll be like, yeah, everything fine.
Well,
she'll say, it's my dad. I'm grieving the loss of my dad.
Yeah, that was a communication style, period. Without cheating, I may say something that offended her. I learned later on in therapy with her that sometimes my facial expressions while I'm listening would trigger her because I think her dad or something like had that going on. So a million things could be wrong with her, but then again, this dynamic of I'm begging for her to tell me what's wrong, and she don't. And I could take rejection maybe 1 or 2 days, but after 2 or 3 weeks or 2 or 3 months, now I'm starting to check out and detach without actually leaving. So it wasn't just the cheating that she wasn't talking about. She literally, if she had an issue, she held it in until she blew up.
She said that. She said she held something in like 10 years and then blew
a lot of stuff, man. It wasn't just that. It was a constant thing of, communication is key, but you're not communicating. And so I'm over here begging, trying. Because sometimes I'll be doing stuff and I wouldn't know it was bothering her. So for instance, I was kind of a flirt. So I would say, hey, beautiful or whatever to a girl, think nothing of it. But then she would hear that and be like, you call me beautiful. So understandably, she's offended. She's upset. Like, you tripping. Like, don't play with me like that. But she don't say anything. So she wasn't vocal, but she was expressive. Because it ain't like she just didn't talk. She showed that she was upset, but it was with, again, rejection, hostility, name calling, walking off in the middle of conversation. And that go on for weeks up until I pull away. Then she gets suspicious. One pattern over the next for the next however many years.
So when y'all graduated graduated college, what was the state of your relationship?
We had just broken up. So I found out about her.
So Danae, she seems to be this emotionally, how can I say, immature person. This is how he's describing her. And actually, when I listened to her interview, you know, the way that she described herself, is the same as what Derrick is saying here, because all of the stuff that he's saying right here, Danae said, I didn't tell him, I kept it to myself. She's an emotionally immature person. And I don't know if any of you have ever been in a relationship with someone who is a horrible communicator and they're emotionally immature, but they're like children. You know how children don't know how to communicate their feelings and their thoughts very well. So instead of communicating, they'll act out. Danae, did the same thing. She instead of her going to her husband and telling him how she feels, or going to her husband and talking to him about the trauma that she experienced, she will act out instead, and hoping that, I guess, he can read her mind, or trying to guilt him into doing what she wants him to do, or doing the right thing. And that right there is a recipe for disaster in any relationship, whether it be you just being girlfriend or boyfriend, or a marriage, because the person that you're with, they're not a mind reader. They don't have a crystal ball. What Derrick did, he knows, I mean, without her even having to say it, he knew that being a cheater was wrong. So she didn't have to tell him that. But she does have a responsibility to communicate how it makes her feel. She does have the responsibility, if she's going to be with this man any length of time and she expects to, him to be her husband, to communicate with him that she was hurt in the past. She does have that responsibility. So there's a lot of things that I'm hearing here that's problematic, as far as on Danae's behalf and his. Like I said, the cheating, definitely, he's an asshole for that. But as far as her, with this emotional immaturity and acting out things as if she's a child that can't talk, that's a huge problem. That's probably even bigger problem than the cheating, to be honest with you. Because dealing with someone that doesn't communicate at all, that right there, that wall that person puts up, you're never going to be able to penetrate it and get through to that person so that you can go towards healing. There's no healing with this person because this person needs to work out their personal issues first. Danae should never have gotten into a relationship so soon after her trauma. But I'll continue.
Her and a gentleman, I think she mentioned on the last podcast.
She said that she was trying to get you jealous or make you jealous about a coworker, that she said we created this thing to make it look like this is somebody I was dating to make you jealous. But
we remember that differently. If I pick that cup up and I pour with the contents in my mouth and I swallow, did I make it look like I was drinking? So we've always differed on this, by the way. So I'm not trying to just stir nothing up. No. So I had a nonprofit when I was in college. I wanted to tutor, mentor, all this other stuff. So one of the things we did was we held events. I had a Christmas event that was like that previous December toward the end of college. And I had saw her and the gentleman, the young guy, speaking for like an hour. Now, up until this point, Danae had always like tried to kind of be perfect in my eyes. Like I think she thought if she ever showed a flaw or whatever, I would just leave or something like that. So I was like, this is bold, at my events, like hundreds of people in there, but I can see her just chatting it up. So from December all the way until we graduated that late May or something like that, I had seen the cars together. I had seen all these different things. And
this is the coworker that she had.
Yeah, coworker, any classmate or something like that. So
this is a guy that Danae said that she used to get back at Derrick. And remember, she told us that her and this guy never had any type of sexual engagement with each other. So pay attention to the story.
Forward, and I'm thinking at this point, first off, we already coordinated where we're going to work after school. We're going to be in the same state, because I'm thinking like, I'm gonna do this. But at this point, I think it was really a lot of what she had been holding in, because I had been unfaithful. I had cheated and all this other stuff. I think she never fully expressed herself on how that affected her. So at this point, I think it started bubbling up to where she got really hostile. Like, man, if I don't care what you say. So she's out overnight. It's like, I went to sleep at the gas station. I'm like, went to sleep at the gas station? Went out again overnight.
Oh, y'all were staying together?
We were staying together.
Okay.
We started staying together like we were shacking up like year two.
So he said, so she left the house and then come back the next morning?
So like 9, 10 in the morning. And this was unlike her. She was not this type of girl, but she's wearing makeup now. I know she got some hood rat friends from Sonic where she worked, and I know she hanging with them. But I'm like, what is she doing? I'm not sure who's involved. So she did that 2 nights in a row. Then one night I came.
Good for you. What Danae did was she put the shoe on the other foot. Because I'm quite sure that when you were cheating on her, you were not coming home. You were not caring about how she felt. So good for you that she wasn't coming home. But let's continue.
Came home. I forget where I was at. I wasn't doing, at this point, I wasn't doing anything. Again, I kept going up and down. Came home in the shower. I came in just like me, bro. I'm very affectionate. My number one love language is physical touch. So first thing I do is get my kiss and hug. She's in the shower. I go right up in there. And while she's in the shower, she's wet. And she's like, and I'm like, what's up, baby? Kissed her, came on out, and the phone is on the counter with the messages up. And he's like, is he home? Can I slide? Da, 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 da. And I'm looking real quick and I see the name. She jumped out, wet, snatched the phone. And I was like, oh boy. Went to the living room. I searched the name on Facebook, saw some stuff. And I was like, that's the guy that she was talking. So long story short, man, that was a big blow up. And we broke up. And then years later, I had heard from some people he was around about what actually took place. And after we broke up, she had went and stayed the night and they did whatever they did. And it wasn't until we were married, because we had this thing where, hey, tell every sexual experience you've ever had.
Yep.
Where we were married. And she finally, after he done died a couple months earlier, said what all had actually transpired.
So she admitted to it.
Well, she did. She said, well, she didn't have sex while we were together, but it was afterwards. Me, I'm like, it pales in comparison to what I did. I am not going to get mad. Like, let's just keep it all the way G. So
so y'all heard that. He said that she told him that she didn't have sex with this guy while they were together, but it was afterwards. Meanwhile, in her interview, she said she never, ever, ever had sex with these guys. And so this is the first time that the information is clashing. So who's telling the truth? Did Danae smash, or was she an angel and she never had sex with this guy and she was just using him to make Derrick jealous? Is it that she gave Derrick the impression that she smashed? I mean, who's telling the truth here? But let's continue.
This way and get on to the next chapter. But we had the direct answers. We broke up. We broke up because of that. Her and whoever, I didn't care. I moved on, did my thing, but we stayed in touch. And when she moved where she moved to, we kind of reconnected sexually.
She said that at that point, well, first of all, let's go back to her personality, which is interesting because I've come to find out Danae said she used to be a fighter. She used to swing on people. She said somebody.
Okay, that's boring.
Liking the page and so on and so forth. I ain't know nothing about it.
Yeah.
But I was just speaking my piece on whatever I felt was true. But then that became too heavy. It was like, it's so dark and it induces this helplessness. And I don't know how people do it now when they get up and talk about that every day. It's not that it's not important. But anyway, I was just like, I kind of want to stick to just the lovey-dovey stuff, man. So I kept posting my poetry and, dear future wife, and all that stuff. But people, like now I got like 85,000 people are looking at my page. And now what they see is at least relationship conversation. And so then they would ask questions. And that's whenever, I don't even know what year that was. That had to be about closing on 2013 sometime. And I wasn't trying to give like this expert point of view. I was just more like big brother. You know what I'm saying? It's like, hey, this is what it is. I'm not no knight in white shining armor, but this is the truth on what you're talking about. And so they began curating more of the conversation now, the DMs, the comments and stuff like that. And little by little, they started going viral. I didn't know how to show the value in it because I ain't had no quotes in it or nothing like that. So then I was like, well, speaking. But I was deathly afraid of speaking. Really? I got booked for an hour, funny enough, in Molly Watt, Montgomery. And I think it was about $400 that I got paid. I had everything up in my mind.
Boring.
There could have been more etiquette in how I did some of those things.
How? Tell me how you have etiquette.
First off, I thought that was kind of messed up for the girls I had passing each other. I really was in savage mode. And then I think 1 or 2 times Danae would see like some condom wrappers or something like that. And I'm like, even though we're not together, she may be doing her thing. We know our history and we know the feelings that we got for each other. And especially whenever she got pregnant, we conceived Marley, I think New Year's Eve.
Okay, this was the part that I wanted to really get into.
I love even black women. If I say I love black women, I'm adoring black women. I'm sorry to those whites and non-blacks that get offended, but this is how I feel. So I stopped doing brand deals, and that's why I really learned business so I could be independent with my voice too.
That's real. And so then what initiated the move to Atlanta? You wanted to get closer to your mom, 4 hours drive, that y'all moved together in solidarity, that you say?
We planned it first. She had got a job down there. By this time, I was a full-time entrepreneur, but then we broke up right before we even went down there. We was making up and breaking up fools. So we went down there separately. She went to stay where she was at in Dunwoody. I forget where I stayed, Dallas, Georgia, something like that. And this was another long single season. We had 3 main tries that relationship. One in college, one right after college in North Carolina, and then the one in Atlanta.
And so when you say the single season, how long? I know it's hard to look back at that time. How long were you single and y'all still never just stopped dealing with each other? Ever,
No.
So we're not official together, but we still gonna be smashing, meeting up to smash. How long did that season last?
Maybe about a year. I would say this was in, I think it was like the second half of 2015. And then we didn't get together and operate as a couple until Marley was just about here. And that was in 2016, into 2016. So yeah, she went and did her thing. And from my understanding, not just single like we smashing, but she was on dates with other guys. Nothing wrong with that. And of course I was doing what I was doing.
So is this her comedy when she says, me and the girl, she said, I knew it. You know, I like having sex with them. We passing each other, men and women passing each other in the hallways. Is that comedy or for real?
I don't know why she said that. Because I told her a story about two girls passing each other. There's no way in heck I would have her, because I know her temper. You know what I'm saying? I never seen her fight, but I know her temper. She gonna make stuff uncomfortable. No way I would have her around any other woman that I was actually smashing. But there was a situation I told her. So maybe I think as she was talking like us, as everybody who's, sleeping with Derrick. But yeah, there were two girls that passed each other up on the staircase. Because I never lied. Like, this is what I'm on. I'm single now. I'm deep in my whole phase. And I'm going to win All-American honors in it.
See, that's what I'm talking about. So if you can be 10 toes down and be honest like that, I can't do nothing but respect that. Because women say that that's what they desire. They like for a man to be straight up honest, so they'll know how to move accordingly. And so you're telling me that in that phase, you were straight up like, which she said, that it was like that.
There's no perceived relationship. There's none of that. Now, there could have been more etiquette in how I did some of those things.
How? Tell me how you have etiquette.
First off, I thought that was kind of messed up for the girls I had passing each other. I really was in savage mode. And then I think 1 or 2 times in there would see like some condom wrappers or something like that. And I'm like, even though we're not together, she may be doing her thing. We know our history and we know the feelings that we got for each other. And especially whenever she got pregnant. We conceived Marley, I think New Year's Eve or what have you, and going into 2016. And, we continued engaging sexually, but she's pregnant now. And then I was still out here doing my thing with whoever, whenever I felt like it, because we were not together, and it was well understood. But again, that's kind of whenever she found out through the videos and stuff like that. Now, how she told me she found out, I'm not sure exactly if this is it, but she went and got a new phone. It was logged into my Google Cloud because we haven't logged into each other's email, and that allowed her to see everything. And I'm like, again, I'm kind of freaky. So I was recording a lot of stuff. I was just recording a lot of stuff. I like to see it or whatever. I like that better than porn, to TMI. But
you say you like to see yourself.
I like to see myself. I'm inspired by me in that regard. So she saw all of that. And
wow, what a narcissist. What a narcissist. But I want to go ahead and welcome to the stream Demetrius Higashikata. So what do you think about what you're hearing so far?
At first I was a bit dismissive, but then I was like, you know what? Let me not immediately dismiss this guy. Instead, I'll just string him up and make an example out of him. All right, so you hear how this guy is talking, right? He's being very careful with the language that he's using. I take this guy as nothing more than a emotional and mental abuser. And if you know anything about those type of people, they are very careful with their wording and they are very purposeful when they do stuff and say things. And they know how the other person feels or if, say, like, for example, somebody is an overthinker or something, so they'll say something in a specific way instead of reassuring their partner. This dude is a classic example. It's bluntness without compassion. He just said it. He said he could have done things differently, but the truth of the matter is he was grown enough to know not to say things in the way that he did. So, I mean, I don't know. What are your thoughts on what I just said?
I think that you're spot on because, even though he's sitting there making it seem as if it's no big deal what he did and that they weren't together, he knew that Danae had those feelings for him. And even though, and whether or not he knew or even if he cared, because I don't even think he cared, he was just focused on his needs. And even with him having a baby on the way, I mean, to me, things are serious when you and a person are, in a sexual relationship and you all are about to have a baby. Like, he's not saying that he's not dealing with her anymore. He's still dealing with her. And on top of that, he's knocking her up. You know, and he's saying that he's making a conscious effort to keep her away from the other women. So, I mean, basically, you're pretty much separating Danae from the other women, not because you don't want her blowing up and causing problems, but because she is separate from these other women in your eyes. So he knew exactly what he was doing. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Demetrius.
I mean, yeah, but like this is why I don't fuck with cheaters. I'm sorry being so, vulgar. But like me and my homeboys, like we already know, like we've had to cut a few people off just because they're just cheaters, and we can't trust people like that.
Exactly. Amanika Mama Max in the house. She says he is a person to sex and that's it. Don't have his baby. He's candy, good to look at. I agree, Amanika. Let me go ahead and give you a round of applause. I'm telling you, I would get that candy. Candy, 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 baby. Oh, yeah.
You have to think about how heinous that is, Faith. Like he knocked this woman up and then he's gonna treat her poorly, even as she's carrying the child. I just can't get down with that. I don't know. It just irks my soul.
To me, it gets serious, when you guys start bringing children into the situation. So you just gonna keep getting your roll out, knowing that you finna be a daddy, though. Come on. But let's continue.
And regardless of how she found it, man, I just was like, it's like, what the F am I thinking? She's pregnant and she had to see that. Single or not, she's pregnant and she had to see that.
Let me ask you this. This is something that she said on the podcast or before, whatever. She's been pregnant by you multiple times and didn't conceive, right?
Yeah. We didn't carry.
Right, it didn't carry. And so when you had Marley, that's the first child?
That was the first time we actually had. We had gotten pregnant prior to that in North Carolina, but she miscarried. And then before that were abortions.
Definitely. Have my condolences, totally. And so what made you decide, or y'all decide, to give birth to Marley?
Well, earlier in our years, we were just kids and we felt like we're being irresponsible if we bring them in, really thinking of ourselves at that time, not thinking about, the God factor or anything like that. So by the time we got to North Carolina, it did take a toll on her, even those experiences. And, for me, my whole stance was, even though we created this together, it's your body that has to carry it. So whatever you want, I'm on. And in North Carolina, we wanted it, but she miscarried. So when Marley came about, it was like, oh, it's game time if we can actually carry. It really wasn't even much of a discussion. The moment we weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, but the moment she let me know, I told her, you ain't got to do this alone. Like, I hope you know I'm all in. And I was. Every doctor's visit, I didn't miss one. I told her she didn't have to work and I was going to take on every bill, and I did. So she didn't work from that point until all the way, honestly, until we divorced her. I filed for divorce. But that was my whole mindset.
You said all in was we're in a relationship at this point? Or
no, when I mean all in, I was still not thinking we could work in a relationship. I also had
to be a present father.
I'm absolutely.
Yeah.
Because probably more than I wanted to be a husband, man. I wanted a family. I wanted to be a dad.
Because of what you were lacking growing up.
That was my major pain point.
Yep.
I see, and I had to learn this in therapy, man. Like, as much as we know we cultivate a version of a woman, she exists outside of us.
Of course.
Well, it's easy to say that, but then when you in it and you know that you're doing this, and this, it wasn't just financial. If she called me at any time, I don't care. If she wanted me to run to a place and get her some food at 1 or 2 in the morning, it's like whatever. And I'm sitting there building that into, that's going to produce a certain version of her. But that mindset didn't allow her to experience remaining trust issues with me, postpartum depression.
Oh yeah,
all of these different things. They ain't got nothing to do with how I'm treating her.
Right.
So without considering that, man, I personalized everything going into even the.
But you were treating her like that during the postpartum. I mean, you're making the postpartum depression worse. Like,
I was just about to say that. I was just about to say that. Like, one thing that stood out to me, right, was he said that she carried multiple of his seeds, right? Think about how he contributed to the downfall of each of those situations. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure the treatment of the pregnant woman directly affects the development of the child.
Yes, it does.
All right, then.
Well, I want to also welcome to the stage Mr. Business Minded Talk. BMT's in the house. So, what do you think about what you've heard so far?
Oh yeah, he's definitely selling a book or some shit. I mean, hey, if you gotta go out, you might as well go out and try to recuperate whatever kind of funds or whatever kind of thing you're doing. You know what I'm saying? Put on a nice fitted shirt, some tight pants, some church shoes, and yeah, go ahead and tell this bullshit ass story. It sounds like a Tubi TV story special, and yeah, I think he studied very well what she said on her doggone thing. Because how's it one minute you doing you're laughing at her, now all of a sudden, oh yeah, we got to heal and all this other. Man, get out of here with that bullshit, man. You're saying doggone churning words, man. This is some dumbass shit. So, yeah, I mean, honestly, with the thing he's pointing at, and granted, they already went over his legal travels. They weren't hopping around because of some damn baby. They were hopping around because they couldn't afford certain living accommodations. So he had liens. They had financial issues and shit. Had no damn baby. So, and granted, she already talked about walking out on him. So this is very funny that, I mean, the stuff was already put out there, but now he's trying to tell his story. You know what I'm saying? You can tell with his hand gestures, the way he's moving his face and shit. Straight clown. Like I said, I was there for everything. How are you there for everything? And times when she was pregnant, you was staying in other apartments and shit.
You know what? It's funny that he doesn't mention that.
Remember what I said, Faith? He's very careful in the way that he says things. Very careful. Because he's trying to save face at the same time.
He's trying to, this was a coach story. This is a coach story of you were there for everything, but then you were staying and sleeping in other apartments, or you were going out there with other women. So how are you there for everything?
And don't discount the women's stories on Tasha K's.
Yeah, but the women said that the women knew that she was pregnant. Yeah, that part. Yeah, it's wild. The girls, the women.
True. That is true.
So,
but let's
so the
play a
women.
little. I'm
My
sorry.
bad. No, go ahead. No, I'm just saying that's a very interesting, volatile thing. And you brought it up about when you showed the white woman talking about women that when a man messes around with other partners and brings it back to the woman. Now, I'm just gonna tell y'all, but I'm pretty sure I'm pretty good in baby analogy. A woman's body is way more reactive when she's pregnant. So if you going around, peeping down women while your woman is pregnant, that pH, mixing those pHs can be very deadly.
What do you
Yeah.
think about the part when she said that men should be arrested or put in jail for stepping out on their wives?
I agree.
That's dumb.
I agree too.
They should be
No, I agree. And here's let me tell you why I agree, Mella. You want to discourage a culture of dishonesty. That's it.
That does it.
Yeah, in the military, that's punishable. Like, for real.
That's a UCMJ, correct? That's a UCMJ where what they do, they give you a chapter, put you in the barracks.
No, you're actually impounded, as they say. You go into the brig, as they say. You are in jail. Like, they take your pay, they dishonorably discharge you, but first you got to do time. Up to a year. You do a year in jail, the military version of jail. I guess they call it Leavenworth, I don't know. But you do a year in the military version of jail. You are honorably discharged with no pay. That's a lot to submit for some fly by night good times, isn't it?
Yeah,
And
that
that's what that
is.
woman was saying. She was like,
They
um,
don't do that anymore. I looked it up. They don't do that anymore. They haven't done that in years. They don't put you in the break for that. They just discharge you, and they also take your pay.
oh, so there's no more year in jail. Okay.
No, that's a waste of funds.
They just take your money. All right.
Yeah, but
Anyway,
now
that's what
AP
she was
from the Bronx
advocating.
was also in the military. She says adultery is a serious offense in the military. Anybody that's military, if you want to come up and just kind of explain your thoughts. Mela was also in the military too. I don't know how
Absolutely.
long Mela was in and BMT was in. So a lot of people in the military, you
Long
guys are
enough to
kinda-
witness some consequences that I've observed. Like there were people that were and this is the thing that is mysterious to me. How did somebody find out? Like, is it just a he say, she say thing, or do you have to produce evidence? I never did get the gist as to how it's proven that some military person cheated on their spouse.
It's evidence. You have to produce evidence, and that the spouse is found. If one of the parties is found to be fraudulent, and what they're putting onto the other person,
Like
then
pictures, videos.
you got to produce
Hopefully
that.
it's not word of mouth, because that's fucked up.
Okay, well, I have Hustler and Muscular on the panel, as well as AP from the Bronx, and they're also military. All the military people coming out. Yay!
Oh Lord, I
We're
might have
gonna
to drop
start
down.
with
I can't do
Hustler
too
and
much.
Muscular, and then move
No,
over
don't
to
go.
AP.
I don't want to hear all this shit.
Why is
What's up,
BMT
Hustler?
leaving?
Huh?
We love
Is
you.
BMT
Don't
leaving?
go.
Well, there's too many
Are
vets.
you
That's why I don't need to
leaving?
be.
Why are you
Too
leaving?
many what?
I can't be on with too many vets, man. It's just I
Are
like
you
it spread out.
suffering from PTSD?
No, I just found all of y'all are annoying after a while.
What?
But, yeah.
Wow.
I walk
BMT.
away. I put my headphones down and I walk away and fiddle faddle and then come back when I get annoyed. I feel you on that.
So BMT, do you want us to sing some of those military songs? Will that make you feel better?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Okay. All right. I was because I got some,
Let's take the focus off him so he won't get annoyed and he'll chime in when he's ready.
Okay, so yeah, let's go over to Hustler and Muscular. What's up, Hustler?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can. Loud and
Yep.
clear.
All right. Now to answer the initial question, yes, as a veteran myself, I can attest to the fact that if you have an affair behind your spouse's back, you can be honorably dishonorably discharged. So yes, that does happen. I've heard story after story after story of soldiers going overseas cheating on their wives or whatever, or getting cheated on themselves, and yes, that can result in an honorable discharge. So yes, just wanted to confirm that does happen more often than y'all think.
Okay, so we got a confirmation from another military person. And what's up, AP? What branch of the military were you in? By the way, Hustler and Muscular.
I was 6 years in the National Guard, 8 months in the reserves.
All right, and
that ain't the real military.
Oh
Hey,
my
It's
God.
part of the military, ain't
you
it?
can get called. You can get called.
Here we
You just
go.
kill people on the weekend. That's it.
Man, y'all playing. That ain't
And
the
I
real
wouldn't have it any other. I wouldn't
That
have
ain't
it any other
commitment.
way.
That ain't
I wouldn't have it
commitment.
any
That's
other
playing
way.
around.
So we gonna be
That's
some
a
military
hobby.
snobs. We got military snobs on the panel hierarchy. Okay, so Mella, what part of the military were you in?
I was a bomb loader in the Air Force, baby. I was in the real Air Force. I wasn't sitting behind a desk. I actually defended this country. And dare I say, I still suffer from the guilt of destroying villages of people in order to maintain our way of life here in this country. You're welcome.
Thank you for,
Thank you for your
thank you for your
service.
service. All right, AP, what branch of the military were you in?
In the
I was in the
WTF is
Army.
laughing.
I was in the Army.
Army.
BMT, you gonna stop that laugh.
Okay,
Bro, you
BMT.
still survivor's guilt for loading the bombs up? Well, thank you for giving me bombs to blow motherfuckers up. Thank you.
Missiles destroyed people.
No, nobody give a shit. Them people gone. We can move on. You over here.
Well, maybe you aren't sensitive like I am.
Huh? You're sensitive?
Yeah.
I thank you
Goodness.
for your bomb.
BMT, what part of the
Anyway, she was
military
talking
were
to
you
somebody
in?
else.
Huh?
What part of the military were you in?
Well, one part I was in the Army. I was in the Army. I did EOD, air assault, as well as I did infantry, and as well as tactical. Well, I can't go. Yeah, I just did that too. I did a lot of bad things for my country.
And that's what I'm saying. I can't lay people out and act like I didn't take part in it.
Oh, later. Go get a drink, Bella. You'll be all right. I can promise you. Sometimes those things don't even go off when I want
Remember
them to
the time you told me I was married to Jesus? I ain't forgot about that. I still
You
owe
are.
you one, BMT.
You are married to Jesus.
All
No,
right,
I still owe you
y'all.
one.
Let's not be personal here. We're gonna get back to Derrick Jaxn, but I do want to welcome Mr. Dre to the panel. What's up, Dre?
How you doing?
I'm doing good. So what did you want to add to the conversation? Are you also military, or did you want to talk about Derrick Jaxn?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Recently retired from the Navy, did 21 years, and
That's
the
what's
thing
up.
with
That's what's up.
the fraternization or cheating on your wife and stuff like that, it depends. It's case by case, but usually you don't get discharged, and usually you don't even get busted down. They take your money for typically 2 months, and you might be on some restriction or like a community service program, and that's about it.
And they got to prove it too. And they have to
And they got to
prove
prove it, right? Like the cases where people get kicked out, it's like something crazy, like a Tyler Perry movie, that they just did too much, and the captain is or general is like, okay, you got to go. But in general, that doesn't happen.
Okay. All right. All right. So you guys ready to hear some more of this Derrick Jaxn story time?
Roll
Let's do it.
Did you pull this shit off that we got a whole military panel? Like, what the fuck, man? Is this some reunion shit?
BMT, come hush.
This was planned, BMT.
Engagement
Oh
and
my
on
God.
forward, man. So yeah, that was my thinking. Like, we're gonna make this work no matter what.
Am I in the VFW now? Jesus Christ. Where's my drink?
It was meant to be.
This is a mini military operation. This is a mini A-team.
Sit down, 18. Sit down.
Y'all made Dre drop.
Okay,
The
y'all.
serendipity of it all.
Can we get back to the Derrick Jaxn story? Y'all.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Y'all get on my nerves.
But we already know Derrick is
And
a
when you decide to
womanizer.
marry her, you made up in your mind, I am done with all these women. This is my wife. I'm going to be an honest man that covers my wife properly.
When I made up to just get engaged with her, I had burnt all the bridges.
Oh, you did?
But the thing was, with me, my boundaries were loose at
Explain.
best.
So boundaries I had bad boundaries when I was married. So I just want to hear what you consider bad boundaries.
So I may have a woman that I slept with before, even in our singleness. I may have a woman I had sexual history with before, and I have no problem carrying on small talk. That's one boundary.
Right.
Going out where I knew somebody else was going to be there, that's a loose boundary. It's like, somebody that you had sexual history with is at this place. There was one situation where a girl that I had some sexual history with, she did some work down in Atlanta, so she was flying in way before she had asked me to give her some books or something like that. And I kept that commitment to meet up with her and give her books instead of telling her or just telling her, no, things have changed since the last time. So these are the types of things that I didn't notice until way later. Danae would see or have whatever and have a problem with.
Of course.
Because even if a girl is hitting me up saying, D, my mom loves your stuff. My colleague, is a fan of yours. And I reply like, oh man, thanks. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate that. I hope everything is well. Danae sees that at the corner of her eye when she goes to my phone and says he's talking to women.
Yep.
So for somebody who hasn't healed, it's triggering all over again.
Of course she would.
But in my
You're
mind, I ain't
cheating on
smashing these
her.
women. For any woman that I'm even having a loose boundary with, I'm curving women 10 times more. So on into engagement, that was the first time I was like, okay, I don't know if I can do this. Because at this point, man, I done got her books. I got a therapist because I'm not getting the version of her I think I'm supposed to get. I'm faithful. I'm provisional. I'm still asking about what we can do to fill up her love tank, but she's hostile. She's closed off. At times, she's emasculating with how she talks. Of course, the sex is not even close to being there. And then she said, we need to go to counseling.
That's why I'm glad you went right there. Then what happened in counseling? Because that's
fault
where
is that,
she said she
Derrick?
revealed, this is before y'all got married, right? And this is where she revealed I had been raped before, right? In this counseling session, that this happened. When did she mention that she had saw stuff in your phone and all that stuff? Was that in this counseling session?
No, she already had told me in real life she had saw the stuff, but this is where we're going to deep dive through all those things. And at first I was reluctant, I ain't gonna lie to you, man, because it's like, why is the relationship only in trouble when you're unhappy? Why is it that I've been telling you stuff, I'm not getting what I need, I'm paying for personal trainers to help fix your self-esteem, so you can get back in shape, I'm paying for the therapist, the books, the podcast, I'm doing everything, rubbing feet, backs, everything.
Stop the video.
And you
Thank
should
you.
pay. And you should pay.
Yeah.
What do you guys
Faith,
think
I
about
want to say this to the women in the chat and your audience, okay?
Okay.
So this is kind of like the inverse of what the manosphere talks about, right? Don't ever put yourself in a position is as if you're like in servitude of a person like this, because the truth is you were never enough. You were never going to be enough. The way that he's saying it is an excuse that he's making for his shortcomings. That's why I was ad-libbing saying, and whose fault was that? And the fault is on who? She's closed off for a reason. That's because you hurt her. And then you're sitting up here trying to frame it a certain way. I just, man, y'all got it.
Okay, I'm gonna be mammy real quick, right? What I will say is that when a woman enters a relationship with unresolved pain, it is not a foreign concept that she will be quirky, right? It's like 1 minute she's swinging from the chandelier sexually, the next minute she's like, don't touch me. That confuses the partner. You know, I think that she exercised more mood swings than he was able to handle. And I'm not excusing his stepping outside of the marriage behavior. What I'm saying is that if she's giving him mixed signals, like, yeah, baby, I'm everything you need, and then switches up, it kind of sends mixed signals. So that's my mammy moment.
All right, guys. So I'm gonna go ahead and play just a little bit more part one. I really want to get into part two because part two is where all the saucy, juicy stuff happens. When he really, really lets his hair down, and you won't believe what you're hearing. So let's get through this. Let me fast forward this a little bit.
You just say, I'm not going.
No, because I felt like, you're not even approaching this genuinely. And at this point, I was questioning if I wanted to go through with the marriage.
I was about to ask you. So y'all still, but you didn't.
Okay, we know about that.
I teach acting and I'm a director. But if you lie to me, I just need to go back into my mama womb because everything you're saying, you're 10 toes down in what you're saying and you're being authentic. So thank you for showing up.
Okay, so this is the end. So we're going to play a little bit of this.
And all that stuff. Was that in this counseling session?
No, she already had told me in real life she had saw the stuff, but this is where we're going to deep dive through all those things. And at first I was reluctant, I ain't gonna lie to you, man, because it's like, why is the relationship only in trouble when you're unhappy? Why is it that I've been telling you stuff, I'm not getting what I need, I'm paying for personal trainers to help fix your self-esteem, so you can get back in shape, I'm paying for the therapist, the books, the podcast, I'm doing everything, rubbing feet, backs, everything, and it's not enough, and I'm hurt by that, but then whenever you feel upset, now you're ready to save the relationship. So I was reluctant at first, I ain't gonna lie, but I'm like, I'm engaged now, we got a little baby, let's do this. Let's go.
Was already born at this point?
Yeah, Marley's already there. She was there like maybe 8 months old. She was very young. And then the counselor, and this was kind of really made it.
Can I say something real quick?
He immediately went into rescuer mode.
Okay.
Danae is a lot.
Who is this?
It's like, this is Dimitri.
Okay.
I see what some of the online therapists are saying about him now. It's like this lack of empathy. He said something, I think it was like, why is the relationship in trouble only when you feel slighted or like when you feel like you're not getting something you need? And it's like he has demonstrated the inability to understand the position or mental space that he has put her in through all his unfaithfulness. So it's
Hold
not
on,
that
Demetri. Hold on now. You
What?
heard him say that he was faithful to her in the beginning of their relationship until she started pushing him away by rejecting his advances, not knowing that she had unresolved issues from a assault.
Right.
I question his point of view.
All right.
But she said it herself in her interview that those two things match. Both of them are saying the same thing.
Oh, for real? Oh,
Yeah.
I'll shut up then.
All right, so let's
I
continue.
like your voice though.
Mella, really.
Whose voice? Demetrius?
The man stroking.
He sounds so cute.
He sounds, I know, he sounds brainy, right? Like he's real intelligent.
Brainy, he just sounds agreeable. Like, you know, like, hey,
Oh
whatever
no,
you want to do.
if he disagrees with you, he will let you know.
Play
He'll
the
spell
video.
it out.
Play the
He'll
video,
spell it
Faith.
out.
God damn, play the video.
Oh, my bad. We upsetting BMT. My bad. Okay.
Yeah, then BMT's unsexy, gruff voice cuts in here. No, I'm just playing. Let me play the video.
Better at accessing her emotions, especially painful emotions, than I ever have been. So me and her together, I'm big and I'm extroverted. I can talk a little bit. She's a soft voice and, just look like she just been held in a basement or something like that. So we going and talking, and immediately she goes in about all the hard things I had done in the previous relationship. So me, ignorant, I never considered all the previous, because I'm like, hold on, in between time, we single, you've been dating. Yeah. I'm thinking especially because she got her lick back. Yeah. She got her lick back. And I mean, call me what you want, but I still feel to an extent. Once you get your lick back and you even the score, I don't want to, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like you went in one of the guys, and I don't know if she slept with him or nothing like that, but it was one of my homies. She knowingly did this. I did that to make you upset. She went for guitar lessons and learned everything she needed to know in one night. I was like, okay, well, my chest hurt just like your chest.
Learned everything you needed to know in one night.
But I'm like, you wasn't bad for doing that. Anybody would be, first off, on timing. Then secondly, to make me, you know what I'm saying? My chest hurt just like hers did. Yeah. All right, cool. So when we in this counseling session, back to here, 2017, she going in, and I'm in the present of all the things I've been doing. It's the first time I've come this hard for the relationship ever. And, financial aspect and the security. I'm got down on one knee. I can't do no more than what I've done. But she talking about me like I'm a dog. And the only thing that exists is all the negatives. I ain't done a single positive, So he not only allowed her to say that, he said, now you got this hard voice with me already. I ain't even said nothing. You don't say a word. Not until y'all come back on another session. So it was tough because I'm like, man, my feelings are obsolete the moment that she talked. And she crying and everything. So I get it. But I'm like, man, this ain't it for somebody who already deals with shame, wounds, abandonment, all this other stuff. We did do like one more session. And in that time, I found out she was texting the personal trainer under a woman's name. She had been searching them on Facebook. She had lied about some other stuff. So after that, bro, and she went and said some things that weren't true in the counseling. I didn't want to go no more.
You just say, I'm not going.
No, because I felt like, you're not even approaching this genuinely. And at this point, I was questioning if I wanted to go through with the marriage.
I was about to ask you. So y'all still, but you didn't end the engagement.
Didn't end anything. A big repetitive pattern of, I'm pissed, I'm detached, I'm mentally checking out, I'm going to show up as a worse version of myself, but I ain't letting you go. So that's a little bit of ego. It's a little bit of abandonment wounds, whatever you want to call it. We both didn't let each other go, no matter how much we was detaching.
That's interesting. I want to stop part one right here because.
Okay, so that's it for part one. What do you guys think about part one?
That marriage counseling bias was messed up. Like, that marriage counselor treated him in like, yeah, that was not cool. That he was mistreated in counseling. That was not cool.
Well, I mean, he did, do a great deal of the cheating in the relationship. So, it sounds to me like this is what I think he did in counseling. It sounds to me like he tried to play the victim himself, because that's what he's coming off as right now. Like, I'm a victim too, but you're
That's
doing
what I was getting at. Yeah.
They're both victims.
What you say, Hustler?
They're both victims.
I said that perhaps they're both victims. I mean, they sound like two toxic time bombs ready to tick, and they've already exploded. We've already passed that.
We've already crossed that bridge. The time bomb been exploded some months, maybe a year ago.
So let me explain it for somebody who's been in marriage counseling. So what happens is this. So you're going to take the person who has the most suppressed voice and you're going to make a safe space for them to get out everything. Because if they're shut down, they don't feel like they have anything to say or lose. They start becoming volatile, especially if they have children or other people. You want them to get it out. Because there's nothing worse than a vitriol person walking around the house. So thinking that you can use money, gifts, and hey, you could do this, you could do that. Mind you, you can go get your body back right. So saying that person going to interpret that as, okay, so my body's not good enough for you. This is not good enough for you. And yeah, we get it that they have some kind of trauma or therapy, but you're not the one to fix that. They actually needed some type of therapy that actually properly let that out. So I've been there with a therapist that says, hey, like, don't say nothing. Let this person just speak. And see, that's a problem when, especially when you're on a panel or just hell, not even a panel, you're at a session. And I already found out he already broke the code because you literally just started talking about something a therapist and you and your wife shared. And you're now sharing it on the media. People to now judge. And that's pretty fucked up. That means this man has no type of empathy or soul to literally start sharing that type of stuff. So, I mean, honestly, it kind of fucks him over when it comes to whatever's going to happen at court. Like, again, that's why he said, well, I'm going to tell my side of the story so that way my kids, like, what is your last will or testament? Like, so he's already, he should have never, the fact that a man is already talking about the privacy of a therapy session that's put between y'all two, that just means this man has no depth of how low he will go. So,
but
oh yeah,
Danae
he's trying to
also,
save his brand. That's for sure.
well, but Danae also talked about the therapy sessions, so it's not
We-
like he hasn't done anything that Danae hasn't already done on the show.
but we're looking at it right. Hold on. We're looking at it right now, Faith. Now we already went in on Danae. Now he's the subject. So showing that, hey, how he's trying to say he's trying right now. His talking point, but he's the defense. He's trying to gain the empathy. Correct. He's trying to gain
it
the
sounds
empathy of
like
the.
it, yeah.
So guess what? So she's already been dragged repeatedly by everybody. She's already been dragged. Now it's to that level where, hey, I'm gonna tell y'all why I'm fucked up. So damn if I do, damn if I don't. Now all of a sudden he's telling his thing, well, I did pornography, or I had this, or I had that. Okay, so cool. Now we're looking at that, yeah, so I cheated, but can't she have let that shit go? Can't she get over it? I mean, damn. Like my nigga, like shit, like how bad did you fuck her up? How many times did you kept repeatedly getting her pregnant? Like these kind of things build up all kinds of assortments of variables and algorithms. Even I know that shit. I mean, how many goddamn times you gotta go to the doctor and be told, hey, you lost another one, you lost another one, you lost another one. So after a while, like shit, the fuck are we doing? So we know she's crazy, but I definitely know both of them are fucking crazy. Like they are not healthy at all. So this story that he's trying to paint, but I'm about to shut up about it, is simple. This motherfucker is very manipulative to a high level. So, all right, that's all I gotta say. Yeah, he already violated the marriage code. I'm just saying, wow, he's not a protector. You can go ahead. I don't want to be long-winded, people.
All right. Well, you guys ready for part 2?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So to segue into part 2, because this is going to be a doozy, y'all. I chose a song, an old rap song. Do you guys remember that rapper? What was his name? K Solo. He did that rap, "Your Mom's in My Business." So I'm going to start off with this.
Your mom's, why is she so nosy? Your mom's, why is she so nosy? Your mom's, why is she so nosy? Your mom's in my business, she's in my business. Can't you see, girl, your mom is trying to end this? Your mom's in our business. I tell your mom to mind our business. Before I let go. When I first met your mom, I gave your mom respect. But now I see she knows me, I see that she suspects I'm some bad guy. I don't know why. You have to tell your mother lies about you and I. Now when you first told me, she said that was a no-no. Cause I my haircut and people call me Solo. Before the time you said you really didn't care. Now you tell me to change my name or even cut my hair. How would you ever go become somebody's wife and at the age of 22 you let your mother run your life? Me, I'm not the type to tell your moms to get lost, yell out loud to flip and get my point across. See, I think you should tell your moms to leave us two alone and stop reading all love letters and he's dropping on the phone. Cause if you really like me, you let your mommy know she got her mind on business. Before I let go. Your mom is in our business, she's in our business. Can't you see, girl? Your mom's trying to end this. Your mom's in our business. Now tell your mom to mind our business. Before I let go. Your mom's in our business, she's in our business. Can't you see, girl, that your mom's trying to end this? Your mom's in our business. Now tell your mom to mind our business. Before I let go. Remember your sister and her boyfriend Sam C. Your mama's the real reason why your sister lost a man. Home and Sam went together for a real long time. But Sam controlled her body while your mom controlled her mind. Not saying she was hurt when your mom made them break up. Deep down I can tell though your sister wanted to make up with Sam because she wanted to become his wife. And now she can't do that because your mother runs a life. Like you, baby, you do the same things too. You always want to do the crazy things your mommy wants you to do. Like when we went to the movie, she had to come along. I went back and forth and back for peanuts and popcorn. She took advantage because I was living fat. I couldn't even watch the movie. She kept me running back for something that she wanted somewhere else in the store. I walked and got it all in all till the message was no more. And when I got back to the car, she took her time to move over. When I sat in the car, my movie was like over. I was mad, hurt. I didn't want to talk. Deep down, I wanted you and your mommy both to walk. I took you home anyway. Like what the heck, cause I was raised to treat people's mothers with respect. But when we got to your home, we wasn't left alone. She waited there in the car with us until I headed home. You called me on the phone saying you were alone, but that's a lie, cause I heard your mom's breathing on the phone. And if you really like me, just let your mom know she should mind her business. Before I let go. Your mom's in my business, she's in my business. Can't you see, girl, your mom is trying to end this? Your mom's in our business. I tell your mom to mind her business. Without a doubt, me, like when I come to your house, she'll ask me crazy questions that start looking in my mouth. Her friends start laughing and I feel just like a jerk. I told them I don't know where my mom and dad work. I really know where they work, but that's between them and me. See, I can't be putting mom and dad's business in the street, cause if I told her my parents both work for the state, right after that she would ask me how much money do they make. Then she go around the town bragging and boasting, telling the neighborhood what my family's grossing. Your mom's, why is she so nosy? She plays me like a game, but I'm no ring around the rosy. I even seen your dad at the family barbecue. He said I don't see nothing wrong with my daughter seeing you, but it's your wife, mister. She don't think that I'm charming. She thinks she's Mr. Whipper, and she'll think I squeeze a shaman. I promise I won't do this to your daughter, Carmen. Cause when I'm with girls, my reputation is not harming. If I'm not on tour, I'm working out at my house. I'll pick your daughter up sometime and even take her out. And every time I try to do this, I see without a doubt your wife will follow me around like she's a cop on a stakeout. And when I told the man that, I thought that he would help me out till he said I can't tell her nothing. She kicked me out the house. See, I know you girls. 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 I know you mothers love you and they're concerned. But if you don't solve your own problems, then how can you learn? And guys, if you're in a relationship like this, don't be afraid to tell your girlfriend, tell her mom to mind her business. But after me and you, girl, I'd rather stay solo, cause your mom can mind her business. I'ma have to let you go. Go, 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 go. Because your mom is in my business, your mom's in our business, she's in our business. Can't you see, girl? Your mom's trying to end this, your mom's in our business. Now tell your mom to mind our business, business. Your mom's in our business, she's in our business. Can't you see, girl? Your mom's just trying to end this, your mom's in our business. Now tell your mom to mind our business, business. Ow, 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 ow.
All right, y'all. All right. So I know some of y'all on the panel too young to remember K Solo, but there's a reason why I segue into this part 2 of Dear Future Wifey podcast. Now, part 2 is actually entitled all the questions you want to have answered. But I'm going to title this Your Mom's in My Business. And I did that for a reason. So I'm going to go ahead and get right to it. Hold on a second. We're going to get right into part 2, y'all. Derrick Jaxn. Hold on, let me go out of this. Here we go. Where's part 2? Here we go. All right, without further ado.
Outside of kinship. How are you reconciling that, being the voice for caring for a woman's heart, but then privately destroying the woman you had at home?
Resentment. That was the denial I needed. It was like, if you would do anything and feel like you right in doing it, if you feel hurt enough, pissed off enough, disrespected, or taken for granted enough. These are a lot of the things that I was saying to her, like, man, you taking me for granted. Ain't nothing to do with nothing physical or superficial. It's like how much I'm sacrificing for you.
Love is a treasure chest, but once opened, our hearts become vulnerable.
I went back to Vegas. It was this guy. He appeared as a friend. Sure enough, it led to infidelity.
Alignment can't be ignored.
We talked about certain topics as far as having kids. She didn't want to have kids.
Fast forward through this. Nice intro, though.
Subscription button and subscribe. Make sure you turn on your notification bell so you'll be notified about upcoming episodes. We're trying to hit 500K subscribers, and we're about a little less than 75,000. I don't know what it'd be at this point. 75,000 away. Thank y'all so much for the exponential growth that we've experienced on the Dear Future Wifey podcast in just 3 years. Thank y'all so much. If you're listening to us on streaming platforms, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, you name it, make sure that you leave a review, and make sure that you subscribe on Apple Podcasts and receive downloads every time we drop one. Well, this is part 2 of the episode, You Reap What You Sow, with my homie, Derrick Jaxn. What's going on, brother?
Nothing much, man.
So the first episode was pretty good. How you feel?
I feel good. I feel comfortable. Yeah, I'm glad to know that you ain't gonna bite my head off. I was a little bit nervous, man.
Do you feel like, did you come in here with a little bit of guards up? You made a comment. You was like, hey, you thought that I had DM'd you prior, like a few years. We say what year?
2014.
2014. I said that was my boy Bashay.
Okay.
Shout out to Bashay Williams. You said he reached out to you about using Dear Future Wife.
Yeah.
And you said that at that time you was a hothead, and you was like, what?
Man, forget you. Forget you. Praise the Lord.
He said, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do.
Man, look, I've been doing it, so you ain't gonna tell me now.
So Danae tried to make it seem as if Derrick Jaxn had an illegitimate gripe about them using the title Dear Future Wifey, but actually his homeboy did reach out to Derrick and asked Derrick, if they could use that title because they knew of him using it under a poetry moniker years ago. So, Danae kind of, threw Derrick under the bus with that, but it was actually true. They did, take the title Dear Future Wifey from Derrick's poetry that he was already doing online. So let's continue.
Yeah,
I didn't know what you was on, man, but I appreciate you, dog. It's like, this is a really good conversation.
Yeah, that was Bashay that sent that to you, but shout out to him. He actually talked about on my previous episodes. He actually gifted me with a trademark for Dear Future Wife. So shout out to that brother. So we're at the point in the conversation where you were contemplating calling off the marriage. What happened for you to decide to go forward with the engagement?
I just felt like it was too much pressure. It was like we're getting close to the wedding. Of course, the stress of that. I think she was still pregnant. She was pregnant now with my baby boy, Derrick Jr. And I'm like, it's so much on the line. And then on top of that, I'm doing my thing in my career. So we had sat down maybe a little bit before this and mapped out a plan. Well, I mapped out a plan with her because most of the stuff that I had done from the first book to the initial, whatever, was in my single stages. So this is the first time we're going into the chapter together. And I'm like, I got you by my side. This is what the play is. We're going to do this, this, and this. And then in the next couple of years, we're going to be able to just be, philanthropists and be multimillionaires and whatever. So at this point, I'm making multimillions in my 20s. So she already knows what's up. So I didn't want to abandon ship.
You was making multi-millions?
Yeah. In my 20s, I was making multi-millions. Glory to God. But
so that was the stuff you were doing, relationship and other businesses.
Businesses. I had other businesses.
So you was balling out of control in your 20s.
I wouldn't say balling out of
control. You was balling. You had millions of dollars.
Well, the thing about business, man, even when you got millions of dollars,
you got
IRS, there's expenses. If I placed an order so one of my products was a date night card game. One order might be $250,000 in order to get the warehouse right. And then you got trucks, you got, warehouse, you got payroll, $70,000 a month. But the biggest thing was—
Hold on, you ain't gonna just throw these numbers. Your payroll was $70,000 a month?
Yeah, man. At its height. It fluctuated depending on who I had on. But if I had a marketing director or whatever, it was about $70,000 a month.
So you was running this like a for real legit business.
It was a for real legit business.
Yeah, you wasn't just sitting up here saying, I'm doing this like a little mom and pop stuff, just doing— you had, like you said, warehouses.
Yeah, man. Yeah, infrastructure. But I still had to work to make money. And so for me, I was like, I want to be home. I want to be home with my babies, but the first couple years as they're infants and toddlers and we sitting there game planning, I'm like, it's going to look like this, this, and this. I'm going to have to grind. I'm putting some stuff together so we can have residual money. And then with that, we had this whole plan, basically multiple homes, mama's coming down and moving. And I was like, I don't want to abandon ship. from all of that, and of course the pressure and so on. But man, we were breaking down toward the end, man, even in the engagement.
And then what made you press forward?
Exactly what I said. The pressure, the plan. Like, don't give up on it. Like, somehow, some way, we still got to make this work.
And then how'd you recalibrate and say, let's get married?
Honestly, we just went through with the wedding. You kind of riding that high. Her uncles came down. Unfortunately, her dad had passed, so he wasn't there. But that male presence was there on her end. A little bit before that, I had talked to her mom. Me and her mom didn't have the greatest relationship, but she gave me a blessing to marry her daughter. So all of this stuff just felt like it was coming full circle. So on the wedding day, my mama there, my uncle, everybody on both our sides of the family is there. It's beautiful. And it's like, all right, maybe now we can kind of wash away some of the stress that was going into here of planning the wedding and all that, and get back to the plan. We're gonna save the world, and we also gonna break generational curses, and we're gonna raise up these beautiful children.
And what happened?
Not that. It was about a good week or two of us having a honeymoon phase, a honeymoon break. But again, I was still, just my experience was, okay, I clearly haven't been perfect. Actually, in the engagement, it was after the counseling session. I went and had lunch with a girl. And that's when I got kind of shook, like, man, you can't go back. And I didn't sleep with her, but that was cheating. That was totally, wrong or what have you.
So you had lunch. You didn't get a hand job?
No, but we had texting and stuff. So I had inappropriate conversations and stuff like that.
Was that somebody you messed around with in the past?
No, never messed around with her before. But it was a girl I was clearly attracted to, and I knew better than to go and even have lunch with her. And I went, sneaking around and stuff. So
did you have plans to smash? Keep it 100.
No, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm trying to think back, but you're talking about 2017, 6 years ago. I absolutely would have if we got into the same vicinity. But at that point, I was just in my feelings. And like, man, I just need to get away, be around a female, whatever. But that was in like mid 2017. So cut all that off. Going forward, I may have had conversations with girls.
Okay, so are you guys noticing a pattern here? Like, every time he wants to get away and he gets all off into his feelings, he has to get away and escape into the arms of a woman. Are you guys noticing this?
Yeah, I said that to myself. I was about to say, like, stop the video. I'm like, women can't help you through your own problems. You have to do that for yourself. And if you're just trying to escape into the arms of another woman, then that's nothing but escapism, which is a false sense of fixing your problems. It's just momentary escape. That's exactly what it is.
Or in some cases, a false sense of safety, because I've seen people do that in my college days. They going through some stress and they want to go, and they think having a female in their life is gonna fix everything, or at the very least mitigate the stress. I'm sorry, but it don't always work that way. You got to work through your problems on your own. Stop relying on other people, whether it be men or women alike.
Exactly. And and I think women do it too. I think we self-medicate, through men as well. But we do it just a little bit differently. Because I know a lot of women, they'll feel as if they need the love of a man in order to feel validated, like they're somebody, so it's a little bit different. Like, when guys are going through tough times, they want to get through it between the legs of a woman. And when women feel low self-esteem about themselves, or they're feeling down, or something about themselves, they want to get through it, I guess through the affections of being with a man. And like you said, none of it works. Did anybody else want to add anything, or did you want me to move on?
You can move on.
Okay, let me go back and play.
At most, but like the worst thing about me is I was still maybe a flirt, maybe responding to something like that. But now that we married, okay, there's no chicks or whatever, we focus, we got this plan, it's 2018, and we're still having a ton of disconnect. We will come together for a little bit, and we'll be intimate, we'll be friends, but we're disconnecting a lot. And this is going into the birth of our son. So again, I'm thinking pregnancy emotions, it's always something. But then on my end, I'm just wearing thin. It's been a year-long engagement, which was really tough for us both, I'm sure. I know something is wrong. I know I ain't doing everything perfect, but I'm trying. At this point now, I'm just I'm opening up the doors on everything financially. I'm talking about new range.
Y'all peep how he just glossed through talking about some pregnancy emotions. Y'all see how he just glossed through that real quick and then went back to, but he was going through something. I wonder am I the only one that caught that?
No, you're not. It's like I was about to say before, lack of empathy.
Yeah. This guy, he's a piece of work, but like I said, this is gonna be a doozy part 2. So let me just continue.
Range Rover, knew this, knew that. Then I'm still rubbing feet. I'm still asking how her day was, trying to be emotionally connected, trips out the country, just whatever. Because I'm thinking maybe she doesn't feel invested in, or maybe she don't feel soft life enough. So it would happen for a little bit where we good, and then we would kind of disconnect again. And then baby boy is born. And then now we kind of riding the high of that. So it was a lot of volatile ups and downs, go through the whole year. And now her mom's friend, who claims to be like a prophet, we go and meet with her. And this started the kind of, I call it honestly, a little bit too far, the super religious thing that started happening. And the prophet friend of her mom was like, y'all gonna have a lot to go through and y'all going this, that, and the other. And then she started speaking and I ain't like that. And we kind of clashed about that because it's connected to her mom. But this is the first year of the marriage where it's like, man, now we're really, really falling apart.
She said, y'all gonna go through a lot of stuff?
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, it's almost like the Zodiacs to be like, yeah, today you're gonna blink. Like this, yeah, it's life. We're gonna go through life. You know what I'm saying?
Today you're gonna blink.
I just was weirded out by the whole, I didn't understand at that time prophecy, and I believe in it now. I've met totally legitimate.
So when you look back on it, was she right or wrong?
Yeah, she was bad about that. Yeah, she was absolutely. We went through all kinds of stuff, absolutely. But for me, it was just a weird dynamic to introduce
early on in your marriage. Like, setting up for doom at the beginning.
And then it started the whole, what God told me and God said, and I'm like, you my wife, not my pastor.
Oh, she started saying that to you from that relationship.
Yes. And then they formed a little 4-person church, which I had a different name for it at the time.
What name you call it? Cult? A cult. So she was going to this 4-person church. Now she began to prophesy over you. What prophecy?
It didn't get super heavy on that until 2019, the actual prophesying and reading prayers off a piece of paper and stuff like that.
And y'all can let me know if you want me to stop at any moment in the video, if you have something that you want to add.
But it was 2018. This is when I got the
I don't
haircut
know.
of a
It's
girl
like he's
that I
real
used to deal with whenever
dismissive
we were
of his
single.
lady. I don't know if you caught that, Faith. It's like he's real dismissive of her. Like when she has something to add.
All of it, pretty much sounds like he's dismissing the actual hurt and pain that she's going through from his cheating. Like
exactly,
he's making it seem as if she's the problem, but your cheating is the problem, sir. That's
yeah. You put her in that position,
right? I thought I was the only one that didn't, get that, because I'm sitting up here like, if you blinked, real fast, you would just miss, the fact that he's like really, really trying to paint himself to also be a victim right along with her, so that there can be dual sympathy. And I'm just like, how can there be dual sympathy when you are literally the devil holding the pitchfork and you're poking everybody? How does the devil get sympathy? But
yeah, you're not. Y'all aren't equal in blame in this. Like, you're the most one in the wrong. You're the most one to blame. And like, his girl was like already on the edge, so it was like he just kept doing stuff, and it kept just like pushing her a little bit further. It's just lack of empathy, and I don't understand this phenomenon, but maybe it's like a case of mass manipulation, because somebody said it earlier in the comment section. He still has a female engagement audience, so maybe they're just trying to make excuses for him.
Yeah, and I'm not even a spiritual person that's all into religion or anything. I just remember my grandmother telling me that Satan was one of the most beautiful angels that they had in heaven, and he's a fallen angel, and he is like a master manipulator. And this is what I see when I look at Derrick.
Okay, let me ask this, right? Why would he make all these future plans with her if his intent was to get her to just shut up and accept his cheating?
You're asking why would he make all these future plans with her? It's easy. I mean, she pretty much has something over him, because by this time, his internet thing is taken off. So he has this image to uphold. So I just think that he was really just trying to protect himself and his image. I don't think that.
So she could have been anybody.
Yeah, she could have been anybody. And if she,
I beg to differ.
I think this is what it is, because he seems quite self-absorbed. And from Danae's personality, Danae seemed like the type of person that would have bust his cherry if he didn't, move forward soon with a marriage. I think that he did it to save his image personally. I mean, I could be wrong, but
Well, when millions of dollars are on the line, you do try to save it.
right. So I don't think it had anything to do with him caring about her or wanting to be with her. I just think that he saw his money and his fan base. He didn't want his fan base to, look at him a certain way, because he's telling women online about all these horrible men to look out for, but then come to find out he's the men that he's talking about.
Well, men have been saying it the whole time, but continue.
All right. Well, let me get back to it.
Now, me, I'm thinking it's okay, and I hope she don't feel no kind of way about me saying this, but we got to be real. At this point, I honestly thought she had transformed, like transgendered over. She wasn't as the same person, okay? Like definitely homeboy. Looking at
the one that cut your hair.
The one that cut my hair.
Okay, all right.
So when I couldn't get people to cut my hair, and this became a big deal. This was like one of the major fallouts before we really started to just plummet. The girl that posted me, I was at her barbershop, but she posted me and put hearts on it or something like that. But at this point, hope she don't get offended. She looked like a boy. And I saw that she looked like a boy. I'm like, oh, it's all good now. You know what I'm saying? People, this is a new age. She a man. She living her truth, his truth, what have you. Nope. Danae found out about it by seeing a story. Danae is one of them passionate people both ways. And it's a beauty when it's a beauty. But she also knows how to hit you where it hurts, what to say to you, how to say it. So she said some stuff, man. And at this point, I'm like, I'm tapped. Now I'm really tapped.
Did she call you gay?
No, she didn't call me gay.
I thought you said that because of the picture of the girl.
She looked like a street hooper or something like that, man. She just looked like I mean, I'm not trying to be messed up.
I know, but I'm saying,
I'm thinking it's cool, but
what did Naya say that was like hit below the belt?
She's still calling me an F-boy. She's still saying I'm a cheater. And at this point, I'm not cheating. And so again, it's not.
Okay, so here we go. Let's compare stories, because Danae told the same story, right? And she said that the girl posted a picture of them on her Instagram and they were all hugged up and she had heart emojis all around them. Okay, so what he's trying to make it seem like this chick was like somebody he couldn't have possibly ever been attracted to. And even though at one time he was attracted to her and they were smashing, but he's trying to make it seem like now, oh no, she looks like a boy. She looks like a hooper. Oh, I couldn't have never been messing around with her. But, like, why pick her to cut your hair though?
Wait. So she looked like the stud homie?
Yeah, that's what he's trying to say.
But stud homies get smashed out all the time.
Right, that part.
I was like, something adding up here. Like, she's making a big whoop about this girl, and you've already cheated in the past. So it's like she can't trust you around women in general, which, to be honest, I understand, right? But he's like trying to, like, I don't know, what's the word? He's like gaslighting. Yeah, he's gaslighting, like saying, oh, you ain't had nothing to worry about, but she has something to worry about. Like, that's some pivotal information that you just added to the conversation that he just, omitted.
Like, I've been with guys that have cheated on me, and they'll try to say, oh, no, I would never cheat with her. Just look at her. I would never cheat on you with something like this. Like, wait a minute. Hold on a second. What are you trying to say? Like, what are you trying to convince me of here? Like, do I believe you?
He's trying a little bit too hard.
Right. So I don't believe him. I believe Danae, I'm just matching up the stories. And if this had been a bull dagger, type situation, I don't think that it would have been a problem, but I don't think that he's being honest about this at all. I want to call cap on this. Anybody else?
Yeah, I don't think that, I think that he would have welcomed a threesome.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that he would have turned it down. And I think that this woman was so psychologically broken that he could convince her to do anything. And I think that that was the attraction.
Exactly. So he would have tried. He was trying to tell her anything, hoping that she would believe it. But Danae wasn't that big of a fool, as he wanted her to be.
She was like, "Hold on, I might not be the sharpest, but I can still cut."
Yeah.
Exactly. Like she was a fool, but she wasn't that stupid. Well, if nobody has
He,
anything else to add,
you
I'm
know what?
sorry.
He sounds he to me it just sounds like it was all about his image, because when he gives his account of her being hurt, he makes it look like, okay, according to the schedule, it should take you 16 hours and 37 minutes and 50 seconds to get over it, because
Right.
my book tour is blankety blankety blank. He sounds very cold. He sounds very calculating, and he sounds like he doesn't care.
Like Demetrius said, he's being dismissive of her feelings,
Well,
and
it's
he's
like
trying to.
yeah, no
Mhm.
empathy. It's
Yeah.
like he doesn't have any empathy for her pain. It is very difficult when someone hurts you and you're trying to heal, and the person are like, "Are you healed yet? Are you healed yet? Are you healed?" It's kind of annoying. Like, when you're driving
And
your
he's
kid
still
somewhere.
he's still cheating while he's asking her, "Have you
Yeah.
healed yet?"
So how is she gonna heal? You keep reopening up the wounds. Nobody's going to be able to heal if you hurt her, and she's trying to deal with the fact that you hurt her, and then you keep reopening up the wounds, and then you keep making her feel like something's wrong with her because she's not healing fast enough. You're
Right.
breaking her up in a whole lot of little pieces, and then you're getting annoyed and impatient because she isn't healing fast enough. He sounds like he is he sounds like he's a really cold dude. He
Yeah,
doesn't sound like
and
he has any feeling for her.
he's really smooth. Like I'm sitting here and I'm almost tempted to feel sorry for him because poor Derrick, he's walking around, he's paying bills, he's taking care of his kids, he's being a good dad, and she should just get over it. Like, but you're supposed to do this stuff. Like when he's saying it, you almost feel sorry for him. Like, yeah, he's putting in the effort, but wait a minute. Then you get to thinking, dude, ain't you supposed to take care of your kids? So, like,
He acts like he wants a medal almost. Well, I did this, like it's a big deal. This is what you're supposed to be doing as a husband. But he doesn't seem like he cares about her, because I'm an empath, and I know that when you care about a person and they're going through pain, you go through pain. I don't see
right,
that in him. He seems cold, like he's reading a recipe in a cookbook. He
right.
he do- he doesn't sound like he loves his wife.
But I'm telling you, he's smooth though, because he almost had me. I was almost feeling sorry for him. But let's
Nah, that's the
continue.
lust talking, Faith.
Say what?
That's your lust talking.
He do look good. I ain't gonna lie.
Well, I think I'm more objective because he's not my type. So he's not my type.
But see, I'm able to still see through him though. So it's
Yeah.
not that my lust is not that.
Yeah, I'm just messing with you, Faith, but I
Yeah.
know. But yeah, he just seems like, people know that when you want to reach a certain level as far as fame or as far as political ambition, that you have to have a partner. If you have a partner and you have children, you're going to be more likable, you're going to be more trusted, and people are going to take you more seriously. And it sounds like his wife and his children were props, and he needed to whip them into shape because he has huge aspirations for himself.
Yeah.
And it's inconvenient for him that she's in pain and that she can't just snap back.
Ooh, that part right there. She is inconveniencing him. Just let that sink in. She inconveniencing you. She not getting over you hurting her fast enough.
Yeah. How long, how many seconds is it going to take? How many minutes is it going to take? You know, it's going to take it however long it takes. I don't know. You know, she doesn't know, especially when you still keep cheating on her. You haven't stopped.
And to be honest with you, even after he found out about the grape situations, both of them, he still has his attitude.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's continue. Let's hear him out.
Good enough to do stuff intermittently, because ultimately, even whenever you look like you're doing something, you're making your person relive the same trauma all over again. Me, at that point, I was so heavy into defensiveness. So the moment she called me something, instead of like sitting with that and saying like, what makes you feel like, have you been, like all this stuff that we probably know to do now, at that point, I'm just defending myself. Like, man, I can't do nothing right. All you do is mention what I don't do or what I do wrong. And when it look like I'm doing wrong, but I done did it and I listen to all this stuff I've been doing and it ain't nothing.
Yep.
So it started that clash, that she feeling unheard, I'm feeling unheard. And this is toward the end of the marriage. And this actually preceded, it didn't cause, it preceded the first time that I stepped out in the marriage.
Caregiver coach Pat Bailey, how are you doing today?
This is
You know what, Lateris, I'm really not doing as well as I could today.
Why not?
Because 50% of our
And at this point, I'm in the condo. This was when we separated in 2020. So this was maybe a year and some change after.
Is that when she left in 2020 and went back home to her mom?
So yeah, we had, I told her I wanted to separate. Like, so I was saying a year just off and on. It might be 4 or 5 months I'll go without doing nothing. And then we still clashing. At this point, I'm in the condo. I think y'all talked about that a little bit.
So you had two residences. You as again, you balling out of control. You had this big old mansion, and then you had this condo in downtown Atlanta, right?
Yeah, we always had plans of having multiple homes. So at first it was my warehouse, but it was too busy over there. Then I got like Airbnb, it was like $1,000 a night. So we talked about having a condo, and then what it would look like for her to be okay with that. Clearly, it's probably not going to be.
No.
Yeah, and understandably. But the thing we came up with was she was going to have a key fob so she can get in whenever she wants, unannounced. And when we had a babysitter, we'll go down there. But that's going to be our first time having a second residence, whatever. So as time went on, when we clashed, though, I started staying at the condo more. Because I was already like, again, we working the plan. I'm going to grind. I'm setting this and up. It's going to be residual by this year. And so it was like maybe like 3 or 4 months of coming home when we so disconnected. She would either be asleep by the time I got there, or in the time that I was in the shower, she would jump into bed and go to sleep. She was just, again, this was her way of soothing or whatever, but she didn't really talk, and I'm sitting asking whatever. So I'm coming home to a reject.
Okay, so you spend all your time at the condo because you having problems with your marriage instead of working on your marriage. Am I hearing this right?
Yeah, that's one of the things that, like, when he originally like put out that video and like exposed that, I was like, you weren't even trying. You weren't even trying.
And left her with the kids.
Yeah. Again, lack of empathy.
Yeah, so he's sitting up here trying to portray himself as a man that really tried. But then he's kind of low-key saying he stop trying.
Yeah, it's just like lack of patience, and to be honest with you, he's the type of person.
He's blaming her though. He's blaming her, talking about something. Well, I get home, she's not awake. Well, if you're away from the house and you don't have a set time to get home, how does she know to be awake when you get there?
Well, I mean, hey, he said the breakdown of communication already started occurring. So
what, I mean, so what is she supposed to, what was the expectation that when you got home, she's wearing like a sexy, negligee, and she is supposed to have a champagne flute in her hand, I mean, really, your relationship is in shambles. So that some women do pretend like they're asleep because they don't want to be bothered, because they just don't want to fight. They want to go to bed. They just don't want to deal with it. But being in another residence while she's wrestling with 2 children, that ain't the way. Even if you would have came and you would have helped her, that would have been something. That would have been an olive branch at least.
Did it? He didn't even say like when he came, like, or if he came, like he kissed her on the cheek.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
even stuff like that can go Like,
Yes.
let her know like that she care, like that you care.
Yeah.
It's
Exactly.
like this is why I say he wasn't even trying.
Yeah.
No.
Or even, he didn't even say, I checked on the kids. None of that. Well, I came home and I was expecting a fanfare, and the fanfare wasn't there, so I'm hurt.
Oh,
Everybody
she
feel
she
bad
was
for me.
she was just supposed to be happy he came home, child. That's what it sounded like to me. I came home and she wasn't even awake.
She's messing up the schedule.
Wow. Well, anyway, let's continue.
Just stopped coming. Now I wasn't immediately going to go cheat, but I'm like, I'd just rather stay at the condo instead of coming home and being reminded that I'm despicable. And that lasted I would say about 7-8 months before I started back tripping out, before I started back, stepping out and stuff.
So what you did, you said, so the first time towards the end of about December of the first year, and then you cheat, then you come back, confess, and then
no, I didn't confess. So that time
you confessed towards when y'all
after we really fell out. So
in 2020.
Yeah. So in that time, in 2019, mid 2019, so I started tripping out. I'm like, this is definitely over. I can't do this. But I remember feeling like one thing they don't really.
First of all, y'all got married what year? 2019?
Beginning of 2018.
Y'all got married beginning of 2018.
January 13th.
So that means the end of 2018. That's when you cheated.
Yep, for the first time.
And then 2019 came around.
2019, it's like, oh, get back on track. Just, bygones, forget about it. Never happened. And then it was about 7-8 months in where we still was having the same type of clashes. And even though I wasn't doing anything, it's like, man, I can't be around her. I can't, I need my peace.
But it wasn't the same. Was it the same woman that you would go back to, or you went back to your old ways?
Because I didn't want basically old ways. So my whole thing, and it's crazy.
You got to say if you had sex with the same person over and over again,
it's going to build up something.
It's going to build up something. So you want to make it where it's multiple people, so it's not so meaningful.
Which is it's wild even thinking about the justifications and exceptions. Like, well, this ain't so bad because I ain't letting them fall in love. It's not a relationship. It's just something physical or whatever. But that's exactly what I was thinking.
That's real.
That's exactly what I was like. Man, don't let it go too far with one. And then you had to mix that. Like, I ain't saying you got to, but I was mixing that in with, all right, man, stop. Just like, all right, I got it off. I got that off my system.
Let's start back
get back in. And then we'll go a good couple of weeks, maybe a month or two, and we clash again.
What's interesting is that y'all never completed the counseling sessions that y'all had for premarital counseling, and those same issues didn't do nothing but follow you into the marriage.
Absolutely.
And so now,
go ahead.
I think that men don't understand that women are spiritual and empathic, and when you sleep with other women, the spirit of that woman is with you. And when you get into the bed with your wife, there's more than two people in that bed. There's more than two spirits in that bed. The spirit of those other women are in the bed too. And it's repulsive to your wife, and your wife is not going to feel safe. Those spirits are in the bed with you and your wife. Your wife doesn't have to hire a private investigator and have photos. When women do that, it's because they're filing for divorce and they need to send those pictures, they need to present it to the court. But she already knows that you're cheating. So no, she's not going to want to, you're bringing that spirit of the other woman in the bedroom. And women have a very keen sense of smell also. You could be wearing her perfume, or she could be smelling this woman's womanly scent on you. So this is just terrible. That woman must have been in a lot of pain.
Yeah. I can, because I've been there, as a woman, I've been cheated on before.
Yes.
And so I know how it feels to, sit up at 2:00 in the morning wondering, is he coming home? Like, where is he? And you're calling all over the place and you're trying to figure out where is he,
And two,
So-
he could have been in a car accident. You're worrying about that too.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, you do. Because there were times where I was called around to the morgue, like, is he dead?
Yeah.
And then they just cavalierly saunter into the house 9 a.m. like nothing happened.
Yep.
Absolutely. So she was going through a lot of pain, and this is her husband. This is not a boyfriend or just a baby daddy or just somebody that she is messing around with. This is her husband. And he's putting other women over his family. And he's trying to minimize it in front of everybody.
Well, he did say that he felt like, well, I don't recall the word, but he said that he felt like he was, it wasn't a jerk. He said something else, and that's how he felt. And then that's when he started going out. Every time he went home and she wouldn't look at him or whatever, he felt like a heel, you know, because he knows that he doesn't deserve forgiveness. Deep down inside, he knew it.
Absolutely. He knows. But let's continue.
We see the clash of the Titans take place in 2020, where she said that she left. And she left and no notice. You basically come home, your family gone.
Something like that. So what happened was I was like, enough of this cheating stuff. I'm done again. This time I'm going back in. If it don't work, it don't work. This was in like end of December of 2019, actually. I think maybe the January 1st, 2nd, something like that. And I burnt every bridge that I had.
What is looking like burning bridges? What is
burning bridges is like, I don't want to continue this any further.
I mean, do you say that to the women?
Yes.
So you have a conversation and say,
I send a text. I was sending a text.
All right, you're sending a text?
Yeah.
Hey, I ain't finna mess around with you no more.
I don't want to mislead you. I don't see this going any further. We're done. Don't expect to hear from me, that kind of thing.
And I'm tapping back into my wife, or do you say?
I wouldn't even say that. I think at that time for those messages, I just was saying like, we're done. But they knew what it was. They knew I was on the outs. We were estranged. We were in different all these things.
Yeah.
So none of them really gave me too much flack about it at that time. But for me, I'm like, I'm dipping in out of giving myself excuses. So sometimes I do, and sometimes I feel guilty. I feel like the hypocrite I was being. I feel like, man, I'm leading people. I'm preaching.
I mean,
Jesus,
whatever, but I'm not stop the video.
And,
stop
the resentment had me feeling like, well, in this situation.
Like Jesus, like I'm sorry, Faith. I can't get over this. Like, no, like trying to like fix her some breakfast, some dinner, like some gifts, some like I love you notes. Like he's like trying to, it's like he's trying to like HR his relationship or something. Yeah. And he's not even describing it as if it's a relationship. Jesus. Man, y'all got it.
But you know what? I remember one time Dr. Phil said to the man, he said, you ran your relationship into a ditch, but you want your wife to do all of the heavy lifting and dig it out of the ditch. And that's what it sounds, and you know, this kind of sounds like that. Like he did the damage, and instead of him doing like what Demetrius said, he said, why don't you give her a kiss on the forehead? Why don't you change the baby's diaper? Why don't you play with the baby? Why don't you take him to the park? You know, those would have been olive branches showing that he's trying. He acts like he expected her to do all the heavy lifting. And what does he expect? You know, like, well, I went over there and she didn't do nothing. Well, what the hell? You the one that ran a relationship into the ditch. You the one that's got to do the stuff. You the one that's got to apologize. You the one that have to, you know, why are you expecting her? You act like you was waiting around for her to do something.
Speaking as if he has like a relationship with like a concubine or something. It's like he's talking as if this is not a relationship.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ Almighty. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I can't relate. Can't relate.
Well, let's continue.
Situation is different because I feel like this. I done rolled out the red carpet. I done been everything she asked me to be and more. And it's been spat on. That's just resentment talking and having you thinking that, oh, it's cool because.
Yeah,
but then,
justified.
But then that truth really hits you at some point when you talking about it and somebody say something like, I'm glad there are men like you in the world.
And then that conviction
like,
hit.
Honestly, bro, I ain't even that kind of man in the world.
How did it feel? She said one day she called you out, and this was early on before y'all got married. She said, do you even believe the stuff that you say?
Yeah, this was back in North Carolina.
Right.
I felt like I understood what she was saying, but I was like, why is this the first time you referencing my career? Because, okay, I didn't just talk about don't cheat. A lot of my stuff was about, you know, leave thoughtful gifts, write poems, write love letters, let her know how you feel, all these different efforts, sacrifice, breakfast in bed. These are things I all did. And I was like, why is it that stuff is obsolete? And the only thing that exists to you is the time I've now come up short. That's whenever you ask me about this stuff.
Yeah, and it's interesting because, of course, that is an eraser. If I gave you a car, gave you Birkin bags, if I bought you Chanel shoes and all this type of stuff, but I can't be faithful. She's like, I don't give a damn. You keep all this nonsense. I want you to, what's free is fidelity.
Yeah.
Give me that.
Absolutely. And at that time, I'm not thinking like that.
Of course.
I'm measuring myself not just by I eventually was unfaithful. I'm measuring myself by the times that I went to sleep with her in that bed knowing I wasn't going to get none, and she turning over for 3 months.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at it now, understanding. But exactly what you said, sometimes the good ain't worth it, depending on what bad it is.
When did she?
So basically, you were only thinking about yourself. So you're thinking about it in terms of
but did you
every
say
time you
that
sleep
that
next to her in
erases
the
it?
bed and you're not going to get none.
Did you hear?
Yeah, and I was like, goodness gracious, man. Is this dude serious? That's one of the reasons, Faith, like I understand, like he literally just said breakfast in bed. I'm thinking, how many times and did you burn the eggs?
Yeah. But he did, they mentioned, I did that, so that should have erased it.
It's not going to erase it.
It's not going to erase
and she has to forgive you on her own time.
Yes.
It's like he doesn't understand the concept of a relationship.
No.
Well, I have Mr. Hustler and Muscular back on the panel. What's up, Hustler, Muscular? Is he sick? Hello?
Are they muted?
H&M.
Well, I didn't mute him. He muted himself. Unless all of his stuff isn't working. I don't know. Hustler.
Yeah, because I can't hear him.
If you're there, we can't hear you. Okay. Yeah, it says I can't unmute them because they chose to mute themselves. So I don't know. Maybe he stepped away or something. But let's go back to the video.
And we go back to that. When did she actually tell you that, hey, I had been through this sexual assault early on, a couple of weeks before we met?
This was in Greenville. So I didn't get the full scope for years. I didn't know the timeline. She had just told me first, she told me, okay, it was this person and it was before you that I got raped or what have you. And that was in North Carolina. So that had to be like 5 or 6 years in. So that was the first time
she said she's kind of just said it real quick and just went on about business.
Well, it was kind of like in the middle of some type of conversation, some things we hadn't told each other. She revealed that. And I was like, I don't even know how to handle that. I don't think either of us knew just how much it affected her.
Of course.
Or our sexual relationship. Because every time I think anyway that we was having sex, I think it kind of re-traumatized her.
Yep.
Because especially, not to get graphic, the type of, affection I show and the way I move in that bedroom. And then on top of that, the porn saying, this is intimacy.
Yep.
So I didn't know what she was
Can
going
I
through
say something,
in sex, after sex with me. And
yeah, go ahead.
I'm pretty sure he said this in the first, part 1, but I'm gonna go ahead and tie something together. I believe the way he spoke about sex was he was very animalistic about it, and he was very aggressive in his showing his affection with women. So did he try to cater his approach to her specifically?
It doesn't sound like it.
Because if you feel or if you think that you're re-traumatizing her, then you should change up your whole approach. Fall back a bit, let her show more of the interest, and do things like reach out your hand instead of just yoking her up. Because I know he says something like that. He would just straight up hug women and pick them up and stuff.
I think that Derrick is aggressive in the bedroom with women, probably because maybe he doesn't really like women. And that is the reason why he can't be faithful to anybody. He doesn't want to. I think this is a man that views his penis as a weapon. Because most of the time when guys are like that and they like that, that rough type stuff, they're not tender and, loving. There's something going on with him psychologically.
Yeah, but another thing too, Faye, I apologize for interrupting. Another thing too is, remember, some of these men that think that they're a hot ticket item, they don't want to settle down. They feel, like Jamie Foxx. He's trying to apologize to everybody now that he almost died. And he's trying to get Katie back. And he's, when they're young and they're in the prime, and they don't want to settle down. I think that he's just only settling down for his image. I don't think that he's really wants to settle down and really wants to have a wife and a family. I think this is an image thing for him. And it's a bad look for him. And he's trying to get her to hurry up and heal so that they can, because remember, he was being groomed to take over for a famous preacher that was getting ready to retire.
So yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
So it's going to be a preacher and the first lady. So they were going to pass the torch to him and Danae. So
right, and see, he needed Danae.
He needs Danae. So she's not healing fast enough for that torch to be passed down.
Good observation. Good observation. All right, we're gonna go back and listen to some more.
Because of what she had gone through before. And it was always expressing in different ways. But I mean, it was me trying to piece it together like, oh, this is why I get the type of anger and rage that probably was meant for such and such, but is now coming towards me.
That's real. When did she reveal like the next layer of it? You say she give you a piece here. And then when did it finally hit you like, wow, this is connecting the dots of all this?
So after our the separation in February of 2020, when I woke up and the family was gone, I had been asking about seeing the kids and how could we work that out. And she jetted. We went up and down to whether or not we was gonna make the marriage work. We was gonna try to anyway. And so one of those efforts later on was with a trauma recovery specialist or something like that. I think she mentioned her before, Dr. Smith.
Yeah, she said she had all kind of counselors and therapists.
Yeah, we went through quite a few, but that was whenever she dealt, because she knew how she had the competence to really deal with that.
Right.
And it was again permeating. So, of course, what's gotten sensationalized is my part and all the things that I did, but we were dealing with the twofold issues before there was any infidelity. And part of it was how she showed up in conflict. That's when we went in deep, and then the therapist was steady helping me become an ally to her, because I was like, I don't want to traumatize her. Like, there's still a woman I love. I want to make it work and stuff, but how do I help her if I can help her heal? And it meant like certain exercises to get her comfortable with my touch, knowing that I was safe, I was different. So that was it, man. I was saying about the summer, I mean, maybe like May.
But you're not safe. You're not different.
2020.
Yeah.
To put it all together, it was a couple of months into the separation.
And so when y'all were separated, y'all were still working towards helping the relationship.
Here and there. So, any little argument or whatever could cause her to ghost. There was a couple of times I just, I honestly thought it was over a few times, but I would try to keep in contact with the kids and she might ghost me for a week or two and I can't talk to nobody. But most of that we were up until I would say about May or June. And then that was whenever it was like, we're getting divorce lawyers. She's basically letting me know it's over with. I don't care what you do. And yeah.
During that time when she left, did you find that as an opportunity to say, okay, she's gone. I don't know what happened to this marriage anyway. Were you like, finna wild out again? I'm single now.
The only time when I started wilding out was when my birthday came in July. Before that, I was just flying up there. I probably
so you tell me during that time she's gone. Now you want to be faithful,
right? So I mean, right? No, exactly. Now that she's gone, now I want to prove myself. But the thing was, again, I gave my life to Christ in February, and I was trying my best to walk the straight line. So this was before she left, before she knew anything. I was in my truck and I had a conversation with God, like I got away from you. Earlier in my years, I was with you, and now look at how things have turned out. So now I'm walking a separate walk from her. We walk in this thing for marriage, but I'm personally trying to be aligned. I don't clearly I'm not good at this, whatever. So in this time, I'm just whatever it takes to close the gap. If she's not wanting to talk to me this week or what have you, let me be with the kids, because they were begging for me, especially Marley. I would hear Marley crying for me, and she would ask me, when I'm gonna see you again? Honestly, we all at the mercy of your mama's. I ain't say this, but I was like thinking to myself, we all at the mercy of your mama's anger with me. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to soothe her. I was just trying to be close. That's what I was the whole summer. And if everybody else on pandemic, I'm flying. I probably spent like $20,000, $30,000 just in that time between flights.
Now,
can I let me say something, Faith?
Okay.
Because me and my friend have like talked about this before, and you can tell me if this is like emotionally abusive. But if I was Danae, right, I would. If the kids were like old enough, right, like 17, 18, I would have them go to Derrick and see what he says. Like, have him tell the kids why they're like, we're not together. And see if he tells the truth. See if he tries to spruce it up a bit.
Well,
Because
that's what he did. He said that he told the kids, he didn't. He said that he wanted to say that we're all at the mercy of your mother's anger for me.
what I'm saying is that emotionally abusive, like if the kids were old enough for Danae to send them his way for an explanation.
I think that you should never involve children in adult affairs. I think
Got
that
you.
is emotionally abusive. But it's just a mere fact that he's sitting up there, thinking to himself that everybody's at the mercy of her anger for him. But
he did it.
He's still not taking true accountability for the massive pain that he's caused.
Like even in the way that he thought about the situation, he didn't even, you know what I'm saying? He didn't even acknowledge what he did. And in my opinion and in my thought process, if I love the kids that much, right? And if I truly believe we're all at the mercy of your ma, right? Then I'm going to do whatever I have to do to repair the relationship with the ma so that I can be allowed to be close with the kids, right?
Exactly.
So I don't know. It's just this dude's thought process is very warped to me. I don't know. Maybe I've been told that I'm a different type of guy, but maybe that's the case. But I think I'm normal.
Right.
I think I'm just a normal, functional human
probably,
being.
The exception. I would say you're the exception. But I want to shout out to Robert Benjamin for the $5 super sticker. And I do want to say thank you so much for your support. All right. Monetary support is always appreciated around here. All right. So let's go back and roll this beautiful bean footage.
Airbnbs and everything else.
She wouldn't let you come stay with, or no, she was with her mom.
She wouldn't even tell me where. And her mom,
she told me her mama told her not to talk to you,
Her mama was so heavily involved in our marriage, in our restoration. The counselors, the pastors, all said, "Y'all can't make this work if she's involved."
Yeah,
she was in the counseling session with her, like marriage counseling session with her. And I
with y'all?
Yes. When we came back, well, one, she was in the session beforehand. She was in, they would have personal sessions with the therapist. And then we got back joint with the same therapist. She said, "Why is your mother in the same room as your counseling? Do you not have a boundary with your mother? Why is she in there?" That was the first time. And then after that, when we was going to reconcile, we came together with our pastor because we had the same pastor and we sat down. Her mom came and sat in on our family restoration session and what have you. I understand to a degree though, because she's seen her daughter go through so much. Any parent, I'm sure myself, it would be like, "Nah, whatever it takes. Don't care what rules I'm breaking. Don't tell me no Bible verses. I'm here to make sure my baby is good." But she was as much as part of the marriage as me and Danae were, probably even more.
Well, you said she's sitting in the counseling. I've never seen that before.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy.
Was there any type of abuse that would allow her to want to step?
Not abuse, man. No physical abuse. If you consider cheating abuse, and especially emotional, it definitely caused trauma. But nothing where she was like in danger.
Well, what's that supposed to mean?
My belief.
What the hell is he talking about?
If cheating is considered abuse, like, well, what's that supposed to mean?
Right.
Exactly,
Like
right.
he doesn't think he did anything wrong for real, for real.
If cheating is considered abuse, okay.
I'm like, dude. Yeah, it's abuse, man. So I don't know, guys. I mean, he's sitting up here and he's like going on and on. Now, one thing that I do think is problematic, and this is going to go on his behalf. It is problematic when the mother is showing up to the therapy sessions. That's a little bit much. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah,
I mean,
that is a bit much.
It is a bit much. It's like, it's sort of, kind of borders on the emotional incest side. Like where it's like dang near an inappropriate relationship or level of involvement in the kid's relationship. You get what I'm saying? It's kind of like that whole boy mom thing, but in reverse.
I think that Danae's mental state was so fragile that the mother felt like she needed to be there, because I don't think that Danae knew how to defend herself, and she did not know how to, to have healthy boundaries. And sometimes a child needs their mother past adulthood because there's an issue. And in her case, I think that she kind of needed her mom because he's manipulative. And I have heard of cases where men go into counseling and they manipulate the therapist. And and they blindside the wife. So she was in a fragile state. This man cheated on her. She was raising the kids by herself. And I bet you the mother felt like, no, you can't go in there by yourself because, he's bound to say anything. They may be at the end of the session taking you to the crazy house, So the mother probably intervened because her daughter was a mess.
And I'm always skeptical about doing marriage counseling sessions with people that connected to the church, because the church to me is very patriarchal. It has a very, very misogynist mindset towards women and what is expected of us. And surely, they're always going to be on the side of forgive, forgive, forgive.
But if you really think, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, I was just thinking, that maybe the mother didn't want any additional brainwashing to occur because of that as well, because we don't know what his relationship was with that pastor, because he made it a point to say that it was both of their pastors, and that was not lost on me.
And see, that's another thing, is that sometimes when you see people in the insane asylum, somebody drove them crazy. The person who drove them crazy is still out here with the general public. So who's holding the person who drove that person crazy accountable? That person's still out there with us. So I think that the mother, remember, Derrick Jaxn said the mother reluctantly agreed to the marriage, that the mother wasn't too keen and didn't like him that much. So I think the mother was really there for moral support, because I think that girl was just a ball of clay.
Exactly.
I don't think she was strong enough to speak up for herself. She needed.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I want to go back to some. Y'all said marriage counseling, right?
Yeah.
Was that actually with a therapist or with a pastor? Because there's a difference.
Yeah, he said it was with their pastor, and he said that it was both their pastors.
Man, that's some whack. Man, y'all need an actual licensed therapist.
Yes.
Instead of just a pastor.
So you're telling me that the pastor was acting as a therapist for their marriage?
Yeah.
No, he was acting as a mediator. He is not legally a therapist. All he is a mediator. And to be honest, he probably is somewhat biased.
And that could be why the mother was there.
And this is sort of kind of like enabling. I don't know what the right word is for it, but it's like
condoning,
because they didn't go to an actual therapist. Derrick was allowed to wreak more havoc.
Yes.
Precisely.
Because like my now ex, like she was telling me like with one of her other situations, like they went to like a counselor, and I was like, okay, was it a counselor or was it a pastor? And she told me it was a pastor, and I was like, that's no. If you're gonna do counseling, then you need an actual therapist who's actually trained in how to handle these difficult social conflicts and relationship conflicts. Otherwise, you're just gonna get somebody who doesn't know what they're talking about.
Right. And I don't know about y'all.
The pastor, all the pastor does is he's literally just an orator and a translator for the Bible. That's all he is. Nothing more, nothing less.
And he's just going to keep saying, forgive, forgive, forgive.
Mm-hmm.
Put it in God's hands.
Yeah. And pray. That's pretty much what he's going to say. And so I think that in a situation like that, I think that the mom needed to hold her daughter's hand and help her out a little bit.
Okay, so you guys think that mom had a right to be there
in that situation?
Yeah, in that specific situation, yes, but I don't like that emotional incest stuff, like over involved with the children's relationship or whatever.
Okay, all right. Well, I was trying to, throw Derrick a bone there, but okay.
Because generally speaking, married couples should not involve their parents in every single dilemma that they're going through. That just makes the problem even worse.
I agree with you in most cases, but this woman seems like, did you see the interview with her when she was wearing that bonnet?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, how can I forget? She looked like a mess.
Yeah,
I think I would have went with my baby too.
That's what Faith. You would have went with your daughter if she was up against him. Yeah, that she just looked crazy with that bonnet.
She looked dead on the inside, like a damn zombie or robot.
Yes, she did.
Oh my God.
And they're actually going to talk about that bunny thing too later on. But let's go ahead and continue.
Have a weird relationship. It's more like girlfriends because they're only like 15 years apart, 16 years apart. But her mother from day one didn't like me. And I think whenever I hurt the nigga, it's like, oh, see, I was right.
Yeah, confirmation.
And so that's the all access pass to stay in the relationship no matter what. My belief was I've done my wrong, but we as adults, we're 30-something
Why didn't her mama like you though?
years old, we're not children.
I wonder
and
why.
We have professionals that are involved.
Right.
We have godly counsel that's involved. And we both professed our lives to be, Jesus. Like, Jesus our Lord and Savior. So we're going by this construct now. It's time for mom to get some healthy separation.
Which is leaving and cleaving.
Leaving and cleaving. So love on, I'm talking to Danae because honestly, she's the gatekeeper. But to that
get out the way so I can continue to abuse your daughter.
Point. Yes, she was with her mom. Her mom would often speak over her while we were on the phone. All kinds of stuff. And then, that's one of those things that I still got to work on my heart.
Because like I said, when I mentioned that, your whole, I said, is he finna cry or is he finna get mad?
Well, I tried, man, look, I'm not trying to stir up nothing. Because again, I get her mother's
participation. The reason why it was to be protective.
But then sometimes and then I was right, and that's the kind of thing that's going on. But to your point, the entire time we were trying to restore, all the way from February, March. Now we done flew over to churches. There's a lot that's going on.
She said that she gave you some homework assignments. She was like, I want to see you get stronger with build your relationship with God, get some accountability around you, be more present in your kids' life because like most men, they get to working and doing all this type of stuff. That she said she wants you to be more intentional on spending time with your kids. And I think there's one other thing. Are those true? Those three things.
To a degree, it wasn't to spend time with the kids. And then we kind of had a little back and forth about that because I love spending time with the kids. If they're ever around us, you'll see they gravitate towards me because I love my kids. And that was the whole plan, is to get back to where we can both be in. But yes, for a time, I'm gonna be away from the house most of the day. So I had about an hour or two per day of quality time that I could do, and on the weekends a little bit more. But what I understood what she was saying, because I don't want to speak for her, was her saying, I want you to do some of the things with the kids, like wake them up, get them to school,
the daily task.
And we had a little bit of a beef about that. Because I'm like, hold on.
You work from home. I guess she was working, but she was a stay-at-home wife, but then she would help you on some back-end stuff. You saying, that's your role. You got the time for it. Let me go hunt.
It was a plan. Yeah. And the plan wasn't just that she be, because that's a hard job.
Yeah.
2 young kids, 2 under 2. But I had already invested in a private school, $2,500 a month. So 8 hours a day, 5 days a week.
For some 2-year-olds?
Two. At this point, I think one was just turned 3. Mom just turned 3, and DJ was 1.5 going on 2.
You had some little kids in private school?
In private school. There's a little goddess school down there because it was too young for pre-K. So it was a daycare, but it was a private school. They had a curriculum and everything else.
So they would go there Monday through Friday?
Monday through Friday, 8 hours a day.
What was Danae doing then?
So this was our conversation where we clashed on exactly what all she was doing. Because then we had babysitters. So she had raised some of these issues like, hey, the house is too big to clean. I'm really exhausted with the kids every day. So I already had said, okay, I understand. All I need you to do is tell me. So I made the investment for private school, for the sitter, for the cleaning service to come twice a week. And whenever she had these demands, I'm like, look, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to get back in your good graces, whatever. But I also want to be reasonable. If I'm working, paying every bill, you don't have to touch anything, whatever. And that includes the fun stuff and investing in the soft life thing. What are you going to be doing? That's what I asked. Because by this time, she's not working with the company anymore, actually. She wasn't working anymore. She had been said, I want to do my own thing. So I was like, whatever you want to do, I'll invest in. I want to support you. So I'm like, you're not working in the business.
So what did she do? She had a clothing shop or something?
Nothing at all at this point. She had talked about real estate and I paid for whatever it took for that, but she didn't really pursue it. I think it.
Okay.
See, maybe I'm tripping, but I'm hanging on to what he just said. He said, whatever you want to do, I'll invest in, right?
Right.
In my mind, control tactic. Because it's like, when she asked him, like, to, handle some stuff with the kids, he responded with, like, holding something over her head. I don't know if you caught that.
No, I mean, I didn't see anything wrong with him, offering to invest in whatever she wanted.
No, but it's this paired with that. He's talking about how he was like paying all the bills and stuff, and I was like, I wouldn't have even mentioned that. I would have been like, all right, if my presence isn't being felt, then clearly I'm not doing enough. Like interpersonally. Because yes, there is like handling the bills and all that. And while that's well and good and all that, if you're going to handle the bills and then respond with holding that over somebody's head, then in my mind, that's abusive behavior.
Yeah, like I pay the bills. I do regular shit that I'm supposed to do. Yeah, I feel you.
Yeah. Like you gotta understand. I have a sister and like female cousins, like and female friends. Like I would never tell them to stay with a person who does that to them.
All right, Demetrius, sharp with it. All right, I didn't catch it, but you're right. That's something that, should not be held over a woman's head. Like if the man says that he's going to provide, and when he provides, if he has to tell you about what he did, yeah, I mean, that's what you're supposed to do. So yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, but that's kind of like you broke a cup and then you got some glue to glue the cup back together, and then you're bragging about the glue that you bought. You the one that broke the damn cup.
Facts. All right. Good catch, Demetrius. Good catch. All right, we're gonna continue it.
At this point, she actually started doing the travel thing with her mom. And so, I helped what I could with that.
What travel thing? Is it a travel agency?
Yeah, travel agency with her mom. Her mom and her had their own business, what have you. So yeah, that was our clash. And I'm like, I don't think this is helpful and I don't think this is sustainable because I'm not with this. I'm gonna pay for everything and but then still get up in the morning, get the kids or whatever. I want to spend time with my children, but not take on responsibilities because at the end of the day, we still got work to do. So I forget where we was at with, but that was what we had. Her list of homework included some things that we didn't necessarily agree on. But I didn't need her to tell me to get closer. I was trying to pursue God at this point for myself. And I think it helped that she saw a lot of that initiative on my own. Because one of the pastors that she watches on TV, and then I ended up popping up.
That's what she said. She said she was watching YouTube or watching something. You popped up down there at the altar in the service or something.
Yeah, I didn't leave him alone. Because
she said you was like, I'm finna start following this minister around. That's what you started doing?
Something to that degree. We developed a rapport. So she didn't mention, I didn't watch the whole thing, by the way, so I could be wrong, but there was a space before we separated where she got really infatuated with demons. And she didn't just say, I need a deliverance either. She said, the Lord God is taking over my vessel. You're going to die, go broke, and all these other things.
She said, you are?
Yes. Now, later on, she said, well, I was speaking to the demonic spirit. In you. Yes. And this is an interesting dynamic for anybody with their spouse to talk about you speaking to. So anyway, I started looking into it and I realized, oh no, demonic influence is very real.
Right.
But I don't know nothing about it. I grew up in a very traditional church. We didn't talk too much about that. You know, we understand we don't war against flesh, but of course the spirit and all this stuff. But this goes a different level, like demon spirits, the name of this demon, so on. And there was one pastor, she introduced me to him that knew about this stuff. So I went and found him. And we also had some stuff where she wouldn't let me see the kids because my demon is making them. And I'm like, so why is it everybody else got demons but you? And I would have these conversations like, why everybody else influenced but you? And then we had this fight now where I felt like she asserted herself as my spiritual authority or my superior. She's so pure and angelic and God's first cousin. But then me, I'm just Lucifer's baby boy. I'm getting clarity from this pastor because now I've watched enough of his stuff or whatever.
You trust
met him and he took to me. And he was able to tell me some stuff that validated that he was indeed a man of God and whatever. And he took to me and was like, I could see your heart or what have you. And I was like, look, I want to serve you any way I can. I want to be a part of the ministry or what have you. So that's what started when I didn't just follow him. We was talking. He was kind of mentoring me. He became my spiritual father.
And so did anybody else confirm? Was there some deliverance service where maybe that pastor and a couple of other apostles or something linked around you and cast the demon out of you?
They cast, like I did go up there to the front and I got the deliverance and all that stuff, but it wasn't like necessarily what she was saying. It was when we all discussed it together, because now he's a friend of the marriage. He wants to help us. And when he was like, you know, Danielle, you may be seeing some stuff like a spirit wife or something like that. Right. Like, that's absolutely true because he's out here smashing and dashing, whatever.
Right.
But some stuff you get and you have to be brought up and taught how to interpret it. So Danielle was actually, I think anyway, very well meaning because she wanted to protect her family. At one point in time, she was trying to protect me, praying over me. Before we separated, I had woke up one day and she had her hand on me and she was praying over me. So it was like sometimes it came from this pompous place of, you know, throwing the at me and judgmental and so on. But at times it came from a very nurturing and protective place. So he confirmed we both needed deliverance. And even because of her mom's involvement, that she needed deliverance right along with us in order for everything to come back together.
And so what happened to where now, what transpired for her to move back from, where was she in Denver? Where the
she was living in Denver. Mm-hmm.
And what made her transition and say, okay, let's, you know, reconnect with my husband and let's try to make this work and move back to Atlanta?
So that pastor had, this was after my birthday and I've been wilding out and stuck. I'm like, it's over with. Honestly, I was so empty, man. And I cut everything off before I even knew if I would have a chance with her. But at this point I had started rebelling against God because I'm like, God,
July.
This was in July. February 4th, I gave my life to Christ in the truck. And it's like, all right, tomorrow, it was for different reasons. I didn't want to go back home before that, but I was like, tomorrow I'm coming back home and we're going to make this work. We're going to thug this out the God way.
Yeah.
And that's whenever I came back to she was gone. I was like, the day after I gave my life to Christ, things started going here. And I blamed him.
Mm-hmm.
I went through some rebellion all over again, man. Screw this, F it. So anyway, that was the end of July. I was like empty. I'm like, man, I done rented out yachts and I done did all this money spending. And
I want to say something.
With. I don't even know them. Or
as a young Christian, right? I take issue with how he's framing the religion in his life, right? And one of the tenets in Christianity and following a faith and becoming a disciple, right, is centering God in your life, right? But the way that this man thinks, he centers himself. And so he can't, like, I don't know if it's like he can't or he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to kill his ego. He doesn't want to step outside of himself, something that is actually required of the Christian faith, to step outside of yourself, put yourself in somebody else's shoes and treat them how you want to be treated. I don't know. It's just concerning to me. And he's going to this pastor as if he's a therapist, but the pastor's forte or repertoire does not include therapeutic capabilities. He is concerned first and foremost with saving your soul, not necessarily your relationship, because he understands that is not in his hands. It's really in yours and God's hands. And the pastor is kind of like enabling, because he's not like pointing out. I don't know, maybe Derrick didn't necessarily like tell the pastor everything, but assuming that he did, the pastor is enabling him by not calling him out, because adultery is a very serious sin in Christianity. I understand that the church doesn't always like crucify that people who do that sin because, you know, don't judge and all that. But it's very clear within the Bible that adultery is very serious. Pride and vanity is a very serious sin. It's like he almost sees himself as if he's a god. That's all I gotta say.
Okay, well, that was profound. I was thinking too that 2019, wasn't this around the same time that he was supposed to be getting that that podcast deal? I think it was with Fox Soul or I forget which one, or Roku. I forget which one it was. But he had
Man, I don't know. What time was this?
This was about 2019.
Oh, I was getting out of high school. I graduated in 2019, so I didn't know nothing about this whole
young.
sector of YouTube till 2020. Yeah.
How old are you? Like 22?
Yeah.
Damn, you a little young one.
Just a baby. All right, so let's continue.
Like them, just being real. Like, I don't even like you. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I was like, man, going somewhere, man. And you know, before she said anything, I again burnt the bridge. I'm so off and on. But August comes around. I think it was August, and my spiritual father was going to have another event. I had stopped kind of being around him for a little bit while I was in that stage. But I was like, I need to go over there.
So that stage was just the month of July?
I would say June into July.
Okay.
Yeah.
So February, she
July.
leaves February, right? February, give your life to Christ. The next day she leaves, you start trying to get your feet in Christ. You find that once you connect with the spiritual,
I went head first into it, man. I made friends with pastors. Willie Moore Jr. I reached out to him as a man of God, and I was like, man, what group are you a part of where y'all stay on the straight and narrow?
Yeah.
And they didn't know anything about any of this. I was pursuing this. I'm like, I don't want to mess this up again, you know? So anyway, what was the question again?
So you started working towards that. And then July, you said what?
Because we were discussing my birthday, and she was like, I'm not seeing you for your birthday. And I was like, abandonment still hurt.
Yeah.
I ain't healed nothing to do with abandonment wound at this point. So I was like, my birthday, I was like, can I at least see my babies? You know what I'm saying? Can I do that? Well, I'm taking them to a church event. I was so beside myself. So anyway, we definitely knew the relationship is over. We got a child custody agreement in place, all this stuff. I had my rendezvous. Then after that, cut everything off. My spiritual father was going to have an event. She happened to be at the event.
Oh, really?
This was actually down here in Dallas. He was going to have it at the Marriott. He's going to have like a 3-day event or something like that. I was like, I want another chance on my family, but I don't know. You know, it's just too much. But I brought a picture to put it on the altar and pray and everything else. Her mama came with her and brought the kids. And we had not at this point talked in like 2 weeks.
So it was the first time you seen your wife at church with your kids?
In a minute. Yeah, no, we had seen each other throughout the summer, but this time.
No, I'm talking about, you said for 2 weeks.
There was a couple of weeks. We had discussed me seeing the children because I kept trying to just keep some closeness with them. I went up to Denver to see them. And from that point, she ghosted me. She stopped answering. I was up in Denver for like 5 or 6 days. She wouldn't answer or nothing like that. And then like a week and a half later, we was at the church at the same time.
And you looking up like, wow, there go my wife and kids.
I broke down, really seeing the kids. Because I was like, at this point, I'm wanting another chance, but I'm also understanding. And she's kind of beat me up at this point. So I'm like, whatever on that to a degree, but I really, really miss my babies. So they ran into my knees and I'm like, man, like maybe. And so he had the sermon. Afterwards, he offered to see families that were trying to restore. And that's whenever we had the session. Her mom came in and sat right down with her as we had our family session. And at some point, the pastor said, why is mom here?
And then, so they came visit. You weren't living in the DFW Metroplex at this time?
No. Neither one of us were. But basically, that was the point where we said, we're going to try again. That's whenever, in that conversation.
Did her mom co-sign on that at that time?
She just kept listening and nodding along and stuff like that. So I don't know the conversation with her mom, but I guess she did. I don't know.
And then y'all decided to let's do it again.
Let's do it again.
And decide to what? Move to Dallas?
First month is I'm going to spend up there because she wasn't ready to part from her mom yet. So I got another Airbnb for 30 days.
Dang.
And then we moved down to Dallas together. And we moved to another Airbnb while we found a place. And we started a restoration. And this is where, honestly, bro, the whole thing, this was like one of the most beautiful things that was happening. I could tell some distance happened with her and her mom because I could always tell whenever she was close. She would come, man, I'm talking about, she get a call, come back, and she hates me. Now it's some distance. Now we're starting to reconcile. Now we're talking. We're still going through with the therapy. We crying, we expressing, we forgiving on both ends because everybody know about my sins, but there was some stuff she, you know what I'm saying? So the kids are seeing it, you know, and this is when I wrote a book, Healed Together Without Hurting Each Other, but I wrote it based on all the things we were doing. We had a schedule now. So we went through that process. This is toward the end of 2020, I think. Things ain't perfect, but we fighting for it. We in church together. We serving in church together. We praying most of the time together. We doing warfare, all of it. And then comes 2021.
What happened in 2021?
March of 2021. I think it was the 22nd or 23rd. No. Actually, a little bit before that. A month prior, my auntie passed. It was my mama's only sister. And that was really tough for me because she was always the one that was most proud of me outside of my mom. And 2 weeks later, my dad passed. My stepdad passed. And so we went to, at this point, man, I don't take losses well, deaths or nothing. So I'm messed up. And as we were preparing to go there, maybe a week prior, we found out we were pregnant with our third baby. We couldn't even enjoy that because it's so much compounded grief. And she's just like, I got you, I'm here for you, etc. So we go to my dad's wake. And like that evening, there's a girl from the separation time, my birthday time, that's doing an interview. And I'm like, I ain't got time for this. I'm just like, man, I ain't got time for this. I done got beat up fighting for this family. I done got beat up in grief. I done got, the financial piece because I had to work to eat. So I kept payroll and I never kept making money. Because at this point, I'm just all family, all Christian walk. So now my finances are starting to look a little funny. And then this. So that night, we kind of put it away. My dad's funeral, my phone is blowing up. I had to put on airplane mode, all this stuff. And I'm like, I got to face them. I got to face them.
Who was it them?
Them being the people that supported me, the public. Because, of course, I didn't talk about this and and here it is. I knew at some point I would talk about it, but I didn't plan to talk about it until our family was stronger.
I would say that's pretty darn impressive that out of all the dirt you did, it took that long for somebody to say something?
Yeah, I think it has something to do with, this may have been the first time I cut people off the way she wanted me to cut them off, as opposed to really friendly. And
that's what she also said. She said, cut them off and then get a new phone. That was the other
Not only, it was get a new phone, get a new place, throw out, a whole lot of
move to a whole other city, yeah.
$60,000, $70,000 worth of furniture, sculptures, paintings, clothes.
You talking about get rid of it?
Throw it away.
I wish I knew you.
Don't sell it, don't give it away.
Gosh, I wish I knew you.
But
what are you talking about? You just throw it away. I know you gave it to some people.
It was one or two things I gave away. Because when my family found out I was gonna throw away all this expensive stuff and sculptures and stuff, they was like, no, I'm coming up there. But most of it, no, I literally had to show her I was cutting through my custom paintings.
She's talking about the spiritual.
Okay, this is crazy. Like, I understand, wanting him to stop cheating and everything, but did he really got to throw away all the expensive sculptures and everything else? Like,
It's a Christian thing. It's a Christian thing. It's like wait, did he say throw it away or give it away?
He said throw it away, and then he said his family.
Oh, okay.
Said,
I think he took. I think he was like trying to go like word for word by the Bible or whatever, because it was like there was one story and it was a guy coming to Jesus saying, "Oh, I follow all the 10 commandments. What more can I do in order to get in the good graces of God?" And Jesus told him, "Go to your house, for you are a wealthy man, and give all your riches away." And he went away a sad man because he did not want to.
Okay, I forgot about that scripture. You know what? I haven't read the Bible in a long time, Demetrius. Please forgive me. But you're absolutely right. I remember, I think my grandmother taught us about that scripture in Bible study when we were kids. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Well, the whole thing behind that scripture is Jesus did tell him to like give his riches to the poor, but what people don't understand is like there's other ways that you can give riches to the poor, and that's by church tithings. But to be honest, I don't necessarily, while I do give church tithings, I'm more comfortable with like community work and like gifting stuff, like when they do like door drives or whatever, just like gifting people stuff that I don't use anymore that I know other people could probably like find a use for. Stuff like that.
I give away clothes to different churches for clothes drives. Like I have a bunch of suits and different things that I new stuff with tags on it, and I would just give it away to charities, for women that might need a suit to go to an interview or something like that. So yeah, I feel you on that. All right, let's continue.
Stuff.
She had been hitting me with all of that stuff, but I was
and you really tore that stuff up?
I did.
You talked your clothes and everything.
It was a show of good faith, because even though I didn't agree with her, but I was like, you've seen enough actions of me trying to do it my way, and it ended us up in this situation. Last thing I'm gonna do is still assert myself as the authority on how this needs to make you comfortable. So if she's saying it's triggering her, I was like, I'll give it up.
So your family came and got something?
Some of my family came up there. It was like, nope, we taking this, we taking that. This was actually, in the separation, so she wasn't there. And they was like, nope, they found out through all this stuff, TVs and everything. Man, so we fast forward to 2020, like again, compounded grief. And then I'm like, I want to face them. At first, she was really, really pissed, but supportive still. She was like, we knew this was gonna come. I'm 10 toes. You know what I'm saying? I got you, da-da-da. And then we come.
So hold on. So I get that you really want your marriage to work then, huh?
Man.
I never would think that. And that's why I said you got to wait. Can't pass judgment on people. I literally assumed that you were stuck in a marriage. You were getting along just to get along, but your heart was really wanting to be in these streets and smash all these women.
No.
You're saying that what I'm getting from you ain't even saying this, but what I'm getting from you is that, no, I really want the marriage to work. It just so happened that I was doing this stuff behind the scenes when I felt neglected and felt this type of stuff. You really want to be married?
Absolutely. I wanted my...
So he's blaming his cheating on the fact that he felt neglected. So whenever he
Some
cheated,
people do that. Some people do that. I've heard more women say that more so than men do. Oh, he don't spend enough time with me. He's always out the house, so I had to go find companionship elsewhere. I've heard that before.
wow, that's crazy. But you're right. Women do that too. If we feel like we're being, unappreciated, which is majority of the time, some of us are, a little bit into our lower selves. We will try to get that feeling from another man. So you're right about that. So it could be that he's telling the truth about that.
And understand this: Derrick Jaxn is a man with options. You because you can bet your bottom dollar there's a bunch of women out there checking for him, waiting for him to become single again, so they can possibly slide on. It's already happened, but we all know how this is possibly going to turn out. He's a man that's got other women, checking for him. So it doesn't surprise me, not one bit.
Yeah, that's true. And it has already happened. So, this is true. It doesn't, condone the cheating. But at the same time, if someone doesn't make you feel appreciated, for what you're contributing into the household, or making you feel even wanted, and you feel, like he said, pushed away every time you try to run to this person. And Danae is, emotionally, how can I say, immature. She is. Oh, was that Demetrius? Oh yeah, that's Demetrius. All right.
Yeah,
So
I'm sorry. I'm hopping between devices. I had to drive back up to Dallas from college.
Oh, wow.
So I don't have all my chargers here. So I'm kind of like bouncing between devices right now.
Okay, you sound like me with my cell phone overheating and stuff.
Yeah, I'm driving too.
All right, well, let's get back to it. Let's see what they're talking about.
Family. I wanted to be married, but I wanted us to stay cohesive. That was the biggest thing on my mind. Stay in the house.
So answer this real quick. So be married or want your family? Meaning, would it be okay to have this perfect hybrid of a relationship? Hey, Danae, I have a propensity to smash chicks on the side. Can you be okay with that? I'm gonna give you this off life, give you this wonderful life you live in. I love my family. I'm gonna be here for my kids. Hey, I love them. I got 3 kids now. This is amazing. But just let me go out here and smash some people from time to time. Would that be the perfect world for you?
No, that'd be hell.
Why?
Because it was hell when I was doing it behind her back. I wasn't happy. I was coping. She actually offered up for me to be with other women. And I think this may have been after she saw something on my phone but hadn't told me. But she said, what if I just allow you to have other women? And I was like, I thought it was an opportunity to talk. I'm like, no, I don't want other women. I want things to work between us. And even as I'm looking back at it, really, bro, it still shouldn't have come to that because I was reacting. We're not doing good or whatever. Instead of being accountable to the principles of the marriage, my vows.
Lying. He just lying through his teeth.
But Danae herself said that she allowed a lot of stuff. So I don't think that it's too far-fetched.
Yeah, but we already said that though. So I understand that I'm gonna hyper focus like a laser on Derrick.
Y'all not gonna give Derrick not an inch.
I told you I don't mess with cheaters. I will
I
crucify
don't either.
them. String him up, make him an example.
He know damn well if
him and his wife agreed to an open relationship, that would have been a blessing from the heavens for him. But then again, it'll be violation of the heavens if they did agree with that, you know.
I think it would have been a trap. Because a lot of times women will say that, you know, you could do certain things or we wouldn't trip and all that type of stuff. But it's just to see if you would actually do it. And then when you do it, you know, she's probably gonna come, you know, bust out with the chainsaw and try to kill everybody.
Yep, you gotta watch out for that.
But let's continue.
I was accountable to how I felt. And that was, again, a part of this long pattern of I'll be good so long as I feel good about you and how we doing. But the moment I don't feel good, screw it.
So you tell me a perfect situation for you, getting remarried again, as a woman that says, I believe a man, because I've had women come to me before. Women have come to me over the last couple of years, and when I've spoken about infidelity in the past, I have women come to me and be like, because it's not normal for a man to be faithful. So let me tell you something, Terrence, if you choose me as your wife, you can go smash women on the side. It don't matter. That don't bother me. As long as you taking care of the household, as long as you don't let that mess come to my doorstep, I'm cool with it. But the reason why I personally can't do that is because I think you're speaking to I know you're speaking to the lowest version of me, that because of my faith and my relationship with Christ, I can't operate like that. But then a lot of times men will say, well, look at the men in the Bible or whatever. I understand that. We're not in that time. You know, I know they had multiple wives. They had all this type of stuff. That's when people argue polyamory and polygamous. But I was like, that's not me. I know, like you're about to say, what you touched on, what that did to my soul. It grieves my soul. So my question to you is, why couldn't you just do that with your next wife if you decide to get married again?
The variety of vagina never pulled me. It wasn't like it was more so physical. It was emotional. I was soothing whenever I slept around. I had when basically like this. Okay, so when the times where I was faithful, like I might spend 6 months here, 8 months here, whatever, 3 months. When I was happy, I curved girls that most guys would do anything to get next to. But it was when I was unhappy for an extended amount of time, I would at least open the door to have conversations and start there. And then it would go all the way there. A perfect world for me, man, because I don't mind the same vagina over and over again. When I'm in love, it feels new to me every single time. I was fine physically. And I mean, this is why we stay connected in that way. There wasn't a complaint there. Right. And I want to be respectful to her as a woman because, you know, she's not my person anymore. And I'm, you know, somebody else's wife eventually. But that wasn't my complaint. My complaint was how cold it felt. And honestly, I used to say it, I felt more lonely and single than when I was single. In a relationship, just that rejection, that was just the way that she coped and did her own thing. But that was the part I really wanted. In a perfect world, I didn't feel that. Now, in a realistic world, as a man, I should have had better coping strategies as opposed to coping with women or anything that was going to compromise my vows. I should have been equipped and prepared more to deal with that or to leave if I was just so unhappy. But I didn't take that responsibility.
How are you reconciling that?
Okay, I like what he said here, actually. I don't know about the rest of you, but I actually like what he did there. Demetrius, you think it's cap?
No, because he was saying specifically what I just think he's lying about is he doesn't mind the same, you know what, like every night. Because if you didn't, then like I don't know, you would move differently. And I really don't think that cheating destroyed his ego because he still did it consistently.
Well, he said that was because he was trying to find an outlet because he felt rejected.
So, see, in my mind, if you this spiritual man, like it would literally, like as the host said, like destroy your soul. Like in my mind, you wouldn't be able to go home or go home whenever you do and look your wife in the eyes and tell her you love her without breaking down. There is no facet of reality where you'd be able to do that.
Okay, well, just to play devil's advocate, Demetrius, and I just want you to put yourself in the shoes that he says that he was in at the time. If you're constantly going to somebody and you're trying to be open with them and you're trying to show that person love and be there for them, but that person keeps constantly pushing you away and throwing up this wall, and the wall is cold, what type of mindset would you be in, to keep fighting for that?
I wouldn't keep fighting for it. I have self-respect.
So you think that he should have just left?
He's causing more havoc staying. So yeah.
Okay. All right.
Mercy killed the relationship.
Well, that's actually what he said that he should have done, but he didn't. He stayed and he kept cheating. So let's hear some more of this. I mean, I'm actually starting to feel sorry for him a little bit, in respect to the wall being thrown up. I'm gonna throw him a bone on that one.
And the voice for caring for a woman's heart, but then privately destroying the woman you had at home.
Resentment. That was the denial I needed. It was like you would do anything and feel like you right in doing it if you feel hurt enough, pissed off enough, disrespected, or taken for granted enough. These are a lot of the things that I was saying to her, like, man, you taking me for granted. And nothing to do with nothing physical or superficial. It was like how much I'm sacrificing for you, da-da-da-da. But one thing I didn't understand, man, is she wasn't experiencing that. It was like, it's kind of like if you ever been down on yourself, like, man, life is so bad because you got into it with whoever. But then you got to really think like, no, man, my kids is good. My roof is over my head. I got blood in I'm alive. So it's like objectively some things are true, but you're not experiencing it based on what you focused on. And what I didn't learn until way later was that she never experienced all of these things that was on my mind that I was personalizing that she didn't appreciate. So in a perfect world, man, like it's just one woman. That's what I want. And the last couple of years of the marriage, that's what I stuck to, no matter how I felt. And I know and apparently the world feels differently.
So you saying, right? When you say the last years, we'll get to there. So you get this lady, she does this interview. What did she say in this interview?
I didn't watch that interview either.
Why would you? How could you not watch a video of somebody talking about you and everybody?
I was broke down, brother. I was at my limit. I had just lost two very important people in my life. I already had jacked up my family. We were trying to get it back together. I got a baby on the way. The finances is tricky because I can't even work consistently. Danae at that time, like she was still healing a lot. So I had become the primary parent for the elder children. They went to the gym with me. I did get them up and brush their teeth and put them to bed and all these different things, taught them and resolve conflict. And so there's so much pressure on me just as a man. And then throughout that process, because I was the wrongdoer, all of my feelings were obsolete. And now it was okay. Like, screw how you feel.
Yeah.
You hurt her. And so I felt, even more invisible. This goes back to the first counseling session we did, feeling invisible, to childhood. It's like, man, I'm repetitively feeling alone. So as we coming back, and I know they done did, I was like, I can't think straight. We get back, and I know I'm gonna face my audience instead of, being further more cowardly than I already had been. Because no matter what, I want to walk according to what I think is the right thing to do. I faced them that night, but I only talked to what I did in the separation. I didn't tell them I had cheated in the marriage as well. So I was like, again, I want to do this. I want to do this again. And I offered for her to have a voice if she wanted to. Part of our counseling was her having a voice. She wanted more of a voice. She said, yeah. And then that's when we did the video.
In the video, how do you feel about how she represented herself in that video? Well, because you remember you're the face of this brand, to have her on there when now she's been attacked from the bonnet, which was something very intentional that I was when she came on the podcast. I said, Danae, listen, the last time, I understand how triggering these moments are. I said, so I'm gonna get a makeup artist. I'm gonna get somebody to make sure you look right. I don't want nobody criticizing you on my platform. Why didn't you give her that same level of care to make sure that when she represented herself, she was representing the best light?
I didn't look at her and felt like she needed makeup. I didn't feel like that was the missing piece in her being presentable or beautiful. I still, honestly, bro, I don't look at that video of what she had on and see anything wrong. The only thing I can see now from the outside is her body language. And I knew what that was because of, but people in real life didn't know. Both of us were shattered. I'm a bit more poised probably in front of the camera, and also I'm more functional. Like, even when I'm not okay, I look okay. But she was showing it, right? But for different reasons.
She was pregnant at the time. No one knew she was pregnant at the time.
She was pregnant, and she was somewhat grieving because she knew of my stepdad as well. So we're both coming from some really heavy stuff on top of her being pregnant, on top of this being a season of attempted reconciliation. And so we show up, and that way I didn't really, again, it didn't stick out to me because this ain't my first time seeing her. Just, again, I think she's beautiful. And I appreciate what you did in making sure that she was protected. But I know afterwards, when we thought about doing some more conversations, I was like, oh, let's get PR. So our body language ain't the same because I don't want them to talk about you. We did a podcast.
All right. I stopped it.
Again, he failed to protect his wife. If you know all this stuff, like she's in such a vulnerable position, then you should have never allowed her into the limelight in the condition that she was, especially if she was pregnant. Again, failed to protect his wife.
Yeah, like the explanation that he gave here didn't fly with me either. Because, you're sitting up here, like I saw and everybody else saw somebody that was bleeding and hurting sitting on that couch next to him.
Gripping the heck out of her hand.
Yeah. And the way that he tried to explain this away in this video is just kind of like unacceptable. Like, no, I don't care. Because he said he's trying to make it seem like he didn't look at what she had on, and he didn't think that there was a problem with what she had on. When even Ray Charles, a blind man, can see that this woman, you know, didn't make herself presentable to show herself as his wife before the public, to make this united front and this statement. Like, what the hell, dude? I mean, that to me, that was like the ultimate narcissistic move. And you know, like everything that he's saying in this video, to me, it's just him trying to do a cleanup job. And I think it's going to work. Because I mean, he even has me feeling sorry for him a little bit. And so if someone that's less savvy listens to him talk and they don't pick up on the game, they're going to really, really think that he was also a victim. Because this is what he's doing. She was a victim and I was a victim too. This is what he's doing.
It's only as effective as you allow it to be.
Well,
Just
another
arm
thing
yourself
too,
with the knowledge and go forward.
but another thing too is that how many times have people given public statements saying my family is going through a grieving period right now and we just want our privacy? That's what you do when you're trying to be protective of your family. And at that interview, he did not look like he was trying to be protective. He was grabbing her hand for dear life, and he was making it look like he dragged her there. Like she didn't even get a chance to put makeup on to fix her hair.
He
It
made
looked
her
like
a
it was,
meme.
yeah, it made her, it was like an impromptu deal. And he was like, we're trying to do this and all this stuff. And it just seemed staged and it seemed fake. And it seemed like it was more, you know, for his benefit than hers. And she kind of looked like she wanted to run away a little bit.
But I think
So
he knew that she was looking crazy. Because remember, after everybody
Face.
packed Dania because of how she was looking. It was like, oh, I can see why he would cheat on her. Look at how
yeah,
she's dressed and all this
people were
other stuff.
saying that. People were saying, and then the memes, Lord, oh God, we ain't even gonna talk about the memes.
Yeah, I felt bad for her. I really did.
Yeah, that was a bad look.
Yeah, I think that he knew that that was going to happen to her, and he was hoping that it would take the spotlight off of him. Because I don't think he's as stupid as he wants everybody to believe he is.
It didn't seem like a man protecting his wife or protecting his family. To me, I didn't get that from it. It was like he dragged her into that interview and she didn't even get a chance to go, you know, do her hair or makeup or anything or to be presentable. He just like was holding on to her hand for dear life. I don't believe that last statement that he made.
Yeah,
I
it
don't
was like he wasn't like allowing her to be in the video. It's like you gonna hold my hand in this video.
Yeah. Yeah. It just looked staged and fake.
And like I said, she looked as dead as a doorknob.
Yeah, she looked like like she was like she had a sedative or something. She didn't look well.
All right, well, let's continue.
Asked for a little bit, and I was like, I don't want them to talk about you. And I started looking at it from their lens. But at the time, man, I don't think she was thinking about herself. And me, I think I was so selfish in my own feelings. I wasn't thinking about her either.
How did you feel when the video dropped and people kept talking about her bonded and they kept saying, I see why he cheated on her. I see why. And they started making the quote unquote victim. That's all we knew. We didn't know about what she was doing in a relationship. So now she's this victim and now they're victim blaming. She's the reason why her man is unhappy. She's the reason why he's unfaithful because look at how she presents herself. Of course, he's going to want one of these baddies that you see on Instagram. How did you feel seeing that?
First, I don't even know where to start. I put her in that position. So as much as I was looking at it and not liking this and that, I was like, my decisions. It's another reminder that my decisions put her in this place. Secondly, I think I just felt helpless because typically I'm the one that like stands for people who get crucified wrongly, and especially women, but really anybody. I've stood for men too, but like here, I'm obsolete because I'm the one that caused it. Thirdly, there is no connection to a woman's looks and a man's integrity. One way or the other. She can't look good enough to make me a no man faithful.
Teach.
And she can't look bad enough to make us step out.
Teach.
So just in terms of what they were saying, I was like, that's bullshit. Like the most beautiful by society standards women have
Still
gotten cheated on.
Yep.
Because it's not about her looks or her makeup. It's about my character.
Thank you.
Or lack thereof. So again, it sucked not being able to say that and stand for that. And I was appreciative of those who did because they were doing what I couldn't do. And so it was really like, I mean, the shame that was already there, the guilt and all this other stuff. And then you add in the ripple effect of now family is getting involved. Her mother is, I mean, you talking about might as well moved in. It was so much that went on. I just like totally now I'm obsolete and I'm moving myself and I'm fine with that because I need to make sure she's okay to healthily carry this baby because she's pregnant still. We still got to go to these doctor's appointments.
Yep.
She's still got to keep an appetite. I've been in.
But you was still cheating on her. Wow.
The middle of scrutiny, and I was fine with that. Like, man, talk about me. One, I deserve it. Two, I'm kind of used to it.
But I'm used to it on that level, though.
Even on that
level, because people love Derrick Jaxn. It's a lot of men that didn't like you, but women love you. Look at your social media following. I mean, when did you ever have 1 million people following you? That's a lot of people that even when the video came out, I would hear people say, I don't care what he did to his wife. I still find value in what he's saying because he helped me through this and he helped me through this and his video helped me get out this toxic relationship. So no matter how much the world crashed down on you by that, you still had, and I still say the overwhelming majority of people are women that still was advocating for you.
I feel a little differently, man. I think not only advocating for me, I think they were advocating for what I stood for and that it didn't just wash that away. What I've gotten from them anyway, because I had people that turned on me and I totally understand. But the people that in real life or even online, they were like, that doesn't take away from your truth. But for me, again, I had rumors go viral about me before. People just don't remember because I wasn't as big, but I've seen tens of thousands of people unfollow me before because they thought the nail was white and I didn't date black women. So I already kind of knew, but I also think I just was too numb to that. Now, this is the first time that scrutiny is coming to somebody I love, somebody close to me because of me.
Right.
So that was my whole attention went to this is a new experience for me in that regard, that she's not built like that.
Right.
You know, she ain't used to this and she wasn't supposed to ever have to get used to it. So what was going on in my mind is just the lowest feeling you could probably imagine. Even with trying to tune out social media and everything else, her coworkers, her mama, or whatever, had to see her relive this trauma. And people making talking points because people kind of forget we both human.
Yeah.
You know, and they could forget I'm human, but I'm like this girl that y'all go from protect black women to, ooh, look at her bonnet.
That point.
And music videos and stuff like, I mean, it's so insensitive. I'm wishing I could say something, but I'm still the cause of it all. So it's guilt, shame, helplessness, fury, anger. Some people that I thought were at least somewhat friends making jokes about it. And it gave me a perspective, man, of like on some level, my platform had probably done the same thing. You know, when I talked about people and, you know, especially holding them accountable, I always thought I did it with a level of ethics. And, you know, I'm trying to at least be constructive here. But ultimately, I was making a lot of people's wives relive their own trauma. And if anybody's listening, you know, I was wrong for that. I want whoever I've ever talked about to understand that that was wrong of me. But
is he apologizing to the audience?
That gave me a perspective I never had before.
Wait a minute.
Who knows?
Look into the camera and start apologizing to his fan base.
He should be apologizing to his wife, not the fan base. Yeesh.
Amazing. Just amazing. Yeah, when he did that right there, this sums up this whole interview right here. This dude is still doing damage control, y'all. Danae's interview probably fucked his shit up so bad. That's the reason why he's here. That move right there told me everything about why he's doing what he's doing right now. Amazing.
Because I saw her trying to shut it out, but her phone blowing up.
Yeah.
You know, friends and stuff is concerned. Is she okay? And understandably, but it was overwhelming.
When you look at what made you record the video, I know you said some of your followers sent the video to you about analyzing yourself, which I thought that was, when you look at that and you hear somebody talking in third person about themselves, they consider that textbook narcissism. What in the world would possess you to do a reaction video to yourself?
Horrible decision making.
I was like, why would you do that?
Horrible thought process. So for me, whatever I'm going through, my MO has been to just work through it, get up and go do something. But at that point, I'm the biggest conversation. And I was like, this is not something I stand by. But I was like, how am I going to talk about everybody else, but I want to talk about me? Dumbest decision. Because out of 800 videos, the one that I do in third person is the one that confirms I'm a narcissist.
You're a textbook narcissist.
Textbook narcissist is third person. And we all have a PhD in narcissism from Instagram.
Yeah, we all got them. Instagram, YouTube.
So I was like, well, that didn't go as planned. And I took
and
it
then
down.
on top of that, Derrick, at the very end, what do? Promote a product.
I probably did.
He was like, and I have this book that I had come. I said, this N-word.
Right, the show must go on.
This N-word just sat there and did. What is wrong with this?
The most detached, not reading the room moment probably in my life. Mm-hmm.
And so what kind of pushback did you get from that?
Just the same. It was for me, and again, it's not trying to be arrogant. It's just like for whatever's coming my way, I know how to, for the most part, block it out. You know, my whole career has been about, being able to ignore naysayers. This time it was legit though. Something I really did. I really disappointed people that believed in me. But regardless, so much was going on in my life, I couldn't access how I felt about that.
Yeah. And then you're also still processing the loss of your the father that you knew. That's your father. Call him stepfather, whatever, but he's been there all the time. That's
the only father that I knew.
Yep.
And my family's still processing it. My cousin got shot in the head about a month or two after that. It was like I was saying about 3 months, we had 4 deaths in the family. My uncle had died while I was at my auntie's funeral. I know it sounds like this don't even make no sense. While we was at her funeral, my uncle had died. Now, we didn't really like him that much. So, my mom going, I'm sorry, but I didn't like him that much. So that one was a little less impactful, just knowing that you supporting your family who cared about him.
Yeah.
But the other 3 were really tough. But it's like, man, I can't be a victim and my children need me. I can't fold. I put everybody in this situation and I wanted to fold. I had a gun on my lap. I wanted to fold. I wanted to be out.
You contemplated suicide?
I was on my way to pulling that trigger. But Marley came out. They were getting ready to go somewhere. Marley saw.
Is he making this about him?
I don't believe for 1 second he was finna commit no damn suicide.
Yeah, nah. I believe he felt like no matter what he did, he was going to be crucified. I do think that. I do think he was looking for some way out of the situation, but straight up suicide, maybe. But even if so, like, I wouldn't even mention that.
Yeah.
It just comes off as like he's trying to make a pity party, but you did all this bad stuff. Like,
what?
Now I'm the bad guy. Yeah, you are the bad guy.
Yeah, because didn't Danae say that she was struggling with suicidal thoughts because of everything that she was going through?
Yeah, and that doesn't make him look good either. Like, if you did, you would leave behind 2 kids. 3 kids, I believe.
Yeah, but the thing about it is I'm starting to see a pattern here. See, this entire time through part 1 and part 2, he's painting himself to be a victim too. And then he's saying that, okay, Danae was hurt, but he felt that she was pushing him away, which made him a victim, because she was pushing him away because he was cheating. And then Danae says, well, I felt suicidal. I was going through the pregnancies and all the cheating and blah, blah, blah. And then he turns around and says, well, I was feeling suicidal too. This is some textbook narcissistic stuff that he's doing here. Because that's what narcissists do. Like, if you tell them that you're in pain and, what they did hurt you, they'll actually try to mimic your pain and tell you that they feel like they're going through the same thing too. This guy is a piece of work. He really is. He's sitting there on the couch, and I think that he has effectively painted himself out to also be just as much as a victim as Danae is, even though he is the cause of everything.
He did it to himself.
Wow.
Like, all this stuff that was going on with his wife, like, if he would have paid more attention and just been a bit more gentle in his approach, like, it would have been different. And I just keep I don't want to be like, because I'm not like a mean-spirited person or anything. It just comes back. I just keep thinking of the word incompetence. It's just incompetence.
It's selfishness.
I mean that too, but that was obvious. It's like he can't protect anybody.
Oh,
Not
you
even
know,
himself.
yeah, but just hearing that part right there, him, just throw in that he was suicidal, and I know that I think that Danae was genuinely suicidal. I don't believe him for 1 second though. But
And
let's continue.
I wouldn't necessarily completely doubt it or discount it, because you got to understand he's a selfish person. So maybe,
I
but at
think
the
he's like
same time, I
this
think
is
he's just seeking like pity.
no, I don't believe him because I think he likes himself too much to delete himself. Just this is the same man that's just sat up there on the same couch and said that he likes taping his own porns because he liked watching himself.
I mean,
He
that's
loves
true. That's true.
he loves himself too much. I don't think he wouldn't do anything to touch one hair on his perfectly what do you guys call it, tapered head. I mean,
Here we
he's
go,
not going to do
Chase,
that.
hyping him up.
He's not going to do it. But he's a handsome guy. I can't, Well, anyway, let's continue.
My tail lights on and said, "Ooh, daddy's here, daddy's here." Because I was out of the house for a while, and she came and jumped up on the door right at that moment.
Are you in a car?
Yeah, I was in my truck. I was just doing it in my truck.
In the driveway? In the garage or something?
No, it was in the driveway, in a little cul-de-sac. So after that, I was, kind of scared about how close I got to it. I'm like, I'm not telling nobody because of the shame of I did this and whatever, and I don't have no voice because I'm the bad guy. I'm the big bad wolf in everybody's eyes now. The resentment in the house is tenfold. I can't say enough about it. But one thing we had talked about was that I don't typically let nobody into my internal struggle, and I needed to do that. So I talked to Danae about it. Now, we're not in a good place here again. And I talked to her about it, and she kind of stonewalled a little bit, just didn't have much to say. But that's when a little bit after that, I decided I couldn't do the marriage anymore. This was in 2021 because she was laughing about it with her mom.
And she was going to commit suicide?
She was laughing about it with her mom. I got wind of the conversation. This is after some texts I saw. She was still talking to her mom about the marriage.
I would be laughing too because we both know that your ass is not committing no damn suicide. You love yourself too much to harm one hair on that perfectly tapered head of yours. I mean, come on now. It's a joke. Yeah, she laughed. Her and her mama. They both laughed at you. I don't believe you. You need more people. Anyway.
Jordan, I mean, like, who can't forgive after all the forgiveness I needed, But this one where I was like, not that she's so bad, in this moment, but it just made it clear how far away from me her heart has turned.
Did you divorce her? Did you say you wanted to divorce by text?
Yeah. At that time, and anytime we try to talk, especially if it involved her mama, she either ended up yelling or she stonewalled, like blank face until I got done talking and had nothing to say. During the therapy, she witnessed that about her mom yelling at a man, whatever. I never did, but I didn't do well with no yelling. So I knew this is to do with her mom. And I told her, hey, not only do I can't do this anymore, but this unresolved issue with your mom is the reason why. I don't know if she mentioned that or not, but a lot of people don't know. It had nothing to do with infidelity as far as why I decided I needed to leave. It was because we had talked about restoring the marriage, but we, pastors, counselors, over and over again, be catching that she had talked to her mom or brought her mom into the marriage, and her mama was very intent on staying in the marriage, giving play-by-plays of how to disrespect me, or whatever. At this point, it was like, I already checked out. I've been in the guest room over a year. But if we're going to give this a chance, you got to just set the boundary with your mom. I ain't going to put words in your mouth, so I told her, but just let her know you love her, you appreciate her support, but you're committing to this and you need her love to look different.
So basically,
no, that ain't sit right with me. Why not just go to the ma and be like, listen, I know you don't like me, but lay out the plan and see if the ma can get down with that, and that way she can feel relaxed with having her daughter around you. Oh no, maybe I'm the crazy one, Yeah.
I caught what he said where he was saying that your mom's always around and she's giving you play-by-plays on how to disrespect me. I think the mom was putting the daughter up on game of how you were disrespecting her and how she needed to not continue to take the disrespect. I think that's what the mom was doing, and you didn't like it. The mom was causing problems. The mom was waking her up, and you wanted to get rid of the mom. That's what I think was going on.
Maybe.
But anyway, let's continue.
And she kept saying, well, I'll get to it, or not yet, and I'm not ready. And over a year of that, I was like, I gotta go.
And so you sent her a text message. She was up, you was upstairs and she was downstairs on the couch.
Yep.
And at that point, that was in what year? 2021?
This is 2022 now. I skipped a whole lot, but 2022 now.
2022, you send that. When you said, hey, I'm about to divorce said woman, divorce your wife, how soon did you start entertaining the woman that we see you booed up with on social media?
Booed up.
Yeah.
Pinky.
What's her name? Okay.
I didn't know Pinky until about 2 months after.
2 months after?
Yeah, I didn't entertain anybody. Until I had filed and moved out, I didn't entertain a single woman. I know people think that I did because they saw the picture simultaneously with my announcement to be out. But because, again, I'm private, I didn't want to even announce the divorce. I didn't see any use in it. I'm like, why bring people in after all this already been caused? But then when I went down to Miami, I had been moved out now, and she had already did the video praying against folks, that kind of thing. I was like, I've been in. So this is me and my experience, not saying she was bad or whatever, but for me, that was a living hell. Being rejected to that degree, being reminded of all the wrong I've done to that degree. Over a year in the guest room. But even though I did a lot of healing in that time, it was tough to feel so disgusting to a person that you still care about. And so whenever I got out of the house, I was like, I need to be surrounded by friends, family, and love. So other friends and family down there in Miami, but the young lady was going to be there as well. And yeah, man, we just enjoyed Art Basel, and that's people taking pictures. And honestly, I didn't care. I was like, y'all don't know my life. I don't want to live under the shadow of what people could think, even though looking at it is kind of careless.
Yeah, you're like, I'm with a whole woman. At least make an announcement.
At least in the public eye.
Yeah,
for sure.
make an announcement. Me and my wife respect our privacy. We have decided to dissolve our marriage. And then whatever they see you at that point on.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
At that point, it was, again, this ain't no excuse, man. I'm just living and learning in real time.
Of course.
There's some grief there with the kids because we also getting ready to go into Christmas, the first one without the children. And then also actually divorcing is still painful. Even if you grew apart, you don't love the person no more romantically.
No matter how you look at it, it's a death.
It's been over a year since I started that detachment, but I still was feeling some of it. But ultimately, I was trying to be rebuilt up. I didn't went around feeling like the world's greatest big bad wolf. I wanted to be around people that loved me and cared about me. And yes, some of that included feminine energy that just at least liked me as a human.
Right.
It's not even about sex. It's like, man, do you even smile whenever you look at me? I've been coming into rolled eyes, and somebody walking when she's hear me coming in, she walk understandably. By the way, let me say that.
Right. There's a lot of built-in failure, a lot of mismanagement of our heart, mismanagement of all that, and
disappointment, trauma.
Man, is he serious?
Well, so I understand it, but two things can be true. I understand it, and it was effed up. It was messing me up.
No, who wants to sit in that? That's why most people get divorced. That's why most people say, I'd rather just start over fresh. I'm going to take these lessons I've learned, and then I'm going to try to do better in the next marriage. But this right here just ain't working.
My mentor told me, though, man, you got that for 5 to 7 years. He was helping coach me through it. I had prepped my mind to be able to endure that. It just was still tough. The reason I actually got a divorce was because I'm like, she's not able to do what needs to be done with her mom. And when she treats me a certain way, there's another person involved that gets treated a certain way because there's another person that is connected to how she feels about it.
That's a puppeteer that's pulling the strings.
To a degree. No, not that. There's another person that, okay, I don't know how to say this, but I don't want this to be taken the wrong way. So our eldest daughter, she may have spoken on this, is darker than the other two.
Oh yeah, she said that. She said she didn't used to like that. She said she didn't like that daughter. She had a lot of resentment towards that daughter.
So me, like in the house as an infant, as a toddler, because she's saying it, and I don't think you might not understand like this.
What it looked like in real time.
In real life, these are experiences.
I can imagine what it looked like.
So I could often intervene or kind of settle things out because I know that she loves that girl. I know that she loves her children. But it was affecting their relationship and how she treated her, or how harsh she was, or how she talked to her.
And I got that from what she's saying. She's saying that when somebody says that they don't like their child because the dark skin of this child reminds them of the type of women that you preferred, then
it's a different level. And I didn't understand it, but again, with Grace, it's just like, even she's saying she's trying to work against it. So, all right, family business, we're going to work through this. But I'm the one that saw the 2-year-old go for affection to their mommy and get turned away while the other two light skin, or the other one light skin at that time, child gets all the love and affection, and the dark skin child to see that. I'm the one that hears our dark skin child say things reflective of how she feels mommy feels about her. So as everything was in a stagnation or regressing, it wasn't just me getting pushed away or treated a certain way.
Yeah.
And again, I really hope people just approach this with compassion.
Yeah, and see, Danae said that herself, and this is where I have to give Danae all the thumbs down, because you do not project your feelings on an innocent child like that. Like, oh, I feel so horrible for that poor baby. Poor baby.
Because I don't think any of us manage all of our emotions perfectly.
Of course not.
And she's done a ton of sacrificing for every one of those kids. And I just need to say that because she's not a bad mom.
Right.
But I said the longer that I stay in this space, knowing that she's not going to do what I need her to do, and therefore that stunts her healing, our reconnection, the longer she's getting put through that. The longer the kids are getting modeled, the disconnection, the resentment remaining.
Stop
I don't know if she was talking to her mom at that point, but without her making that stance.
Okay, you said stop?
Yeah. I don't understand why he's framing it the way he's framing it, when the reason why they're in the situation they are in is because he wasn't doing what she needed him to do.
Right.
I don't know. It's just, it's like he's trying to flip everything on its head. You know what's fascinating to me? How he went through all of this and he's still the same. That's absolutely fascinating.
Well, a leopard never changes his spots.
That's true.
So, I think that he's trying to pull the wool over our eyes, but he knows exactly what type of demon he is.
Saying we committed over here, we were not moving forward. So anytime she got triggered, anytime I picked whatever, it was two people receiving the brunt of that. And somebody had to draw a line and say no more.
I can respect that. Because what you did is give more context behind what she even admitted. And I believe that what you said, she will never deny. She'll say, yep, that was.
But but with all of that, because one thing I noticed, and I wish y'all mind me saying this, is that sometimes she dealt with shame of feeling like she wasn't perfect. She cried about sometimes how she dealt with our daughter. She had a lot of insecurities as a woman, but also as a mother. And so I hope that she knows that it doesn't take away from her love for the kids, her sacrifices for the kids, the things even now I don't see, because we've been co-parents now almost a year. So there's many things she has to take on now that we maybe used to split that's just strictly on her, and including our third child. So for anybody, any mom out there that resents their kids for any reason, there's some people that just mad they became parents.
Yep.
It became such a burden. And there's mothers and fathers that deal with that guilt of knowing they don't feel as happy about something that, the kid is involved, but they can't talk to nobody. And what I'm saying is, is it don't take away from that. And her love is still genuine, and she's still a good woman.
That's good. I'm glad you said that, which goes back to this Mother's Day post that you made.
Mm-hmm.
What made you do that? And I believe that while it's good intentions, for whatever reason, people didn't receive it as such. When you look back, hindsight being 2020, why you believe that wasn't received well?
Well, Shade Room didn't receive it well, and the blogs didn't, but people on my page did. However, I caught wind that she wasn't happy with it. That was my third year post on Mother's Day. For me, and I'm not saying it's the right decision, but the romantic relationship is completely separate from the co-parenting relationship.
True.
So I honored her in real life before Mother's Day about her being a mom. I would send her text to say, thank you for taking on that, especially if the kids went to urgent care or something. Thank you for being the one to take care of that. Thank you for being there, taking off whatever you might be doing for work. So in real life, I honored her. And actually, her mom was there. I brought her flowers. I had the kids pick something up.
The day before, she told me that.
Yeah, that was a regular thing, though. As co-parents, I'm like, we may have, our chapters closed romantically, but we still are teammates when it comes to them.
She said the reason why it was kind of backhanded compliment is because you blocked her on social media. So how can you block somebody but then make a message or an affirmation post without them, quote unquote, seeing it?
So I had to block her because before y'all interviewed, she was throwing around our picture online. She was in her story. She had a whole webinar called The Cheating Husband Stories. It was like, when I saw that you had titled it Breaks Her Silence, I was like, broke what? It was already broken because she had been. But for me, I wanted to allow her, if she want to express or tell her story, that I don't deserve a space to speak on what's valid and what's not. And so I was kind of letting her do a thing, but I can only handle so much. If she's doing all of this, people are sending. So I blocked her. Like, I can't handle that. And I don't want to start retaliating or, whatever, speaking as well. So I didn't say anything about her at all outside of Happy Mother's Day. But I honored her in real life. I honored her out loud online the same way I had 2 years prior.
Oh, so you can't handle the public embarrassment of what came out about you and her constantly embarrassing you. You couldn't handle that. You could handle her cheating because he seemed to take that on the chin. But he cares so much about his public image. Interesting.
because it was separate. And I meant everything I said in there about her being a great mom. But yeah, I had blocked it and I unblocked it because I was trying to tag her, but her settings won't let me tag her. But yeah, that was it. And I took it down when, she's not comfortable with that. Fine, no big deal.
Yeah, and be honest with you, I wasn't following her around to know what she was saying about you. And all sincerity, like which I told her, which I do a pre-interview, I questioned her mental stability. So I didn't want to bring on the podcast and explore it. I was like, something is off with her. So then when people kept saying you need to talk to her, then I talked to her on the phone and I was like, oh, she's really cool. She's really cool. Well, all right, well, come on. Because if she was dealing with any type of mental illness and that type of stuff, I didn't want to exploit that.
Yeah.
And so when I was talking to her, I was like, oh, she's funny. She's cracking jokes. Because even when she would talk about the infidelity, she'll be joking about it, which made me feel like she was so far removed that she was healed from it. Because I was saying, you can laugh about something. And she was like, yeah, they were passing the hallway. Yeah, I was one of the girls. So I like it when people get to the place where they can laugh at some of their dumb decisions and be able to acknowledge what was right, what was wrong, and talk about her own faults in it or whatnot. And so that's what made me say, all right, come on, Dear Future Wifey podcast and have this conversation.
Yeah, she ain't crazy. She's different. And she's like an awkward black girl.
Yeah.
And then also, I hope everybody understands and I had to understand this myself, she's been brought to some limits that, I wouldn't wish
most people
would fold somehow.
Yep.
So there's no blueprint on how to handle this. When she first met me, I was a college football player and I loved to write poetry, but that was it. And now I've become this kind of sort of household name, especially.
Wait,
what was that?
Was that soft shade?
What was soft shade?
He was like, oh, she not crazy. She just different. Wow.
Yeah. He's been throwing like little jabs here and there. I've been, picking up on it.
Jesus.
But yeah, it's this guy. He's just like I Am Pretty Damn Gangster said down here in the chat room. So you see that she's abusive to your dark-skinned daughter, but you leave the child with the abusive mom, but you out. There's no way that if I saw something like that I could trust her alone with my child.
Yes, it sounds like she low-key hates the daughter.
Yeah.
Because every time she looks at the daughter, she's reminded of the lady you cheated with. And didn't she say like she would watch the tapes?
Yeah, she would watch the tapes and she would be mimicking the women and all this other stuff. And she said she knew several women's body better than she knew her own. So she's a weirdo. But I think that more than just the dark-skinned daughter reminding her of the women in those videos, but it's kind of like, oh, you look just like your big head dark-skinned daddy. Because the skin color is also a reflection of Derrick. And I think that's what she didn't want to say in her interview.
So she hates Derrick.
Right. I think if she could have gotten away with killing him, she probably would have.
I agree.
But let's continue.
In the black community, her friends, family, coworkers, cousins, they posted about me and wanted to like she's gotten kind of thrust into something I don't know if either of us knew was going to happen.
Right.
Nor do I think she really would have signed up for. So no, there's no blueprint in how she's handling everything. There are certain things she's done I still think is kind of crazy. I mean, just keeping it G with you. Whenever she said God took over her body and told the demon in me that I was going to die and go broke, I was like, that is bizarre. I'm not safe here. But the girl ain't crazy.
What do you think about when she made the post that you was talking about people who speak negative about you, that God was going to kill their kids and everything else?
I was confused because she wouldn't talk to me still. So
because she was acting like y'all was Team Jaxn.
We was not Team Jaxn, and I was like, huh? Like, because anytime trying to just have a cordial conversation, she wasn't interested. I was like, okay, well, this is her boundary. Now that I've, moved out the house or whatever. But then when I saw it, I was like, you would think we were still married and she got my back or whatever. And how I've kind of made sense of it now is maybe it was just kind of a little bit of both. Maybe it is, I don't rock with you or whatever, but maybe she was treating it as because we're legally still married, or maybe she had some hope or something like that. She's not going to just cover me in prayer. She's going to cover herself in prayer, but me as well. And that's warfare prayer, man. Like I understood it. And that's light compared to what I've gotten in real life. That was PG. That was safe. That was Barney.
Well, it offended a whole lot of people because he was talking about killing their kids and God's going to do this. I said, I know God loves you. When I looked at it, when I saw it, I was like, I know God loves you, Danae, and God loves Derrick and y'all, all his kids. But I promise you, if he didn't just start killing people for killing his own son, he sure ain't going to kill him for talking bad about you and Derrick.
Well, she learning, man. She, I mean, you want a war in the spirit.
Yeah.
You want to speak against those things that are trying to operate against God's plan for your life. But I think that, like she's just still sharpening that. But
Right.
she meant well. That's all.
And so y'all still going through a divorce now? Is the divorce final?
No, we moving along as fast as we can, but it's still a process. And so legally we are still married.
And do you desire to get married again?
Absolutely.
Why?
Because I don't think your past has to dictate your future. I don't think just because you failed at something, maybe you were the one that sabotaged and jacked it up like me, or maybe you just was you got done wrong and you endured it. But I don't think we have to look at how things went in the past at any point and say, never again will we ever have a chance. I still value marriage. I still value family. I understand some things now I didn't before. Not only understand, I prepared differently, and I'm preparing going into it again. But when the time comes, I ain't in no hurry.
Right.
But I want to make sure when God aligns my person, she gets the best of me, and we don't repeat the same issues as the past.
When you do you look at yourself as being single now, even though you're legally married?
Yeah.
And so you move like a single man.
To a large degree, I'm moving like a single man who's focused on his children and his healing and personal.
You always move like a single man. What are you talking? Okay.
Bro. So, I may spend time with people I wouldn't normally spend if I was in a marriage, but I'm not developing anything towards nothing. I got my focus really on my kids because, again, we've been co-parents for the last almost year, and it's them who didn't choose to be a part of any of this.
Anything you want to leave the audience with? What would you like to say? What's on the heart of Derrick Jaxn? And what would you like to say? Whether it's to, matter of fact, I don't even want you speaking to the women. I want you to speak to the brothers that may be in the same situation as you've been in, feel like, they've tried, they've mismanaged their marriage, cheated, whatever. What would you say to those brothers that, as they always say, he can't tell me nothing when we've been in them shoes before?
First off, you're not alone. You're not alone in how you cope. You're not alone in what you struggle in. You're not alone in that guilt and shame. You're not alone in feeling unheard and unseen and like you don't matter. You're not alone in feeling like, you're just about being a good behavior.
This has to be
everybody wants you to do right.
So what?
Is he doing a men's cheating group?
Support group? I don't know, but I like how he looks at the camera. Like he is so good. Like the posturing is ridiculous.
All right, Faith. All right.
Don't nobody care if you're okay. You're not alone in feeling like, your woman can use her intuition to see if you're cheating, but she ain't using that same intuition to see if you're at peace and if you're happy. There are other men who feel the same way. I felt the same way. And let me also say, it's not always somebody else's fault. I don't even believe in relationship problems as much as I used to. I believe we have internal problems that we bring into a relationship. So for everything that you feel, and even though you're not.
Go ahead.
What are you talking about? Your woman has intuition to know if you're cheating, but then your woman doesn't have an intuition to know whether or not you're you're living, you have peace. You created the turmoil in your relationship.
Yeah, exactly.
This is all you're doing. This destruction is from you. So with all of the jobs that she has now, she's supposed to be able to intuitively know how to give you peace.
I don't think that he should have any peace at all.
You destroyed your relationship. This is the shambles that you left your relationship in. This is the rubbish that's left over.
He destroyed his family.
Yeah.
And I hear a lot of manosphere talking points about how women destroy the family when they leave the marriage. But they don't talk about how men destroy the family when they cheat and they're abusive in the marriage. It's all the same destructiveness.
And that's not even, even the stuff that he's not talking about, because some women will mess with your marriage because she's trying to get the husband to leave you. Like they'll leave articles of clothing in the glove box, or they'll call and hang up. What about all that stuff too?
True, that part. And I Am Pretty Damn Gangster says she should have sent them kids with him and healed herself and let him figure it out until further notice. I agree. And you know what?
I agree with that. I agree with that.
because she's not in a mental space to be a mom, in my opinion.
No. And since he's got it like that financially, he has the means to do that. He kept saying, I'm single, but I'm focusing on my children. Okay, well, then if you're focusing on your children, you keep the children and let her heal. Let her go to one of those somewhat like a retreat and let her heal herself or get healed.
Yeah, he ain't trying to hear that. He don't care nothing about them kids. All he care about is his image and making money.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's continue.
Not alone, your wife, your girl, she ain't the enemy either. She ain't the cause either. And if you're like me and you're reactive, you're apart from your masculine role. We're supposed to be the standard. Femininity is supposed to be the responsive agent.
Man,
So what that means is instead of getting in a relationship thinking, like me, I'm speaking from where I feel like I really dropped the ball, so hopefully you don't. Instead of feeling like, well, as long as she do me right and pour into my cup and so on and so forth, I'm gonna do right, that's a recipe for disaster, man. Of course, you don't want to do a good woman wrong, but it should be about you being a good man to your standards, your principles, regardless of that woman's behavior. And if she's not good enough to do right by, probably best to go ahead and let her go. That's not me preaching. That's me hopefully trying to reach somebody, you know, who still has a family and you have the opportunity to keep that intact, or you have the opportunity to keep it from suffering such humiliation and
Faith,
such
can you
damage
stop the video?
before, you know, it eventually fizzles out.
All right. What's up?
Man, shut
What's up?
your ass up. You can't tell. You can't talk to me about anything. All these years you've been talking to these women, and all of a sudden you want to talk to men. Get out of here.
Yeah, that's a lot of nerve. Like you done set up here and destroyed your whole family. You are just literally walking out of burning buildings all around you that you set on fire, and you finna give some goddamn advice.
So,
The nerve.
Demetrius, do you think that that's why men have been trashing him the whole time, and the only people that he was counseling was women because they saw through him this whole time?
Well, it's more about like, okay, I've when it comes to DJ, like I've had this talking point about him for quite some time. And this is before I even knew anything about like the manosphere, like the sisterhood, the divestor space, or whatever, the pink tube and colorism tube and all that. Abba and Preach, I believe back in 2015, 2016, reacted to a video of him, and I was watching Abba and Preach's videos because I found them hilarious.
They are funny.
Well, they should be. They're comedians, right?
Mm-hmm.
And even I clicked the link, right, and I watched the video first, and I was looking at the video 15, 16 years old. I was like, man, I mean, I get what he's saying, but this dude's obviously a snake oil salesman. And I showed it. Let me tell you something. I showed it to the Bengali boy in my class. He said the same thing. I showed it to the two white boys in my class. They said the same thing. I showed it to to the upperclassmen. They said the same thing. So it's like all these men of all ages, of all races, of all creeds have been saying the same thing about DJ for a very long time. And it's like we can just smell the foulness on him, and we can sense it in his speech because he's not giving the full. You get what I'm saying? He's only telling one side, and he's framing it in such a way as if there's not any more work to be done. And that's why men hate it or despise him. He is a malignant narcissist. I don't really mess with Obsidian, but he is correct when he frames DJ as a malignant narcissist. This dude has caused nothing but pain.
Obsidian?
Yes.
Isn't it like the pot calling the kettle black though?
But see, that's it, Faith. The men knew, okay, like women know when another woman is full of it. From day one, men have been saying that he is full of it and that he's just like us. They've been saying that since day one, and the women were clapping back saying, "You're just jealous. You wish you were him." But now, when he got caught, that all the guys were going, see, I told you. So the men knew.
Yeah, that's
The,
true.
the men knew from day one that this guy was a snake oil salesman.
I don't
Yeah, I
know. He
guess.
just seemed like one of those people. Like when you go to Times Square in New York, he just walk up to you with a cap and be like, "Hey man, I'm selling this cap for $25. It ain't got no lice in it, or we know he lying."
The guys
Well, you
knew.
know,
They called it. They
yeah,
called
they
it.
did. They've been telling us for years this dude is a fraud. But I don't
Yep.
know, like me deep down inside, like when he was saying all that stuff, I was thinking to myself, dude, you are just too good to be true. You sitting up here and your chocolate just luscious glory.
All right, Faith. All
Just-
right. Calm down.
What? What am I doing?
But you know another
Hyping him
thing
up.
too. Another thing too, Faith, is that like I used to do online dating, and one of the things that guys that are cheating on their family do and they don't notice is that they always talk in the garage or they talk in their car. They
Mm.
they do not talk in their house because they're cheating.
You know
And
what?
yeah.
There's this guy that stays across from me. He be
Mhm.
in his car all night long on his phone.
Yeah.
Like I'll see him pull up and he won't even get out and go in the house.
Yeah,
He'll
when you
pull out
have a
that
house.
phone and
Yeah.
be out there for hours.
Yeah. When you have a house and instead of chilling, you know, in your house, you're in the garage. Why are you in the garage? Because whatever you're doing, you don't want your wife to hear you.
Mm.
I don't know. Like I don't know. Dudes like that. Like they only big and bad till they get caught.
Yeah, that's true.
Cause I heard of I heard of some stories. Now this was on Twitter, right? It was like some dude. He was like on FaceTime with another girl, and she was like shaking her titties for him or something. And the wife like was just coming out to the car because she saw him like pull up, and she was like wondering why he wasn't coming inside. And she saw that woman shaking her boobs and stuff, and she just watched to see what is he on Twitter or something? Like no, he was on FaceTime. And so she took a bat and she just swung that, broke the window. Oh
Well,
yeah. He
good
pulled
for
off
her.
after that.
Good for her. Well, let's continue. I think we're almost almost towards the end.
And honestly, I will speak to women as well as men. No matter what decisions you've made, if you've been the villain like me or the victim like I have at times as well, don't let that define your ambition going forward. You may have messed up, but you have value to offer this world, and you got value to offer somebody in love. So maybe you was a part of a pattern like me and you stepped out and that's the big sin, but maybe you had a pattern of sabotage. Maybe you had a pattern of overreacting, never trusting, closing down, whatever your pattern is. It doesn't have to be your future. And that's for any woman that done chose the wrong man over and over again, endured the wrong thing over and over again, or any man that's endured the wrong thing over and over again, or chose wrong,
Man,
etc.
shut your ass up. You
That's
can't
all.
tell me nothing.
Derrick, you know something? Giftings are given without repentance. But I'm telling you, you got a gift for this thing. You really do. You have a gift, and I'm just listening to you. And the reason why, and I text you when I did the episode with Danae, and I said, hey, listen, this episode's going to drop. I'm going to keep you lifted up in prayer. Because of the thing that I'm trying not to get emotional. The worst thing that I want to be is the catalyst that sends another person, a brother, a human being over the edge. And so I'm sensitive to the giftings, the platform that God has given me. And so I'm sensitive to the fact that even though this brother, because the thing about it, and I'll level with you, if I had a platform when I was at my worst point, when I was married, probably would have looked at like people looked at you. It just so happened that I didn't have the platform when I was cheating on my wife. Now, of course, I could say, well, I wasn't also over here giving relationship advice or whatever. But I'm saying if my worst day was televised, how would people look at me? If our worst day is publicized, how would people look at said individual? And so I offer people the same grace that I know that God extends to me. And so I text you that day and I said, listen, brother, I want you to get your healing. I want your family to be healed.
Oh, he cheated on his wife too? I didn't
Wait,
know that.
for real?
Yeah, he just said
Y'all
it.
got
Is
some
that what he
nerve.
just said? And he's trying to tell this guy about not cheating on his wife. Unbelievable.
So they both up. Boy, I tell you. Okay.
I want your family to be restored, and I want you to know that I'm
Go
praying
ahead,
for you and I
finish.
love you. Because at the end of the day, you still my doggone brother, no matter what. And then when I found out that you're a brother in Christ, you really my brother. And so what I say to you, King, is that I'm standing 10 toes down. I want to see your family healed, restored. I want to.
He your
This
brother
sound like a
because he
Why
your
Did I
brother
Get
in
Married 3.
infidelity.
This sound like a Tyler Perry movie sequel.
Man,
Like a Why Did I Get Married 3.
they just
What
sat
about
up
2?
there and bonded because they both cheaters. You can't make this shit up.
You know what they
y'all
say?
have the
Birds
best
of feathers
co-parent
should flock together.
relationship ever. I want y'all to be able to go to lunch together and dinner together. And people are like, are they back together? Like, no, it's what healthy looks like.
Yeah.
This is what healthy looks like.
Yeah.
And instead of passing on generational curses, I want us to pass on generational healing. So I want that for you and Danae. I pray that God continues to heal those beautiful kings and queens that y'all raising up so that they could see a healthy relationship, see what healthy co-parenting looks like.
Absolutely.
And that's what I want for y'all. That's what I'm praying for y'all. Matter of fact, I'll just end in prayer. Heavenly Father, I lift up the Jaxns before you right now in the name of Jesus. Lord, I thank you for my brother coming on this platform and bearing his heart, bearing his soul, showing up 10 toes down, and for him to even name the episode, you reap what you sow. He has been totally transparent and honest about how he's been showing up and the lack thereof. And God, I hope this episode touches the hearts and the minds of the people that witness it, those that are coming just to see some sensationalize a story, to be able to pick out sound bites to attack your people. God, I ask that you convict their hearts and they're able to see, okay, God, I see it now. I understand. You know, and I want us to be able to offer each other grace, God. And we thank you. We thank you for their relationship, even the demise of the relationship. We thank you because all things work together for the good of them that love God and to the called according to your purpose. So God, there's also a lesson in this. We give you all the praise, glory, and adoration. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Derrick, thank you so much.
And thank you
for being on the Future Wifey podcast.
Man, you know what? I'm starting to hate Christian people. I'm sorry.
Hold on.
No
why are we
offense.
in it?
No offense, but man, it's the hypocrisy.
This is an insult to Christian.
No. I'm not gonna let you do that, Faith, because even the Bible says a whole lot. Narrow is the path of righteousness, and a whole lot ain't gonna make it.
I see. And then he gonna come up there with that old prayer and stuff. And then now that he done prayed for them, they really gonna be doomed. How can the sinner pray for another sinner? Good God of me.
Hey, all I gotta say is don't loop me in. You know, that's all I gotta say.
Oh, I am pretty damn gangster said no, we're human too. We be flawed as fuck. Okay, well, you know what? As woman's fear always reminds me, I am quite judgmental. Let me not be that judgmental, but god damn. Ugh. I can't stand the hypocrisy.
Why you think dudes left the church? No, I'm kidding.
That's probably why.
Right, exactly. Shoot, that's definitely why I left the churches. I used to see so much hypocrisy going on. It don't make no sense. I can't go in there with my jeans on. They every time I come into church with my jeans on, they putting on what they call that big old white curtain or sheet that they wrap around you. I forget what they call it. But then you got the mothers
Cloth?
and the sisters of the church sleeping with the pastor. Hypocrisy. What is worse? Me coming to the church in my jeans or you?
That's not bad at all. That's not bad at all. No, all it is purity culture, and like they just want to maintain purity culture. Like you don't have to go to church like super dressed up. Like when I go to church, whenever I do, like I just wear like a button up and some jeans and some dress shoes, and that's it. That's that. Like you don't have to dress
This
up.
is 20 some odd years ago. So,
well, I mean that stuff still happens though. Like I mean,
but see,
people,
I think
people
that
aren't
the
gonna
church would
stop.
let
quote
you get
unquote,
away with it
sinning.
because you're a man. You know, for some reason
I
or
would
another.
not get away with that. I would not.
Well, as far as like the dress code,
because
that's what I'm talking about.
Maybe.
Yeah,
no,
because
youth service, like all the other kids, like they would be like wearing like denim shirts and stuff, or denim vests. Maybe it's a different time.
Yeah, because during my time, you know, they was wrapping that daggone white cloth around you if you were a woman.
See, I don't know nothing about that.
Short skirt, I think some jeans and all that type of stuff. So then I had to kind of posture myself to, you know, dress accordingly because they wasn't letting us get away with it.
That's unheard of.
You gotta start coming to Oak Cliff.
No, it's not unheard of. You guys never heard of the I forget what they call it, the something cloth that they wrap around you.
What cloth? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry.
I've never heard that.
I forget the
People
name
go
of
to my
that daggone white sheet. The modesty cloth or something like that is what they used to call it.
I mean, women go to my church in jeans all the time. People go to my church wearing jeans a lot, so they don't get no complaints. I never heard. That's new to me. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
well, I don't know. Well, maybe that's just from where I come from.
Yeah, you out there in Arizona, yeah.
Well, no, this wasn't Arizona. I was living in Chicago.
Oh, that's different.
Me too.
Oh, you were in Chicago, Hustler?
Born and raised. Now I'm in the suburbs.
Yeah, they had what they call the modesty cloths in the churches that I was going to.
And what denomination was this?
Baptist.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna say something like Pentecostal or Presbyterian, Seventh-day Adventist.
Yeah, see, I am pretty damn gangster knows what I'm talking about. She said my grandparents expected men and boys to wear dress coats and ties and dresses for us girls. So I know what you're saying, Faith. I don't know, like, how old are you guys? You know, because I'm like 47, and
I'm
this
22.
was like a good 20 years ago.
I'm 39. So you got a good 8 years on me.
Yeah, so I don't know if it was going on during the time that you all could, you know, remember being in church, but that's what it was when I was going. And I am pretty damn gangster says she's 41.
Am I really the only young person in here?
From the looks of it, yep.
Man,
we old heads up in here.
No, Juju is about your age. She comes here all the time.
Oh, all right. My siblings and husband are 50 plus. Oh, y'all about my dad's age.
Y'all.
Yeah, y'all. Or my big cousin. Yeah.
Hustler said, I ain't 40 yet.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna look good at 40, just like I look good now.
Oh, look at you. You just so modest.
Faith, hold on.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I gotta give you some pushback on that. I do not support Kiki in her lame, cornball, childish BS. All right, do not support that. We
What are you
need.
talking about? I thought the video was quite entertaining.
It was corny, is what it was. It was low effort, low budget. Don't support that.
What, the Usher video? I didn't see it yet.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't see the Usher video?
Oh, here we go.
It was
Oh my
called
God, I
Boyfriend.
love this video. I love this song. Hold on a second. Let me find that video.
I knew it.
Usher is a legend. Can't sleep on him.
Yes, I mean, come on now, all of that. Okay, here we go. Usher boyfriend video. Oh, you know I'm a mother. Oh my God.
Wow.
I just keep thinking it could have been different. Goodness gracious. The video's still corny though.
It's corny. I'm gonna say it's corny, but at the same time entertaining. It's one of those laughable. How should I put this? Entertainingly corny videos. This is such term.
It is. I mean, just knowing the circumstances behind it alone makes it even more entertaining. And I like bubblegum pop. I mean, that's just big.
So, okay. So, are y'all happy for Darius?
Happy for what? What?
He announced he moving on after she put out the video.
Oh yeah, rightfully so.
I was like, goodness gracious, this man is free.
On.
I thought he'd been moved on.
I don't know. Maybe he was holding on to hope.
Well, you know, I guess Kiki showed his ass that she not bothered by nothing that he's saying. He lame anyway. I mean, I wouldn't want a guy like him in no way.
Wasn't he broken homeless?
Taking his personal relationship issues to the internet. Then again, I do understand the point. Like, she did everything in public, but honestly, it could have been different if he handled the situation better.
I mean, wasn't he broke and unemployed or whatever?
Go ahead,
well, he didn't have as much money as she did.
So,
and
well, I mean, there's a level of dare I say respectability when you have to foot the bill for your man.
Okay.
His solution.
Yeah, and
y'all just I am pretty damn gangster says, I wish Usher would have stayed out of their mess and didn't do this song. When her son grows up, he'll have his own opinion. That's true.
Yep. Not only that, Keke Palmer's daughter, son, or whatever gonna have their own opinion.
I think that's who she's talking about. But yeah, like, I don't know, like, Faith, obviously, like, you can feel however you want to about the situation, but I'm actually happy for Darius in this situation because it seems like there was not necessarily an unevenness, because I'm not necessarily against hypogamous relationships. It's just like there was a clear lack of respect there.
But ask yourself why though.
Yeah, I mean, it don't matter why. It's just the lack of respect was there, and that's enough for me.
Okay, so do you think that that's the first time that he did something like that to her?
That we know of, yes.
Okay.
That we don't know of, maybe not. However, the sheer fact that because my whole problem wasn't the serenade, right? My whole problem was after the serenade when she showed Usher her ass. Maybe I have a hazy memory on that, but
Well, I mean, everybody was gonna see her ass because of the way the dress was made anyway. So I mean, when she got up, she was gonna
yeah,
have
but
to
there's a
turn around
difference
and walk
between
back to
people
her
seeing it
chair.
and you showing it to people. There's a difference between just having your ass out and you actually showing your ass to people. There's a difference to me.
Well, yeah, that is true because she did stand there and make sure that she posed so he could see her.
Exactly. That's what that was my issue. My issue wasn't the serenade and like her hugged up with Usher and anything like because obviously like she's been a fan of Usher for a very long time, right? So she's fangirling, right?
Yeah, she's
But when she
fangirling
twirled
out.
around for Usher, yeah, no, that was where my problem is. I was like, yep, I see the issue right there. And that to me, that signified a lack of respect from me.
So you think that she was trying to get his attention the whole time?
Not necessarily. I think she was just in the moment. You know what I'm saying? I don't think she was like, you know what I'm saying? Like all the way out for Usher, like actively searching for Usher. She was just feeling herself in the moment and she decided to twirl around for oh boy. And
Oh, wait a minute. So I Am Pretty Damn Gangster said that he head butted Nikki's butt too. He's a buttaholic. I don't know. I think most men are buttaholics though.
You got a butt fetish, in other words.
I don't know, Faith. I don't know if I'm tripping about that. I don't know. I don't know. I just after seeing the video multiple times, it was just like I don't know. People were like gaslighting
I
in
just
that
think that
situation.
I think they turned a bad situation into something positive and productive where they could just, make money off of it rather than it just be a complete embarrassment. I think they recouped something from that situation.
What did they recoup?
They
Just
made a mountain of a molehill. Shit.
it's still a stain in history. People still gonna laugh about
And
this.
they're going to be paid for that. They're going to be compensated for,
I
I
guess.
see it's a win-win situation.
I guess I'm just happy that Darius got out of that situation because it was clear that she didn't respect old dude.
Darius is a clown. I mean,
Yeah, he is, but at the same time, I'm trying to be objective right now. He is because old boy, like, if I'm not mistaken, like, dude has like, isn't he like an underwear model or something?
no, but the thing about it is he did take a picture of himself in his underwear on his page.
That's why I asked what I asked.
While he's sitting up here talking about Kiki showing her ass. Somebody showed their ass first though, and it
Yeah,
was
but
him.
didn't he show Kiki's ass too?
Yeah, he sure did.
All right, so that was that tit for tat with that. I mean,
so you're
well,
standing there holding the camera while she clapped the booty cheeks, but now that she's showing Usher the booty cheeks and that sheer dress,
I think he's a hypocrite in that.
Yeah, he's a clown. I mean, I don't feel bad for Darius at all, honestly.
I didn't say I feel bad for him. I'm just happy he's out of that relationship. I was it could have been different for you. It could have been different.
He was on Easy Street.
What's up, AP?
He was on Easy Street.
Yeah, he was.
He could have been a house husband.
Well, I wasn't even necessarily talking about that. I was like, he could have, but obviously, I don't think Kiki would have liked him just being a house husband, doing that.
But that's essentially what he was doing anyway.
But that's what he that's what he was
Was he
doing.
the primary caregiver?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I think I heard something about like O'Shea saying like he filed for full custody or whatever. since he
Oh,
was the primary
good luck
caregiver.
with that.
It like came out today or something.
This was
But you
silly.
know what?
They could have patched
I
that up.
wonder if this video is going to work against her if he did file custody.
It might. But I don't think he's gonna win the full custody. Maybe joint custody, right? But full custody,
No, I think that he would get joint custody.
depends on how much at home she is, and I don't know the co-parenting relationship right now. But if it's bad, then he might get full custody. Remember Usher custody battle?
No, what happened with Usher's custody battle?
Yeah, you're gonna have to refresh my memory.
But at any rate, y'all, this was a great stream. I want to thank each and every person that came up here. You know how I like to do. I like to do the final thoughts before I end anything. So I want to start down there at the bottom with Hustler and Muscular. Did you have any final thoughts about anything that you saw in this live stream, especially about Derrick Jaxn and his situation? What did you think about the interview?
It was so much to unpack. It's ridiculous. I knew Derrick Jaxn was full of shit from the beginning. I mean, seriously, this is the same guy that tells men you should date overweight women. You should take single mothers as they are. But you look at his wife, well, ex-wife, and she's none of these things. She's neither of these things. And second of all, this is the same guy telling men, cater to a woman, pander to her, and yet he is not the most supportive husband out there based on everything that we just heard in that interview. He did nothing to support his own wife in her time of need, seriously. So it's always like, what the hell are you trying to sell us on? Honestly, what is this guy trying to sell people on? He's telling men to do the same stuff that he himself is not guilty of doing. So it's just nuts. And I remember in the beginning of the interview, he said, we have this, the bro code got us in a chokehold because men will do whatever they want and not hold each other accountable. That's a bunch of bullshit, because as men, we are prone to holding each other accountable. It's the women we can't hold accountable. We can call each other out for our nonsense, but we can't call the black woman out for her BS. So that was just nonsense right there. He know damn well he out of pocket for saying that. Because he knows that men will definitely at least try to hold other people accountable. It's the women that we can't tell much of anything to, but it's a real crapshoot, I can tell you. My mic is muted. Carry on. Thanks for having me, Faith.
All right. Well, thanks for coming. And let me move on to Mr. Demetrius Higashikata. Uh-oh, hold on. I took him down. Oh, here we go. What's up, Demetrius? Do you have any final thoughts?
I'll end this out with this. Listen, I want especially the ladies in the audience to go look these terms up. Gaslighting, malignant narcissist, look up narcissistic tendencies, the trait list. There's an actual list on Google. You can go find it right now. And I want you to watch this live again and actually listen with an open mind, discerning heart, but with the newfound knowledge that you've gained. Once you do this and you start noticing these signs, you will be able to not only like call Derrick or DJ out on his BS, but you'll be able to highlight things or inconsistencies within the men and people in your life. That way you can keep yourself safe. So what I want you to do is arm yourself with the knowledge so that you can go forth moving better throughout this world and safer throughout this world. Because I don't necessarily think dudes like Derrick are common, but there are things that Derrick did do during this interview that are like gaslighting that you're more likely to encounter not even just within the dating scene, but even in friendships, right? So I just want you to protect yourselves. To the men, listen, yes, we were right about Derrick, but don't rub it in the ladies' faces, okay? Instead, just use it. If they didn't know, just use it as a teaching moment and point out the inconsistencies in what Derrick said so that the ladies can move better. Or at the very least, the ladies in your life can move better. Other than that, y'all have a good night. I'm happy for Darius still. Hopefully he can move better with the new knowledge that he's gained from this failure. And Demetrius Higashikata out.
All right. Thank you, Demetrius. And I love, love, love how you put that. Very well said. All right. AP from the Bronx, my co host. What's up, lady? AP? Uh oh. I think somebody went to sleep. AP. Oh, AP. AP done went to sleep on me, y'all. All right. So since AP went to sleep on the
I'm
fade
not
back.
asleep. I was having problems with I'm not asleep. I'm still here.
Oh, girl, I
Yeah.
thought you had dozed off. I'm like, I know
No.
it's probably 2 o'clock in the morning over there.
No, I dropped my phone and then I was trying to find my place. All these other windows kept popping up. But
Oh,
but you know, I knew that this tape that this interview was out there, and I don't think that I would have looked at it on my own, but when I saw that you were reviewing it, I was like, well, I'm got to see it now that Faith is reviewing it. But I you know, I think that of course I'm going to identify with the lady, and I just think that they needed to split up because there's too much water under the bridge, and it's too much to ask her to forgive him at this point. And I don't think that she could ever forget, you know. And if she's going to heal, she needs to stop keep getting hurt. And I think that they need to separate, and she needs to heal, and they just need to co-parent. And I'm just glad that the hurting is gonna be less now, you know.
yes.
And I just, you know, they're both still young, so they can both still begin again with other people. But yeah, I'm just glad she got out of that, and I'm glad she had her mother to kind of help her a little bit because that's just too much pain for one person.
Yeah, she needed somebody a long time ago when the grape happened, you know.
Yeah, and a
It
lot of
goes
women don't tell.
it goes all the way back to that pain that she experienced, and you know, it's just horrible that she had to experience that pain and then run into somebody like Derrick. And he's the first thing that I noticed that he said about her was that, oh, she's quiet. You know, she has this soft voice. So basically, those are signs of a woman being kind of timid. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And shy. And I think that that drew him to her because he knew that he was going to use her. I really
Yeah.
believe that.
He wanted a woman who is too timid to stand up for herself.
Yeah, and hence the reason why he keeps trying to push the mom away.
Yeah. So, I mean, under normal circumstances, I do not believe that you should, you know, that your parents and your siblings and everybody should be in the middle of your relationship. But in this case, that woman, she needs an advocate because she's a mess, and she needed somebody to help her because he was gonna just gaslight her and just you saw even during the interview he kept trying to make people feel sorry for him like he's the
Yep.
victim.
Sure did.
So you could imagine what he would do if he was in a room with a preacher who believes in forgive, 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 forgive. So yeah, I'm glad that the two of them split up. I hope that they can co-parent, and I just am I feel for her. She needs a lot of healing, and hopefully she'll learn her lesson so that the next time she meets somebody, she will know what the red flags are. So that's pretty much it. It was a good show today. A lot
All
of good
right.
comments.
Absolutely. Great comments. Great panelists. And
insights. A lot of
oh
really
yeah,
good insights.
lots of insights. Lots of great insights. Yeah, BMT rocked it out a little bit before he left. And who else was up here? Mella.
Mella? Is
Yeah.
Mella still here? Okay.
Yeah, Mella was up here, so for the people that weren't here, I'm very appreciative of your input as well. So, with that, I don't think I have anything else. I think this is it. I don't have anything to add. Everybody did a really good job. So I'm just going to say that I love each and every one of you, and make sure that you are watching on the replay. If you're watching on the replay, please hit the like button, share this video, and I got to say, peace. Love each and every one of you, and I'm out. Holla.